Hey guys, what is up, everyone? Thank you so much for tuning in today. And oh my goodness, we got to get my Overwatch showing up there. There we go. Wow. Number one thing that I have to do right off the bat is say thank you. Wow, thank you. Holy smokes, thank you so much for the primes from Roko to Knackman. Those are in fact my very good buddies. Knackman, in fact, I get to go watch him. Seal the deal with some beautiful lady here in a couple of months. And row code, I just don't know how we run what we do where we're at without him. So I know the 180p Gundam background is like really bad. I know why. It's because I have my options all on like the absolute lowest possible settings. I think if I crank this up to 9x resolution, it probably fixes it, but I'm not gonna do that. We've got so many VODs to peruse today. We have some really excellent VODs, in fact, to take a look at. So be sure, make sure that you guys are settled in, and that you guys are hopefully have me down a little bit. Although my impression is that I was a little bit quiet in the last stream, and so we're gonna try and stay as close to the mic as I can. Be generally a little bit louder than quieter, but feel free to leave in the chat how things are looking or how things are sounding. And in fact, we're even going to turn down the Overwatch volume a little bit. Make sure that I'm not fighting Overwatch to be heard. Alrighty. Let's not waste any time. We are going to be starting with. I threw up a couple of advertisements in a couple of places, and managed to get some really awesome. Got some really awesome responses from people looking for a little bit of insight. This one is from a fellow that I have been calling Castature. And they are a low master support player that has hovered around Masters 5 and 4 for about the last 100 games. Ooh, that sounds familiar to me. I'm an Ana one-trick that will reluctantly play Juno or Brig if I have to, or if Ana's banned. If you have a moment, I would love to review my games. And we're taking a look at some Ana games and maybe some Brig games if we get some time for it. We got a couple of odds to go through today, and we have and hopefully I don't bog us down in things that we don't have to get bogged down in. So let's just jump right into it. Castature. Hopefully you're watching. Feel free to leave any questions that you've got in the Twitch channel, and that actually goes for not only for the people that I've VOD review, but also anyone else who's watching. Replay viewer is still broken. So understand that I have to finagle this a certain way to avoid being sent to the desktop as much as I don't want to. So bear with me and some slow starts, some stunted starts, but we're gonna get into the VOD review. Again, this is Castature. This is some low masters on a gameplay, on a one trick, in fact. So we actually should get to see some really excellent expertise. In fact, I want to see. I may even recognize some of these names. I mean, Dinkelberg is an absolutely iconic name. So I guess I can't say that I recognize that as a shit low masters resident. Okay. Not starting on the high ground, I feel like is a slightly is a choice that errs on the side of boldness. I think that setting up some long angles down this position aren't necessarily a bad thing. For me, when it comes to positioning, the thing that I'm asking myself is, from a position, am I able to do as much as I would like to do? And from a position, am I prevented from doing as much as I want to do? So just thinking in general, just about the way that Ana plays in her kit, the way that it works, right? I mean, you look at this spot as the de facto position. Now, I'm not going to tell you that, like, oh, yeah, it's a terrible mistake to not be walking up the high ground. But there's also things outside of an angle that you get from the high ground. You get scouting info. You get angles to throw abilities. You get an impression of where your enemies are. And that kind of rears its head now, right? You're confronted with a roadhog. Oh, Vanguard is right in front of me there, right? And I wonder if there's scouting information which you might have been able to acquire beforehand, either from yourself in a different position or your team in the positions they were in, to let you know that the hog was right there. I like that sleep. I don't hate the nade. I'm always very cautious about throwing the Ana utils one after the other. It's a little bit scary to me because now, not only on the basis of the decisions kind of leading up to this point, right? So walking out here and kind of getting spooked by the hog and kind of moved back to this position, as opposed to just sticking with where you want to go, right? Just get to the next good spot. Very, very important that we waste as few steps as possible when traversing the map, right? From point A to point B, okay? So beyond just the fact that, the traversal isn't as direct, it isn't as intentional as it is. So now you've got the bot kind of blocking your way. The Winston goes in, but and honestly, it would be really cool to not only have the angle, right, jump on a bench, and have the angle on, well, I guess you would actually have to be up here, and have the angle on possibly anteing your hog, but also keeping your Winston up, which is one of the considerations that you have for the Bionade, and also one of the things that you may think about if you have the scouting info from the beginning of the map. They have a Roadhog, so I do want to ante him, but you also are thinking there are 3 rule sets that we generally abide by when it comes to playing Overwatch. Those are the character rule set, that is, what character am I playing and how are they supposed to play. You have the compositional rule set, which is what is my character, how does my character fit into the comp that I'm playing in, and how does that composition want to play? What rules does that comp want to abide by? And then you've got the matchup rule set, which is who am I playing against, and how do I want to or how does my composition interact with theirs, right? And one interaction in between these compositions is that you have a Winston and they have a Roadhog, and Roadhog loves pelting the shrapnel into the monkey's face. So, scientist. So what you really want to be doing here is understanding that an ante and a sleep on the hog is awesome, but as soon as you see the hog, couple that with the knowledge that you have a Winston, and anytime the Winston is confronted by the Roadhog, that's an ante on the hog, right? That's healing boost on the Winston. But also, even more than that, it means that you can choose which matchups you do or don't take. I'm not going to go on with that one, but it's a cool idea to imagine being able to save your nade or sleep to prevent the hog from walking on you or walking at your Winston while your Winston goes and does the things that he would rather do besides duking it out with the hog. Does that make sense? Oh man, I mean, this is actually so brutal. I'm watching a Winston player leap straight up in the air for the 2nd consecutive time on that cooldown refresh, and that is just not what you want to be doing. Winston wants to be in, he wants to be, honestly, if we're jumping straight in the air, I want to be fighting the Pharah, right, as opposed to jumping straight in the air to dodge spam from Hog. So really, really difficult position that we're, as a team, we're kind of putting ourselves in, but your contribution to this is the nades. That's the nade that you want to land. Now, it doesn't land there, and that's because, angle's all wonky, and you guys are kind of on the back foot. There's a lot of disadvantages that have been imposed, so I understand not hitting that nade, but that's the important thing to understand is, once the monkey starts backing up, once we start losing ground, right, you want to get to the next good spot, right? You don't want to hang out here in this low ground choke. You don't want to be in here looking up as your Winston jumps and then looking down as the hog walks, right? You just want to be in the spot where you can, virtually speaking, stand completely still and land the shots that you need to land to slow them down, to impose disadvantages on them or establish advantages for you and your team. Hey guys, I see us lighting up in the view count. I really, really appreciate you guys stopping by, and if you guys know any Ana players, then feel free to share the stream with them. We're talking about some really important fundamentals here, and we're also we're gonna get to, we're only a minute in, guys, but we are gonna get to see some really cool stuff from our Ana hero here. So stick with us through some of the drawing, and we'll find. And we'll find some excellent things to talk about. No big deal. That was a kind of a losing fight. It's important that we get a reset. I would have preferred possibly that we just die on the point, right? Because if that's a fight that we're going to concede to lose as a team, then it makes sense to also contribute towards objective denial or trying to generate any means of objective progress. So I wouldn't mind dying on the objective as a team there, as opposed to being forced all the way back to bad spot, right? Categorically bad position positions, not only for Ana, but also for Soldier, also for the Ashe, also for the Lucio, right? And also obviously for the Winston. And in fact, Kelly is already going to swap onto the Queen. I don't hate the Queen matchup into the Hog here. You've got some really fun options here. The thing is, you're still thinking about those rule sets, right? You're still thinking, freaks in the chat. Oh yeah, you got that right, GCV Stealth. You're one of them. That's the thing you're thinking about, though, right? Your matchup and your compositional rule sets have just changed, right? As you move from the Winston to the Queen, now you have to play differently. We don't need to go into what those differences really are, what they look like, but we'll be able to point them out as we see possibly our team engage as if we were still playing with a Winston, which I wouldn't be surprised to see. Really nice pot shots. I love that. I absolutely love that. Overwatch is very much about people doing their own thing until it's time to group up as a team and get something moving. The excellent Bionade there on the Hog. I actually, I think that I don't really care too much for that nano, but ultimately I have to concede that that's a really good nano. We have a very prominent policy on the team that I coach, and that is if you have it, use it. It doesn't make sense not to. We have, we've been through the paces of Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2, and asked ourselves, oh, is it important to ult first or to ult better? And really, you just need to ult. Just ult! And so I love seeing the nano boost deployed from you pretty much as soon as you had it. Excellent stuff, Castrature. I love understanding that that I'm not the only, Chuck McGill and Better Call Saul. I'm not crazy! I'm not the only crazy person, right? It's you too who also ults when you have it. I love it. I absolutely love it. Play your goods position. I don't generally like supports on the bot, but I also think that you are out in the open, and that's not entirely bad. It's not bad for you to be making your space here. But I also, again, same thing as before. If you are in this position, how much can you do? Right, compared to how much you're safe from. That's the risks. Those are the risks that you're balancing. You are crazy. I'm not crazy. Where's your mod at? You know what, JCV Stealth? I'll give you a mod. Check this out. Block JCV Stealth. Report JCV Stealth. Ban. Timeout. Warn. I can warn you. Oh, I can mod you. All right. Oh, and then I pinned Root Beer's yapping begins message. All right, I'm unpinning that. All right. So you also want to be thinking about like how much you're not able to do from this position. That's the risk that you're balancing there, right? Is oh my God, they got the yapping. Yeah, I'm safe from this spot, but am I able to do as much as I need to here? And it seems actually that in your case here, the answer is yes. Is Scuffed Stream? No, you. Yeah, Stealth did get a promotion. Is you're able to get a sleep on the Bob. You've got the nade. Oh, and the nade captures I think for Juno we called it simultaneity, but I think there's a different term that I'm wanting to use. It's just that you're able to do multiple things, multiple different things with the same cooldown, on the same timing, with the same map control. And that's always a very beautiful thing when we're able to use our abilities and our setups in Overwatch to do multiple things, multiple different things. Very, very important. Compartmentalizing objectives. That's part of what that is an exercise for. Don't be on the bot. Find a place to set up on the high ground somewhere else. The sleep dart isn't bad to go out because I presume that you will have it by the end of this 8 seconds. But now the cart isn't moving. You're off of it. One of your teammates should be on it probably, and you should be looking to set up. But because you aren't already set up, there's a lot of meandering. We're not sure who should be on the objective. You're not in a position, say, I don't know if you can actually jump up here, but holy smokes, you could walk in here and just set up for the fight over here. Your queen's already in, right? I'm only thinking about your positioning in there in the context of your team's formation, right? Like where you guys are, and so I think that you absolutely could do a little bit of limit testing here in this position, and even possibly help with the Ashe, heal the Queen, find a setup nade onto the Hog, get some early spam onto the Pharah like you had done before. It was excellent, excellent stuff. Oh my goodness, ball diff. We had a scrim with, okay, very cool. well. Hey, thanks, little Gummy, for the codes. Yo, Gummy, I am so sincerely sorry. I absolutely neglected you for a couple of months. And Baldiff, hello, Baldiff. All right, Baldiff. Oh my goodness, what an exceptionally talented player. And so very cool to see Baldiff pop in the chat. I gotta send him a quick message, real quick, guys. Bear with me. Actually, we'll have a guest appearance on the stream here in a little bit. Hopefully, after I wrap up this VOD. Alrighty. All right. So where were we? So yeah, I just have you setting up here. Is it on the on this high ground? Is it on this high ground? Is it do you want to walk all the way up here and then drop onto this spot? Do you want to ask for your Lucio to go spawn with beat, swap to Life Weaver, give you a pedal so that you can play right here? Yes, all of them. Absolutely. Try every single one. The next 4 times you play DM's exposed. Yeah. And yeah. Collab on day 2. Okay, well it's actually just just a ranked a solo queue ranked warrior that I'm a fan of. But if for the next 4 times you play Esperanza, try these 4 different outcomes, or these 4 different setups. See which one works, and then go from there. And honestly, each setup is going to change every time, right? You know, they're going to be playing Winston, so the high ground is going to be unsafe, right? They're going to be on Pharah, so and they're actually marking you, right? They're whatever, right? Every single time is going to be different, but the idea here is that you aren't set up for this fight. At least to lose your Ashe there, it's definitely not the fight that you want, right? So there's different ways to play this. I still like where you are. I still like the safety, the space, the cover that you're operating. I don't mind you swinging wide here, but you're on the bot. Oh, support's on the objective. I hope that by generating some small level of following, we managed to one day coerce the Overwatch player base as a whole, or at least some small portion of the Overwatch player base, to stop putting supports on the fucking objective, guys. Holy smokes. It's just like those support characters are so good, and I don't think they belong on the point, because like, look at where you can be instead. Look at what you can be doing instead. Look at how, well, okay, you're not invincible in this position, but you're definitely a lot harder to injure here. And so, well, I say as you're on fire, but you get the idea. Cover, high ground, point proximity, right? The problem is that we don't have anyone that we figured out to get on the objective, and that's okay. But since we have someone on the objective, it's not bad for you to be moving. You guys got kind of marked out of this area, and so I wouldn't be opposed to doing things differently, right? Walking through here to get an angle as opposed to right up here, right? It's a really little difference, but it does change things, right? You're on the stairs here poking this angle, but you could even hug even a little bit further and set up a little bit further backwards. As we understand ultimates, which we hopefully are tracking, as we understand ultimates are going to be deployed here in this fight, so possibly a little bit of space is nice. If our Lucio is going to be sound barriering, then actually we could probably play even more in. In fact, maybe we should give our Lucio a reason to give us an excellent sound barrier by just walking right up to the hog and getting a sleep on him and an anti, and making sure that he gets annihilated in the damage that gets dealt afterwards, and the Queen Rampage that keeps him antied, right? There are some really authentically good plans that you guys can do here, and in solo queue ranked, right, coordinating all of this is really tough, but in solo queue ranked, because you can't coordinate it, you're gonna have to read it, right? So reading the situation, I really like the nano into the Rampage. You get, oh, just barely missed the sleep. That's okay. I also don't hit that sleep, so I can't complain about that. And honestly, I think that the thing that I have to complain about ends up just being the fact that out in the middle of the open, after you've given an anti, like, you just don't need to be here, don't need to be here, don't need to be here. Closer to walls, covers corners. That's what, oh god, any of my players who are in the chat are like, oh, he said it again, thanks. Closer walls, covers corners. Yeah, but that's exactly right. Closer walls, covers corners. That's where you gotta be. Sorry if you guys can hear me jumping on my tea. I got to the end of last stream, and holy smokes, I was quiet for most of the night afterwards. That's not true. But holy smokes, my voice hurt so bad. Unlucky that we lose our soldier, but I feel like you show up and, just in the nick of time there. Yeah, okay. I like that target acquisition on the Ash. I don't mind that, you don't make the shot. Kind of like old man reaction time and low sensitivity, which I also play on low sense, so can't blame you for. But I actually really like that target acquisition. I really like that timing. You're like, oop, there's a shot that I can make. Go for the shot. You land it next time, build confidence, and that's a really important thing. Ooh! I also don't know my Overwatch maps after 5,000 hours, but that's okay. I like that nade. I like the healing here. It seems like it's a lost cause. Let's see. Oh my god, I'm able to go back in the replay viewer. That's what a luxury. This guy yapped for hours after stream. Yes, that's true. Forced him to duo. Yes, that's true. I didn't have fun. I didn't have fun that night. I didn't have fun last night. I'm not going to have fun later. I don't like playing support in Masters. It's not as fun as playing DPS in Diamond. And now there's dying there is not fun, but that's fine. You have to die there. In fact, probably like the only thing to do differently is make sure to die faster. But I think you caught your wave, so ooh, that is a lot of damage. Emphasis on the setup, right? So like where are you? Are you able to do as much from this position as you actually want to, right? Forced to play Overwatch, the worst punishment. It is the worst punishment. Why do you think we make you guys play Overwatch, Ant? On all these teams that you guys are a part of. It's because you guys are dirty sinners and deserve it. Where was I? You want to be looking for your setup spot. You want to be looking, where's my Ana good? Where am I getting the scouting info? How am I going to be able to set up a sleeper or nade? And most importantly, while trying to get all of that set up, how do I not take how do I take as little damage as I can justify taking, right? We get a visor on the high ground, beat goes out. I'm actually so surprised to see the beat come out that late. I would have imagined that come out like way sooner in this match. We have the Bob, and I like these sleeps. I like the sleeps on the Roadhog for the hooks, and so it's why, earlier on this one over here, it's why, like, you should just not ever be the one getting hooked, because you want to be the one sleeping those hooks. So I really, really love that. It seems like you're adapting mid-match, which is very refreshing to see, and it actually is that is a marker of high-level players, is generally they don't do the same things over and over again. Your thing that you're doing over and over again is just not seeking these setup positions that give you the scouting info, that tell you exactly how you should be playing this fight, that clue you in to the rule sets that you're abiding by. That is my hero rule set, or my character, my comp, and my matchup, right? Who am I playing? Who am I playing in the context of? And how do they want to play into what we're playing against, right? And so understanding that our setup spots and our ability usage and our timings, our map control is all really closely related to itself and each other. That's the mindset that you're thinking of here. Nice sleep on the hog. I like that you don't nade as well. I don't mind that nade. It's a good opener. Forces the Suzu into the Nano. Excellent. Oh my goodness, Cashiture. Absolutely excellent. I really love this order of operations from you in particular. And it seems like you have made this stunningly easy on your team. I mean, how many ranked games have we played that are absolutely impossible because of the way that we and our teammates make it for ourselves, right? Oh my goodness, M, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I didn't see that until 7 minutes after you did it. But so how many times have we seen our games be so incredibly difficult because of the way that we and our teammates are playing, right? And so I really, really love how easy you made this fight for your team. You sleep the hog around the corner, right? Makes his initiating hook very difficult every game. Yeah, 100%. Wish my Anas did that. Bro, same. And honestly, when I'm playing Ana, my teams wish their Ana did that. So Castrature is actually showing me how it's done. It's awesome. So you get the sleep, you slow down his hook, he now has to look for a new hook, and now you're going to slow down that hook with the timing. I actually want to watch this from his POV, right? So he's looking for a hook. Okay, that's fine. LOS the damage, throw the pig pen. I want to land a hook now. I'm naded, right? I can't hook. This is pressure. Speedload just tweeted today, guys. And it's actually kind of funny. My comment that I made in the Discord call that I was in while I was prepping for stream was, wow, it took him until April 27th, 2025 to say that. But honestly, he posted a banger here, and I want to share it with you guys. The biggest reason so many support players hate dive heroes in Overwatch is it directly confronts them with their failure to resource manage, rotate, or mechanically execute. I think the most important thing any new support player can learn is that it is your responsibility to apply or survive as much pressure as your kit allows you, and realize that if your tank is getting abused, it is your responsibility to alleviate as much of that pressure as you can with angles you can take safely or the utility your kit provides. Castrature, thank you so much for presenting Spilo's case, Spilo's point that he made a couple of days ago here for us so very evidently right now. This is pressure. This is what that looks like. You've kept the hog not only from hooking to start, you've kept them from hooking to continue, and now you've pushed your team around this corner. You've given you guys you've given your team the momentum that you guys need to surge around this corner and win this fight. This is really excellent on a gameplay, and that was an excellent setup position. I think that you were choosing your spot very wisely, and your utility timings were really, really good. There's still like a little bit of cleanup, right? I still want you to be more direct with your traversal, with your pathing. It feels like there's a lot of extra steps that we just don't need, right? If we're moving left and right, are we moving left and right longer away from cover, right? Longer in the middle of the open, right? Oh my goodness, banned. And so I really, really, the traversal, I think, could be a little bit cleaner. I think that you just want a little bit more precision on like how you're making these decisions that you're making. Where'd the sleep go? Oh! Okay, all right. Careful about eating out the abilities. Because you wanted that sleep, but that's fine. You realize that. I mean, in this game, I'll tell you, I'll actually give you guys the castrature call out here in this moment was, oh my god, I needed that sleep. Yeah, I know it. You knew it. That's fine, castrature. Like, who cares? Oh my goodness. All right, get back to the fight. Just like a really quick note from me, there is a, there's a lot of clips, a lot of ammunition out of your mag there. I don't think it's important to budget your shots at that point, but not budgeting your shots and kind of sticking a little bit longer on some of these targets, I think you can min-max a little bit here, is the general gist. Not the last victim of JC. There will be more. Oh, God. Hey, Jucha, thanks for swinging by. Appreciate you guys stopping in. All right, good nade on the Genji. Oh, what a sleep on that Ana. I love that. I absolutely love it. Let's take a look. Oh, watch out from my POV. Okay, castrature. Yeah, really nice. Oh, my goodness. What an excellent read on that Ana. I absolutely do not make that sleep half the time. I know Ana players personally that don't make that sleep 80% of the time. Some of them have even played on my team. They aim for the right instead of the left there. That's a really good read. And that's a really good nade as well. That's exactly the kind of nade I was talking about at the very beginning of the match. So I'm really happy that what I had said earlier, like I didn't need to say, oh, does that make sense? Like I always ask. You absolutely understood exactly what kind of bio nades I wanted. Yeah, just like a little bit of revealing yourself. Really, really imperative that if you don't die on the point while it's here, right, then you need to not die until you guys get out. They have widow sights that are up. It seems like we had just not heard it. I didn't even hear it in the replay viewer, and so you guys, like A-okay to die here, but you just understand in the games that you lose because of staggers like this, you just have to understand your part of it, and I'm not saying that this is you, Castrature, but this has definitely been me at times in some of my ranked games where I reached the end of this game where I've staggered like that, and I'm like, oh, I wish that my DPS had done damage to the hog. My tank fed in the last fight, right? But really, I shouldn't have staggered, right? I shouldn't have actually played like a bot, and that is not what you were doing, by the way. When it's me, it's bot-like, right? But when it's you, it's different. It's a one-off mistake, and that's a-okay. But it's important to understand how important it is to understand that staggering is bad. Oh, we know you stagger. Joe, you saw it last night. Don't post the clips. Actually, if we ran out of replays today, which we won't, but if we ran out of replay codes, we were going to end up taking a look at some of Ethan's gameplay, and it was not gonna be good. All right, let's see. I like the setup spot. Okay, I like the strafing as well. Kind of like scouting, dodging, looking. You know that the widow is out, so you're careful about peeking your angle. Don't mind my dogs. I'm gonna mute for a second. All right, they're gonna bark in the background. That's a-okay. Bob goes out. Dueling the Genji. Okay, like I'm so glad. Oh, thank you so much, Castrature. Dueling the Genji here is A-okay. Hey, Daisy. Hi, baby. No more Bormkin, okay? Daisy. I just want you dueling in a position that is a lot better for you to duel in, right? So you can stay in here, you can stay there. Now you want to move up, but as you move up, right? Since you're moving around this corner, right? This is a lot of space to go in, and you guys just lost your Lucio, right? You don't have your speed, Daisy. Hi, baby. Stop your Bormkin. No. Hey. Dude. Oh my God, she is relentless. Don't come over. You guys are gonna get attacked. Actually, we do want Lego emotes, but I tried to submit them this morning, and I don't know what happened. Twitch ate my emotes. But don't worry, guys. We will get the. Hi, baby. Come here. Hi, come here. Hold on, I gotta get my dog. Daisy, come here. Come on. Come here right now. Oh, hello, old lady. Oh, she's down to like I think 4 or 5 of her teeth at this point. And I just, hey, hi, my mic is right there, pupper, stop. And I just want you moving to that right corner. Oh my goodness, if you're gonna bark in my mic, I'm putting you down. I just want you moving to that right corner there, right? Take the duel with your corners and covers in mind, with your walls. I like you playing out the timings of the deflect, and actually, that's a really nice fight that you end up taking. Some really nice shots that you land. Oh, wow, that was it. Okay, excellent. Castrature, I want to take a look at some of the other codes that you sent me, but we're going to have to wait for that. Let me figure out... we are all wrapped up. Let me know if you're good to call. All right, excellent. Way too dank wine time. Hello, Xer. Thanks for stopping by. Bananakin, 7 minutes ago. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. And we're gonna see about getting a call and an VOD review with actually, this isn't even a buddy of mine. This is just a solo queue ranked warrior I've had the pleasure of playing like 2 games with, and they made a pretty good impression on me. So we're gonna start a call with them. Just a little heads up for you guys. Might hear a little bit more language in the upcoming hour or so. So if you don't care for mild expletives, then it's time to turn us down just a little bit. Hello. This is Rarest.
How's it going?
Hey. Yes, we can actually. Let me make sure that that you're. I'm gonna turn you up just a little bit, and we'll go from there. Actually, my first question. Is that's my sensei, the legendary Grandmaster Musk. Okay. Beatles, thank you for the follow. Or Beatless, thank you for the follow. And Jucho as well. Sorry, you'll hear me chime in like that as we go on. I have a question for you, first off. Is it Rarest Overwatch or is it Raresto?
Yeah, so it's Rarest Overwatch.
Okay.
Here's the thing. This wasn't even originally my account. My actual username is like Trilon Musk, as it is on
Discord. You're on Discord. Yep.
This was just my friend's account who kind of stopped playing towards the end of Overwatch 1, and he kind of just gave the account to me just because he stopped.
Gotcha.
It was like bronze or silver in almost all roles, but I just didn't bother to change the name. I'm just kind of stuck with it.
Gotcha. Okay, so here we are now. Climbed all the way up to. You said you're in mid GM. Right now. Okay. Yep. And you play tank, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Wise Lamb, thank you so much for following. Hope you enjoy what is coming up. Okay, awesome. I actually wanted to answer your question because you asked me the other night. You were like, "What made my games memorable to you?" Because I remember I posted the ad, you responded to it, made my day seeing that it was Rarest Overwatch, replying to me, by the way, because I know that I have I hover around like shitlow masters on support, and so I know for a fact that I've played with you because I remember, is it Raresto or Rarest? And I remember 2 different games, one where I to me or my friend or whatever, I was like, oh yeah, Rare Stow, Rare Stow's just running it down mid or something. And then the next game where I'm like, oh, Rarest is getting shit done on the Zarya, right? And so I remember in particular the
Oh,
how I
sorry,
kind of thought about
was
your
I
name.
cheating the first game?
Okay, so that's actually so funny. I think that I also remember oscillating, in my opinion, of you, where we're in the first game, it was like, wait, my tank is doing a little bit of feeding, and then the second game, it was like, wait, my tank actually like knows what they're doing, right? And it was actually that second game I think that probably left me with that stronger impression, and I'm sorry as well. I'm sorry that internally I would ever have negative opinions about your gameplay, because here on stream,
Dude.
we absolutely won't. But
Oh no, dude, your opinions are gonna change when you actually look in depth. I'm like sort of half disgusted by my own gameplay because
yeah,
the mistakes, I feel like the mistakes that I'm making and everything, like there's no way I should even be in Grandmaster right now, but
yeah.
who knows?
Fair enough. Did you already?
No, but yeah, sorry, for me it's like,
Mhm.
dude, I either like stomp my games or I get absolutely annihilated and there's almost no in between.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my
That's just
goodness.
how Zarya goes though, honestly.
Yeah, and also it's like right now, I feel like the game since I feel like rank resets tend to make games like that for a little bit, where things are just kind of one sided for a little while. I think that you already
Right,
sent
that's fair.
me a code here as well. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, perfect. Let me plug that in here. And I'm gonna go ahead and go live as well here in Discord. Hopefully the quality isn't too bad. And we don't have a delay on stream, so you could always fall back to Twitch if it isn't working here. Okay.
Right, right.
All right. Rest
So
Overwatch. Mm-hmm.
I would normally always just choose Zarya on this map,
Okay. Yep.
but she was banned that game,
Mm-hmm.
and so I've actually pretty much I've never played Monkey on Rialto for like the longest time. I'm on
Okay.
Sig for like a fight or two, but I'm
Yep.
pretty sure I swap almost immediately if I
Okay.
remember correctly.
Gotcha. Is there any particular reason for the swap from Sig to Monkey? Because it seems like you really know what you're doing here. Going up, covering the space out on high ground, getting the poke distance done, but they're playing away from you. So you drop,
The
look for the
Doomfist
Doom.
is just kind of uncomfortable to play into, honestly. I just didn't want to deal with
Mm-hmm.
that.
Yeah, I
Dude,
totally understand
I'm
that.
so like privileged and spoiled playing Zarya. I can't get stunned, I can't get slowed, I can't do anything.
I
Now I
no.
actually think about like being CC'd out of my abilities. It's so annoying.
Yes, no, I absolutely understand that. That is totally fine. The wise lamb. Oh my god, us and our friends, or us Overwatch players and our friends are so funny. Okay, yeah. So I'm just gonna like let things play out. Reserve any comments that I make on the Sigma because like Zarya OTP and we want to look at the Winston anyways. I sometimes like the Sigma into Doomfist because you do have options there, but until you really get into until you get like a full session and a half or two or three of just getting straight punished as Sigma in those matchups, it's tough to understand what those rules look like without having that firsthand experience. I still really like the way that you guys take this fight. I like the spaces that you're playing, the ways the parts of the map that you're carving out with your barrier. Your cooldown usage is generally really good. I think that your rocks are probably like the most egregious cooldown use out of your kit so far. But
Right. I
but
kind of just tossed him out.
yeah, yeah, and again, that's something that like I would absolutely expect from not a Sigma OTP, right?
Yeah.
So I just couldn't possibly care about the missed rocks. That's a nice one though. Oh, that feels absolutely good. Playing in the Ray,
Yeah, bro. It was...
carving out the space. I've really liked your barrier usage in particular. Would you mind
Thanks, man.
to explain how you think about Sigma's barrier that kind of lets you use it in a way that it doesn't break very easily, that you're able to mitigate some of those really important instances of damage, and that you're able to carve out those sections of the map. Go ahead.
Okay, so the way I like to think about it, Sig, you want to have like a generally equal loss of your barrier health and your regular health. Like, you don't want to save your shield too much and be like 300 HP and 700 shield.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other hand, you don't want to like get your shield down to like 200 while you're still full HP. What I like to do is I pretty much, if I have cover, I usually try to not use shield as much as possible, just because the cover is enough like damage mitigation, and any damage that I can take can get healed. And if I want to take space, that's when I actually use my shield to walk. Um, I'm always hyper aware of when the shield is actually out,
Yeah.
and if you actually pay close attention, I'm usually just flashing the shield. There's almost
Yep.
there are almost no instances where I keep it out for more than like 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
I just flash it, let it absorb some damage, and then retract it so that I can actually like start regaining health again.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And especially against like dive tanks, or especially against tanks that don't actually care about my shield, I'm always placing it behind them just to block their heals.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yep.
especially against like Anana or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It just forces them back more quickly so that, we can actually take the space.
Yeah.
Again,
Okay.
I think the biggest issue, so sorry, but
No,
the
go ahead.
biggest issue with like lower rank SIGs that I see, sometimes they just leave their shield out or they don't care about it,
Mm-hmm.
and it will cost them. Even an extra half a second can lose you about like 300 shield health, and that can really hurt later on in the fight.
It's amazing.
You,
Especially. Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry. Finish.
I'm so sorry, I know I'm
No.
talking
Go
a lot.
on, please.
You need a very, very specific reason for why you put out your shield, and the frame that shield stops being relevant, you need to retract it immediately so that you save as much HP as possible,
Yeah.
like as much shield HP.
Being a support player for most of my Overwatch career, oh my god, I've seen it firsthand across all the eras of Overwatch how actually quickly someone can disintegrate. I think that you're absolutely right. When it comes to min maxing those shield resources, that those are some of the ways to think about it. I actually really love what you mentioned as far as there's a relationship that exists, and this is some really fun, really, oh my god, like actually some insanely high level nuanced kind of stuff. Is examining the relationships that exist between the different aspects of these characters' kits and the very basic things such as health, right? Drawing the connection between your barrier HP and your regular health, I feel like was actually a particularly pertinent thing to mention. So you send it out there, it takes 50 damage because no one peeks it. Yeah, as soon as it starts being relevant, you retract it right back, right? And so yeah, barrier usage is really good. Rock is a response to the Genji, deflect, and then up here, I mean, yeah, you're just ganked, and that's it. Okay. Okay, gotcha. No, I really like that. I really
Sorry,
like
was
that.
that like a bad play? Did I just kind of go too early?
It's probably a little bit of a lot of different things here. You definitely end up alone, right? So the Bob goes out on high ground. He ends up all the way out there. Your Tracer's on cart. Your Juno actually isn't even engaged with you. She might have been zoned out or gotten distracted. She ends up with you, but the Brig is on low ground.
Right.
We drop, and yeah, you end up alone. So it's not actually your
think my-
timing.
So I think my issue was I knew my Brig was with me, but I think I wasn't aware of the fact that she disengaged.
Yeah, she drops at
If I
one
knew
point.
she fell down, I probably might have disengaged as well, but I thought she was with me the entire time.
Don't drop for the Doomfist. Oh
Yeah,
no,
that's
that's tough.
questionable.
That's tough. That's tough. And I mean, like, absolutely, you can turn that questionable decision into something that is a lot less questionable, right? But also you get to do that in a situation where like your Tracer isn't on cart, right? And maybe if your Tracer is on cart, right? Maybe you're not engaged, right? Maybe you're not up here. But honestly, I think that because you're up here, your Tracer should be able to be on the cart. But because you're up here, your support should also be able to be up here. And because the Doomfist is, so like there's a lot of things that like if you just tweak, I think you're able to make something better out of this. But ultimately, I'm going to concede to you want Rally, Overclock, Meteor Strike out. You want a pick or to shake up a position. So it's possible that as soon as we know the fight is losable, which is impossible for you here in this instance, by the way, because you just didn't know that your Brig was gone. But in the scenario where we want to turn things around there, I think that it's possible. Dropping is the call.
Yeah.
Oh, and I hate saying that too. Dropping off high ground is the call. Who says that?
You know what? I'm just gonna insert this. That's another reason why I love Zarya. With her new rocket jump perk, I can drop and just not care one bit because I can get like right back up immediately.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, it is unfortunate, but I honestly believe that I would have dropped like pretty quick if I actually knew that my brig wasn't with me anymore.
Yes. Yep. Yep. Uh.
Like, I do turn around to look back and make sure my team is with me every now and then, but
Mm-hmm.
when when I first see my brig walking up the stairs with me, I kind of don't really have I can't afford to just keep turning all the time, so
Yep.
like I wanted to focus on the back line, but
Yeah.
it was a mistake because I like wasn't aware of it anymore, I guess.
Yeah, and it's not only your mistake too, right? That's the thing that we have to mention. Pushing out with your brig gets a really excellent shield bash there onto 3 targets, but by this point, like half of us have turned around. You've even marked that half of us are turned around. You have a target that you want to push, but you see 2 of us in the back. We know that the Ash is dead. We know that because the Ash is dead, like now is the time to do something, right? We've lost
Right.
we've lost our deep, so like it's time to force the Doom to his side of the map instead of letting him play on our side of the map. So we get the accretion. Hold on, I might have lost my mind here. I'm almost torn, right? Because I actually really like the oh my goodness, Cardi, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Oh, thank you, Cardi. Cardi's one of my players. Really good kid.
Ooh.
I really like the chain stun here, right? I like the idea of the
Yes.
1-2 punch from the Brig Bash to the Sig stun, but I
The
also
DPS get to feel it this time, not the tank.
right. And I think that it would be silly to sit here behind my monitor in the easy chair, the coaching chair, and be like, I wonder if you can save that rock. But man, it sucks that that 1-2 punch just doesn't get you guys what you want. Okay, so Sigma is really challenging there. Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I think that the instances where we saw the biggest challenges get raised to you were also the instances where the space, where the proximity between you and their team was the shortest. That's the relationship that, or that's like the easiest line that I want to quickly draw before jumping over to the Winston. That's to elucidate why I feel the Winston is a really good choice. Is you have to close that distance. They're closing that distance on you. So let's play a hero that closest distance. I understand that. Are there
Right.
any additional mindset adaptations, changes, thinkings that you're thinking about here?
Honestly, I just think I just feel like Monkey works better into that comp anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from the Ana Brig, which is gonna make it a bit unfortunate for me to play Monkey into, I mean, to be fair, honestly, looking back at it, Sig isn't really horrible into this. It's just,
Hmm.
I think I felt a bit more comfortable on Monkey,
Mm-hmm.
especially with all the high grounds and everything. And like, I felt like I'd have an easier time marking the Genji.
Yeah.
I'd have maybe a somewhat easier time dealing with the Sojourn.
Having a bubble
But
for your backline when they get dove, like every couple of fights, or I guess you don't want to be bubbling your backline as Winston, but every couple of fights, right? Like when you turned around there on Sigma, so the Ash getting dove, right? Sometimes maybe
yeah,
everyone's wants that might be helpful. So okay, yeah.
yeah, my again, low-key, I just did not want to play Sigma into Doomfist. I
Mm-hmm.
think that might have been it.
No, that's
Honestly, I
AOK.
don't think.
Mm-hmm.
For me, dude, I like this is ranked. As much as I do want to win, I kind of just want to have fun as well.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
not trying to get punched out of like all of my abilities every single time.
I would like to win, but not at the cost of like my comfort level, my fun. Yeah, absolutely, and my compromises too, right? Oh my goodness, what a huge compromise you have already been forced to make as a solo queue ranked player by not being able to play your character, right?
Yeah,
Whose
like
playstyle you have helped to define. So I absolutely understand. Let's have fun on the
no, but
Winston.
yeah, sorry. It's like the wise lamb in chat. I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, he's one of my favorites right now.
Yeah, it's the guy that I coach actually.
Uh huh. Okay,
And
gotcha.
he watches my games every now and then. He's like, "Well, don't you think swapping to Monkey or swapping to Sig could just win you the game here?" I'm like,
And you're like, yeah,
"Yeah, probably, but I don't want to. I don't
yeah.
care to."
No, absolutely. I want to win the game on my
On my
terms.
hero.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Absolutely. All right, so we dealt with the Sojourn, force her out. I don't. Ooh. Oh, this might actually be bold from me. We'll see if I end up being more wrong or more right-ish. Oh, I hate those terms. I realize in Overwatch, I'm never using those words again in a VOD review. I actually don't hate. like dropping to the low ground, getting some cart progress, but I don't necessarily know if it's the first thing that I have you doing here. I think that
Right.
I like the
Well,
scouting that you're doing though. Ooh, that's my
yeah,
thing.
I think my monkey gameplay is a bit like uninspired, I guess you could say.
Inspired.
I
Oh God, I wouldn't say that, but go ahead.
um Dude, like if you watch me on Zarya, and I do have a few Zarya VODs,
Hmm.
but like if you do want to look at them later, but I do get creative with Zarya. I do a bunch of different shit. But with Monkey, I feel like I'm kind of just playing very standard. Just play main, trade
Hmm.
backline, hope
Yep.
everything works out, hope I don't die.
Hmm. Yeah,
But
absolutely.
there was I kind of was looking for Monkey coaching ever since I played a game against Zebra,
Hmm.
where like he was diving my backline and he was getting a ton of value and everything, but every time I tried to dive his, now granted they were on Juno Brig, which kind of made it like
Yeah,
playing into
very
that like
difficult.
hell, but
Yep.
still, I just feel like he always got more value in my backline than I did in his.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's not
And
only you, but there's definitely something that you do there, right? So yeah.
right,
Okay.
of course.
So looking for monkey coaching, kind of ever since that realization that like, oh my goodness, I would like to learn how to trade backlines more efficiently. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. The thing, and oh my goodness, I kind of hope that that I've got JCV Stealth in the chat. Because he's my Winston player. In fact, it's kind of funny. If you were to watch JCV Stealth play Winston, and he's like a career top 100 tank player who's mained that character since Overwatch 1. If you watch me play Winston, it sometimes looks, in my best moments, it looks like JCV Stealth on his worst day. And so I'm trying to imagine how he might take this. And I think that the way that he wants to take this is he actually wants to get the dive right up here. There's a couple of
Yeah.
reasons for this. Go ahead, yeah.
It, so it looks really juicy. It looks really, really, really juicy.
Mm-hmm.
But ever since that Zebra game, I've just been like petrified of Doomfist now. Because I'm
Yeah,
scared he's
he's
just
gonna go
gonna
in.
like slam up and then punch me forwards. And then I get
Yep.
slept and then I just die
Further onto
immediately.
the stairs into the honest sleep, and then you die. Yep, yep, yep,
Yeah.
yep.
I don't even care about the Brig Whip shot because that'll just
Mm-hmm.
like bring me back to safety. But
Yes.
if that Doomfist just punches me in,
Mm-hmm.
like I just don't want to deal with that anymore.
Yep.
So that's why, like, if it wasn't Doomfist, if it was literally any other tank, I would have jumped this frame one.
Yes.
But I was scared.
Yeah, I absolutely
I
get
don't know
that.
if I'm giving him too much respect or I don't know.
I think I don't necessarily know if that's actually the case, but I do have a really interesting question based off of the things that you've said so far, right? You talk about that game, right, where you're playing against Zebra, you're trying to dive the back line, you're getting disrupted, right? And you're also talking, you've also mentioned some of these other games where you're talking about, how you'll jump into the back line, and they jump into yours, and yours doesn't live there, right? And so I'm kind of curious.
No,
Which
no, it's not.
Go
It's
ahead.
not that my backline doesn't live. It's that I just feel like
Oh, it's just that you're
I'm not
being
generating the
disrupted.
same value on my own dives.
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay.
Like I
So,
feel like I'm dying too quick.
yeah. One of the things when it comes to the counter diving is, oh my God, the timing has to be so incredibly precise. I honestly I probably have like just 1.5 to 2 seconds here of just hanging out, getting scouting info
Mhm.
and figuring out like where we want to go, because that will give our Brig and our Juno enough time to get up to this high ground. And I think that the best scenario, the scenario where you get the best chance to live here, is the one where your Brig and Juno are in a position to heal you as you jump up here. The reason that I think
Right.
I would have you jumping up there is you're absolutely right. You body the disruption. You get Doom punched, you get slept, you get antied, and she triggers overclock, right? The Doomfist is diving. You may be able to entice the Doomfist to dive you here. You may be able to entice them to nano overclock. You guys don't have ults. Taking a fight and forcing and making them use 2 ults here when you guys have none is a huge boon, especially at this point in the map. 2 minutes on this stretch of Rialto, there's a really prominent relationship there with this fight and how it goes and whether or not you guys complete this objective, right?
Right.
And one of the things that makes this objective harder to hold over time is making them use the ults here, right? So you could take a big risk here and see if you could get a big payoff. That requires some big timing from your
Like
team.
just a like a dry fight, even if I die, it would be worth just getting out like an NOC, you
Yeah,
think?
yeah, 100%. At least if you get the Nano OC out, like that's huge. They're probably setting up for the Nano Blade, but
Yeah.
you can get the Ana to panic Nano the Sojourn, and you can get the Sojourn to Well, you can get the Sojourn to be like, well, there's a Winston in my face. So either I will ult to get him out, or I won't ult because he's in my face, right? And I want to shoot squishies instead.
Right,
You
just make it
force
like as uncomfortable for them
you
as
force
possible, I guess.
you force them to make decisions. And oh my God, let me ask you: if you give an Overwatch player the choice between a good and a bad decision, what are they gonna pick? The bad one, like almost every single time. Sometimes I'm motivated to do something in a game, and hey man, I'm the Shitlow Masters player, right? And part of the reason for that is because I don't have quite the skill sets that you guys have, the perception, the timing, the reaction, the mechanical skill, right? You guys do. So sometimes I'm motivated to take risks just because I know that it will make them make a decision, and I can do something based off of that decision, right? For you guys, right? For the particularly talented bunch of players that, oh my God, every single person I've gotten to VOD review falls into this category. I think that you guys can not only make them make decisions, but you can also capitalize with you guys' superior movement, mechanics, aim, perception, reaction time, etc. So that's ultimately why I have you jump in here. I don't mind the idea of you making them make a decision. For me, it's a little bit better than not being able to, than being, oh my God, you said it so well. You used the exact word, petrified, here, right? I mean, at least I don't know if you're a D&D BG3 player or tabletop role playing, but like petrification is you don't move, you're stone, right?
Yeah, yeah.
See how they were able to set up their nanoblade before you engage?
Right. No, I think I jumped now because I see the Doomfist use punch.
Mm-hmm.
That was my reason for it, because at that point he couldn't punch me in anymore, so like I
Yep.
thought it was. Otherwise, I see, like, admittedly, it is a bit of a late dive.
Yeah, yeah. And it's oh my God, like as far as like a little bit late, like yes, only a little bit too, right? And that's part of the
Yeah.
difference in these insanely competitive lobbies, is you only
That's
have a
what I
little
tell
bit.
the guy I'm coaching. Like, every single tenth of a second matters. It's yeah.
Yes. Oh my
I just
God.
again, it was this one fight I remember very vividly against Zebra. I'm sorry, I know I keep bringing that game
No,
up, but
go
like,
for it. Yeah. I
there's
love
many
Zebra. Yeah,
parallels
bring
to
him
it.
up.
Right. Um, I usually trade backlines whenever I see the enemy tank go onto mine, right? Like, they go onto my backline, I go onto theirs, right?
Hmm.
But I guess I never really played against, like, again, whenever I play against Doomfist is on Zarya, so I never really had this opportunity to learn.
Hmm.
But Diva only really has one cooldown for mobility. Monkey only has one cooldown, and if they
Yeah.
invest it into engaging,
Dupa's got so many.
they can't peel back from me immediately, and that's
Hmm.
why I actually dive the backline, because I know I can get peeled. But I didn't really think about that. Like, I've always just been doing that without even thinking about it against Diva and Monkey. So
Yeah.
then I never thought about it against Doom. When I saw him, slam into my team, I traded the backline without really realizing that he has a second mobility ability, and he just punched me further in, and I actually remember dying that fight.
Yeah.
Because,
Gotcha.
like, he peeled back immediately, and I'm kind of curious as to, like, what I would even do about that. Maybe I just overextended a bit past cover, and so that's why he was able to
Hmm.
punch me in. Now that I think about it, but
Um.
sorry, that was just a side tangent.
No, no, you're totally fine. I love the Winston Leap. Winston Leap is a lot of fun to use because there's actually a lot of different ways that you can leap, right? You've got the short leaps, the long
The
ones,
short jumps,
yeah,
yeah.
everything, right? And honestly, even if you wanted to categorize all of them, there's still some that don't fit into any categories, right? So we were watching a VOD review yesterday from JCV Stealth where he actually gets a really nice, precise leap. Where actually, like, if you think about like the distance that you have to traverse, not a single meter wasted, right?
Exactly.
And so uh, and so oh my goodness, Jay, that is so funny. I just got a screenshot. It was like support Lord Ethan by disabling ad block. Don't disable ad block, guys. Holy smokes, what a luxury it is to be able to block ads. So one way that you can think about it, think about the counterplay, right? You only have one mobility cooldown. You're absolutely right. I believe Doomfist has a lot of options for how he uses his mobility. Holy smokes, holy bug, Batman. In fact, the boops, yeets, rolls, slides, bounces, right? Oh my goodness, how often, how long have Doomfist players suffered for how many options he has with his movement and how many negative interactions he has with with the environment, right?
Yeah, no.
But I think ultimately you still have just as many options, even with that one cooldown, right? So
Right.
if there's a greater precision, if there's a better timing, right? And really, it's Doomfist is such an interesting character because the way that you related Sigma and his shield HP back to his regular health, there's a relationship for Doomfist. It was very cool. It's between his health, his overhealth, the health that he can generate, and where he is in the cooldown cycle, where he's positioned for his cooldown cycle, where he's positioned for that overhealth, and how much damage he can mitigate with that overhealth, right? There's a couple of other factors in there, but you get the idea. So this is a character who is very all-encompassing, right? And for a character like that, you really want to be thinking, I think, around his mobility cycle, right?
Yeah.
Man, I wish that we had that VOD because that would be a really fun one to look at between you and Zebra.
I wish I saved it.
Yeah.
That is my biggest regret.
Hey, look. At any rate, you're going to be fighting him again really soon, and when you do, absolutely send that my way. I think that the place to start is figuring out what kind of dives you want to do. Is it the in and out? Is it where is Doom in his cooldown cycle, and does that let me be in for longer or in for a lower amount of time? Obviously, there's so many other factors like how the rest of your team is set up. But as far as how you can play into that, I think that the way to
Yeah.
start is thinking around that.
Again, I think it's just because like, sorry, can you just pause?
Yeah,
Again, it's just due to lack of experience, but I guess I don't really think about my dives too much, because I'm almost always just, doing the exact same gameplay loop 24/7. Just trade backline, trade backline, trade backline.
yep,
Aside from like the very easy angle clears, like whenever we saw myself just jump that brig or kill the Genji. Aside from those, which you don't always often get at at these lobbies, I don't like really vary my dive very much, and I think that's probably one of my biggest pitfalls. I don't really like think too deeply with this character.
yeah, okay. That's actually I really appreciate that feedback because I want to make sure that that I'm giving you some good places to at least start thinking about it, and I understand that I don't know the full story of that matchup, right? And so understanding that you're still figuring out the nuance of Winston's shift is encouraging. Yeah. Oh my God. I actually think his leap cooldown is so much fun
No,
to be like.
I think I understand it mechanically. I just don't know what to like do with it. I guess
Yeah.
I can judge
Gotcha.
distance. I can.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even the leap itself. It's just what I
It's like
can and can't get
what I'm
away
doing with it.
I think that's the issue.
Yeah. I absolutely understand. Okay. Yeah. So let's see. I don't mind to leap onto that corner high ground again. Rolling out the Doomfist. We could also, if you have a leap onto that high ground, we have a bubble there too. The bubble there gets broken for you really quickly, which means it does a lot of damage mit, and that means it kind of does what it needs to do, but it doesn't really do what it needs to, right? If you're thinking about what the bubble can do, it can mitigate damage, but it can also purchase space that you would be able to operate in. Now, is this a space that I bubble? No, not necessarily, but it's possible that it's possible that you could place a bubble just to play elsewhere.
I think
Go ahead.
I can't exactly remember it, but I believe I placed this bubble just because we lost our echo, and I just wanted to like help our team get out by as
Yep.
much time as possible.
Yep, that makes sense. It's interesting with the benefit of hindsight and the replay viewer, like you're actually just buying time for yourself, which is really important. It just means that the windows of opportunity for you to do other things that you would be able to do with that bubble are going to change, right? Corresponding to how you ended up using that bubble. So just understanding that now the dive that you end up just taking just now, that's not actually a dive that you can take because you don't have your bubble, right? So this is the ante. Oh my God, you aren't even up here all that long, and you still get fried. So what do we have you doing differently? So you go.
My thought process with that was like I just do a really short dive, just land on the ledge, force the brig out, and then
And then just
disengage,
drop.
And I feel
Yep.
like I'm able to get away without bubble there.
Yep.
But I think my issue was that I walked forward. Like the instant that brig bashes away, I need to respect it and just leave.
Yeah.
Because I walk forward a bit, I get antied, I take like a ton of damage.
You know,
Yeah.
you're already up here. I almost wonder if continuing to move forward and maybe drop down into a blind spot isn't a bad idea. If you have to not take damage, if you have to not take damage and you don't have your bubble, a corner or a blind spot or a wall or a cover, it's possible that there is a just as easily accessible position there that affords you a little bit more safety, right? So if it's actually we have an expression, it's almost always never nearly as safe out as it is in. That is to say that, like, usually if you're in, it's because it's safer to be there because you're engaged. That's where your team is. That's where it's easier to heal you, right? So it's actually possible that, by kind of posturing on the Ana a little bit, you can force her back. You can force the Brig and the Sojourn to turn on you, and then you drop into their blind spot right here, right? Or whatever else you would want to finagle, given infinite possible scenarios. But I like what you mentioned as far as, just diving on the Brig, respecting the space. I think that's really, really safe and conventional. Holy smokes.
That was a feed. Feed. I got too impatient.
Yeah, that's okay. I think it's just like the bubble. I think just like being able to time something with the bubble, and I think that if you have the bubble, you also know a little bit better like what space you want to carve out. Really, the high ground I think is a good conventional spot to dive, but you guys have already gotten the pick on the Genji that weakens their position. They're going to instinctively want to. I mean, these are. What is this? Low GM, or mid GM? Sorry. So I mean, these guys are absolutely going to back up just because they're down one, right? And so you get them to back up a little bit. This is a really good opportunity, I think, especially since you don't have the bubble. If you have the bubble, I think you can have an aggro dive there. I think that since you don't have the bubble, you can be looking for like a setup spot, right? You can be looking to dive out into the coast side, draw aggro. You've got cover. You can make them look at you, make them make a decision, right? But at least you're not making them only shoot you. Yeah. So that you're saying, I'm over here for the next 5 to 6 seconds, and now not only do I have the time and position to get scouting info to figure out how I'm going to use my bubble, but I also give my team time to make sure that they're set up so that wherever I dive, they can follow up meaningfully. So you're right; it's a little bit impatient, but for me, it's actually not even so much the impatience. It's oh my god, and I don't want to use this word, but it's the one that I kind of have to. It's like it's a thoughtlessness, right? And not saying that you turned your brain off here. That's not what happened. But you aren't. There's a completeness that you want for the pictures of these team fights and of these different fight phases and how you want them to go. Scouting info is really, really important, and setting up to get that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Like again, I just play main and I just jump. I have like a very linear sort of.
Hey, it worked out for us in my game. it helped us win the game that I played. So, and I understand that. When you're up against Zebra, right, and these Doomfist players who have the options of kind of finagling the map against you, opt into it. Oh my god, I actually really like finagling the map against dive tanks. It's like, oh, you're over there, so I'm gonna be over here. Oh, you're gonna be over here, so I'm over here. Flip the map. Oh, now I'm in this corner. It's like I'm playing Tracer, but I'm like much beefier. And instead of like one teeny tiny little section of the map with 3 corners, it's actually a whole section of the map where I have plenty of space to dive. I really like that dive on the Ana. Oh my god, that Brig perk is so obnoxious. Love the Primal.
I know.
Okay, gotcha. I think, I really like the defensiveness. I think that you could stay in, though. I think that, what is your thinking with Primal here?
So, I generally kind of just jump out if I know all 5 people are shooting me, like if they're disengaged from the rest of my team.
Because they will melt you.
No, yeah, not only will they melt me, it's just like the attention that I'm pulling is also kind of useless if none of my teammates are like getting very much value out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
You do have 1300 HP, but if all 5 people are shooting at you, then it's like they just need to like each shoot 250. You're gonna die very quick.
Yep.
Although I do believe I probably still had enough HP to just like stay for like an extra second or 2, but
Yeah, and I'm also thinking about is this so Primal can do a couple of different things, right? It can buy you time, it can get you the health to get out, right? It can still get picks or create space, get the knockbacks, whatever, right? Disrupt, and so you're thinking about like not only what you want to accomplish with Primal, but like where you need to be or where you want to end up to accomplish that with Primal, right? So understanding when you pull the trigger on that ultimate, which I liked the fact that you just pulled the trigger like when you got it, right? And it also happened to be convenient too, right? But I think that if you have the plan to like knock someone in, right? You try to get the brig into this corner and that doesn't work. So what's the plan after that, right? And I think
I
that
tried to like abduct the brig into my team.
Gotcha. Okay. Yep.
Again, I think I was just scared because of the chain stuns. You know, it was a sleep, and then I think maybe a bash, and then a doom punch.
Yeah, to that end, I actually really end up liking the kind of in and out ofness of this. I really like how it's
Yeah.
you're just kind of
I went on
actively
the
testing
dive
the
in
waters.
first place. Sorry, I went on the dive in the first place because I knew it was really, really, really dangerous. But like, I went in with the intent to just use primal, like pull as much aggro as possible.
Yep.
Like very high value dive, but I'd get forced out easily. But with primal, I'm able to stay in. That's why I just pulled the trigger immediately.
Yep.
But honestly, now that looking back at it, I think I shouldn't have been scared. Like I was scared because I got, you know, triple CC'd. But if I actually spend a second to think about it, that's when I should be the least scared because I don't have any of their abilities anymore.
Yeah.
So now if I stay in, there's nothing that's gonna stop me.
Absolutely.
So looking back at it, I think that's a learning opportunity for me.
That you have a little bit. Yeah, you have a little bit more leeway.
Yeah, sleep, bash. I don't know. I don't know if that was punch or not.
And even this is like we're gonna get like really nitpicky here, but even then, right? If the aim is to take as little damage as possible, right? This is a really interesting leap to do that, right? As opposed to a more narrow, slight, maybe arguably more challenging leap,
Like
right? Just
direct to the
directly
cut.
forward, exactly,
Yeah.
right? Directly to cover, right? So just understanding that like your intentions and your actions kind of have to line up a little bit as well. And oh man, you want a good example of them not lining up? Watch my gameplay. But I love that you've given us an opportunity to talk about how like you got to make sure that you're doing what you actually want to be doing.
Exactly. That makes a lot of sense.
I feel like all the rest of this fight, no, not all the rest, as if the first part was was dissatisfactory. I feel like this fight as a whole is still really good. It seems like it's not a horrendously uncomfortable fight. Oh my goodness, thanks Jay for the meow message, and patient, I see ya, Matt. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, no, I felt like that was, you weren't horrendously uncomfortable. You were able to get on the targets that you wanted. You didn't sacrifice as much health as as probably we realized you could have probably sacrificed. But honestly, it's a really important principle for me, and especially when you're a tank player. Oh my goodness, it's actually even more important for tank players than it is for the squishies, ironically enough, at least in my opinion, to understand what damage you're taking, why you're taking it, right? If you can't justify the damage that you're taking, you should not be taking damage. And so for you to be measuring that, actively measuring that, I can see you measuring that as you primal, is a really impressive skill. Really nicely done. I recognize you.
I really appreciate it.
Overwatch is so, I say it because I like saying it. It gets people mad and it gets us talking. Overwatch is so easy. Like, unironically, it's so easy. All you have to do is abide by, timing and map control and, not int and die. But Overwatch is so incredibly hard.
I think dive tanks are a bit more complicated, but again, the guy that I'm coaching, I mean, he can attest to this. I literally tell him on Sig, just pick a corner and shoot. That's literally all the game is.
Yep.
Just pick a corner and shoot. It's as simple as that. Like, maybe I just don't know Winston as much, and that's why I think he's a bit more complicated. But like with Zara, you bubble, you beam, you win. With Sig, you just use shield, you balls, you win. Like, just don't die and you're good.
Yeah.
You just passively generate value just by existing. Like, especially with the gigabuff tanks. Just by existing on a corner, you pretty much stop like 90% of the cast from even being able to walk.
I think you are totally right. And you're right. It is a little more complicated than that at times. And that's why I want to shout out your skill sets that I'm seeing. But I also love how easy we can make it look at the same time, right? Overwatch is an easy game. Okay, so fighting for the corner, you took it out with the Doomfist a little bit. I actually like the brawl. It's not bad for tanks to shoot each other. In fact, generally, it's really good for tanks to shoot each other. It alleviates pressure from both and applies pressure to both. So you're gonna get punched out. You're gonna get pressured. Okay, so I probably have you leaping in just at some point. Let's see, we bubble there. I think you're bubbling for space, and that's not too bad.
I was honestly greeting the Genji kill.
Oh,
if I
okay.
like my thought process was I bubble that, maybe I block one on a heal and then use enough
Mm-hmm.
to kill him.
I see. Okay. Gotcha.
And
Gotcha.
honestly, I
Gotcha.
might have even been able to land the right click and just get it, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
yeah.
That's a-okay. I think that
Because if it was,
mhm.
because if it was Doom, I wouldn't have bubbled that. Because like
Yes.
I knew I would have been able to get healed. Like the damage wasn't that horrible. I was still around a corner.
Mm-hmm.
But I was trying to honestly just block the on healing and just kind of get greedy.
Yes.
Just try to find the pick on the Genji.
Yeah, I totally understand. He's just gonna dash out, and that's okay.
But
I wasn't tracking that. Mm-hmm.
I think that's another case of sort of executing my intent again because I went back to beaming the Doom when I honestly should have just charged the right click and tried to kill him because he was still 1 HP.
Yeah.
But I kind of didn't.
Gotcha. I also don't end up opposed to you kind of like hanging back a little bit and looking for a dive, especially since the Ashe is coach gunned, right? You can probably do
Maybe like a
some
high jump on the
isolation.
bridge, maybe?
Yeah, you could do some isolation here, or even if you wanted a longer fight, or for a little more aggro to be drawn. There's a world where you're able to be a little bit more patient until the Genji dashes, and then you dive where he dashes, right? So it's interesting how we were telling how I mentioned earlier. I was like, yeah, I probably have you leaping a little bit earlier, and even here I'm like, yeah, I could see you leaping a little bit earlier, but I could also see you not bubbling here, and then just leaping after the Genji, and
Do
you
you think?
change. Go ahead.
Do you think I could have taken that right off angle, just where I was like a second ago?
I talking about like right here.
Yeah, like walk here. It's kind of. I think it's kind of a blind spot for them. I'd be able to close the distance without them really realizing until I was there.
You would absolutely be less
And then maybe I'd
susceptible to
get
any
free
pressure from these
damage.
three.
Yeah.
It'd be really nice to get some cleave here as well on the Winston, in particular. I mean, it's just so worth it to be on multiple targets in playing your space so that they can't quite get you, but you're just barely tethered to them. I think that you could.
I feel like that's a play I 100% would make on Zarya. So I don't even know why I kind
Yeah.
of didn't see it in the moment as Monkey.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
Hey, both of them play brawl phases, right? And so,
Yeah.
I don't disagree at all that you could absolutely play here. You have to understand your timing is different here on the Winston than it is the Zarya. Obviously,
Yeah,
right?
of
But
course.
and so I think that if you understand your timing is a little bit lower and you start here, yep, zap, 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 Genji dashes, and then you dive. Isolate, you're in a safe spot with cover, proximate to a health pack. You have map control here. And so I think that that's a really good idea, in fact. I think it wasn't a bad
Exactly.
idea to bubble off the Genji, but it doesn't consider his mobility, right? The Genji, the Doomfist, bubbling them off from Ana, it makes sense that Ana doesn't have the mobility to help them out of bubble, but they have mobility to get out of bubble, and Ana has a mic to tell them you're in bubble. So sometimes if even you're not isolating the Ana, if you can carve out a section of the map that you can do anything from, it might be. I'm trying to figure out how to say it, but the candid way of saying it is it might be an option, or it might be a spot that gives you more options than you had there, right? Because right there, all you
Yeah.
had was to get back, stop taking damage for a minute, wait for the Juno ult. In fact, you end up having to do a high jump in the air to buy time, and that keeps you from being able to be engaged here, and that's okay.
I mean, to be fair, I was during the high jump, I was waiting for my bubble anyways. But about that bubble on the Genji, like I still play Monkey every now and then. I can understand that Genji would dash out and everything. Honestly, it was just a like I saw he was 1 HP.
He's
It was
so
just a
low.
really optimistic. It was an optimistic greedy bubble, hoping that it would just get the kill immediately.
Yeah, I also agreed there.
For the high jump, I was antied and I was still waiting on bubble. So I
Yep.
don't know. Like, do you think I still shouldn't have done it and just engaged anyways?
I think that you're already by cover, and you're on your side of the objective. So that's actually something that I wanted to briefly mention about this particular bubble. Is cart is right here, and so there's just it's not worth getting into here, but there's a relationship between like. I said this like 8 times on stream on Tuesday. There's a relationship between where the cart is when the fight starts and where we want it to end up by the time the fight ends favorably for us, right? And so just understanding that that you're on your side of the objective at this point, you can probably save that cooldown, but I actually don't. He doesn't play Winston a lot, and his Winston is already this goated. Yeah, actually, Matt, that's what I've been saying. Poorly at that, but I have been saying it. It's possible that you can just save that cooldown. I don't have an issue with you using that cooldown because you know why you're using it, right? You're buying the time, you're wearing off the ante, you're waiting for your bubble, and honestly, you're jumping in the Ray too, right? And so
Yeah.
so ultimately, it's a luxury if you're able to save that cooldown. Next time you can limit test with that, or in a scrim or wherever. But here I think for the sake of saying that a decision did or didn't get made, I don't think, or I'm sorry, a mistake did or didn't get made. I don't think that you made a mistake. I just don't think that you ended up being able to pick the best options.
Right. Like you would say it was just a bit of an unnecessary jump, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. It was it disrupted your timings, right? If
Right.
you if
Because
you
it
know,
then just like forcibly put me on cooldown when I didn't really need to use it. I
yeah,
completely get that then.
yeah. I wish there was a
Like
lot more depth to that. But yeah, go ahead.
you would, I guess you would use a high jump if you're like actively in danger and you need to escape that damage. But like again, now that I look back at it, I think I was just doing it mindlessly.
Well,
I had cover. I had cart cover. Like I had Ray. I honestly could have just stood still on the ground and just waited without using the jump, and then
sure.
I wouldn't have put myself on cooldown.
Here's
Even if I
where.
didn't have bubble,
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, no, don't worry.
like thing is the jump synced my bubble CD with my jump CD again. But honestly, just like because we had Ray, I think honestly I could have just jumped like a second or two before bubble anyways, and then the earlier dive would have net me value and I would have gotten the bubble in time probably anyways. So
Yeah,
I completely get what you're saying now.
it was Hadi who told us more damage equals less pressure,
Yeah.
and so you being in the Ray, even if it's at the back of the ante, right? You being in the Ray to do more damage. If you're jumping, by the way, I think the targets you end up jumping on you don't benefit from the Ray for jumping on. But anyways, I think that you're right. You can absolutely alleviate some of your pressure there that you would be worried about by doing that damage, right?
Should I have tried to brawl with the Ray?
Let me take a look. I also wanted to give you a little bit of credit. You know, the thing that I don't mind about the high jumps for this spot is look at how high the ceiling is.
Yeah.
Like high ceiling, high cover. This isn't covered like I thought it would be, but you do have some like. Look, if the map is high and you high jump, that's not inherently a mistake. Let me go back and take a look and see if maybe brawling in the Ray. Doomfist punched out, so it's really tough to brawl.
I might have been able to go on the Genji.
Yeah, definitely. And with the damage
Bubble
boost,
that off and then
Ana doesn't have her
push them
nade.
back.
And if you jump on the Genji, 1, 2, 3. I'll say it. You don't have enough time to kill the Genji before Ana nanos him, but you do make that nano a lot scarier to go for. However, I don't know that for sure. It's possible that you absolutely do kill him there, especially with the bubble, right? So,
With the bubble with Echo, like I honestly think it's very possible.
yes, I absolutely agree. I want it to be. I want to
And
be.
even if not, like I might as well go for it, you know.
Yeah, 100%. I want to be contentious. I want to be contentious and say Junior absolutely is a talented enough Ana player to keep Spectre from dying there. But
Yeah.
I also think that Rare Stove W and the rest of the red team here, rest of our red heroes here on Rialto, I think that you guys are absolutely talented enough to make sure that Junior never gets that chance.
Yeah.
It's just man. You have to touch, so you have to take the damage, but you're taking the damage and not touching. So
That's
just
true.
and look, like is that like worth sitting here as a coach and being like, go touch the cart and die there? No. Oh
I feel
my
like it was an
God.
impossible situation anyways.
It is, but it's worth it to examine that compromise, right? And understand that like I have to touch, and so because that I have to take damage. And if we understand that compromise, then perhaps in those instances where you actually can touch and you do have to take 99% of your health pool to touch, it makes it easier to make that compromise. Also makes it easier to not make that compromise when you know you don't need to. I've got a Tracer, she can touch. Go ahead, what are you thinking?
I was honestly just hoping that I had enough time for another jump because my thought process was that I wanted to take cover, conserve as much HP as possible, and I get they were up one so that they could push me, but like the way I tried to position myself was so that they'd have to pincer themselves between myself and my teammates if they actually wanted to push me and deal damage.
Yep.
And then I was hoping, I'd just jump the instant I get my next jump and hopefully touch cart. But
Yep.
we were again like down brig. I think it was just
Impossible.
like a really hard situation. Anyways,
Impossible situation. I love that you stopped taking the Ana poke, get topped up.
Yeah.
You could possibly be more active now, right? You have your leap, you have your bubble, a way to carve out space, and also like some really good spaces to carve out as well. More damage equals less pressure. If you bubble here, you can fight the Genji, pressure the Ana, fight the cart, and in that way as well, they may have to respond to you as opposed to you having to respond to them. Go ahead.
Do you think the bubble would just break? Like I was actually I don't know if I was thinking of it or not, but like in hindsight, it seems like a very possible dive opportunity. It's just like whenever I play this map on Zarya, like I'm sorry, I know I keep bringing it up, but whenever I play this map on Zarya, I almost never even care about the first corner. I always just give up that space and play like the stronger choke.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know if diving there was worth it because it was too far up out of my team's LOS.
Yeah.
The bubble
Yeah.
might break immediately just due to the Ana Genji Soj.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'd even like last long enough there to get anything meaningful done.
Yeah. That's absolutely fair. And yeah, oh my goodness, in these lobbies, they absolutely will just like look right at you and farm you. That's why I don't have you dive in right into the open here, right?
Yeah.
Where there's cover. Here, where there's cover. But it's really more, it's more of I have the opportunity, I have a cooldown, kind of like with the ultimate, if you have it, use it, right? I have the cooldown, I can
Yeah.
force them to make a decision, and I can do so relatively safely while taking a measured risk. And so that is up to you, right? It is up to you to measure the risks that you take. But I think that you can take a risk here and say, dive the Genji, farm ultimate, right? Dive into high ground, make the Ana shoot my bubble instead of my Ashe, right? Who is trying to fight the Doomfist, right? Is there pressure that you alleviate from your team? Is there space that you carve out by either having the initiative to carve out to take risks to carve that space, or by B having I wanted to. I'm thinking more like B is like the more team oriented. Like I can bubble so that their Ana shoots me instead of my Ashe or whatever. And those aren't your only two options. You have a lot more than that. But if you wanted to categorize them,
I get that. I think again it just comes due to lack of experience. I don't really know what my limits are, and I was just kind of scared that I might have died if I went on a dive like that. I would
yeah.
die immediately.
Oh my god.
Just
And
because
how
there's so
awful would
many
that
times where
feel?
there's so many times where I just try to trade backlines and I just blow up immediately, and it feels awful. And like sometimes I pride myself on like being decently knowledgeable about the game. My mechanics aren't always the best, but like I understand when I make mistakes and I understand when things go wrong. But sometimes with Monkey, I try to dive backline. I feel like I timed the dive somewhat well, but I just blow up immediately. And those times I don't really know what I did wrong, and it just kind of feels awful because I'm not even sure how I would be able to improve it.
Yeah.
That's why I came for coaching actually, because like this is the one hero I'm kind of like somewhat lost on.
Okay. No, I totally get that. And yeah, oh my god, it really would feel like such shit to die first there, and then your whole team is just like, oh my god, our Winston died first. But you won't know how to live there until you try it, or at least you won't have an idea of how to live there until you've died there a couple of times. So next time you play Rialto, it might just have to be the game that, eats that, that you tank that loss just to get the limit testing in, so that next GM2, GM1 lobby you're in.
Like, no.
Yeah. Yeah. Part of it is also we haven't gotten to talk about this yet. There's been a couple of like instances, and I've been able to convey with a little bit of subtext. Like there is a little bit of like consider how your opponents are going to play. It's really, I mean, that's why we ult track, right? Is to understand how our opponents are going to play, so that we know how we should respond or how we should play first, right? And so understanding like if you're the kind of lobby you're in might dictate what kind of risks you can take. The matchup might dictate that. So you have so many different things to think about, and that's a good thing. It means that nothing I'm telling you here is so hard and fast. You just get to use it as like a guideline. It's like the 16 to 18 that you see on the Lego set box. I don't mind these engagements. This is definitely a risk, though, right? And so it's interesting. You kind of get blown up here. You get you don't even get bailed out. You anchor right back to the right spot, right? So I actually really like
Yeah,
that.
I was
Mhm.
honestly, I think I just wasn't thinking of sleep. This might have been a late dive in the first place. The fact that I didn't jump her immediately when she was 1 HP and dynamited.
Yep.
I went for this just for extra damage, hoping that I would like. I
Be able to
literally
burst her
just
down.
jump, melee, land, and
Hmm.
then leave.
Yep.
But then I get slept and I get
Yeah.
like totally punished for it.
And
I should have died here.
that's
Like
a
in a better
okay.
lobby, I 100% would have died.
And
You know, I keep telling my friend this. Oh, in a better lobby, you would have been punished for this. But
yeah.
it's my turn to hear that now.
I remember saying that when I and honestly, one of the things that I like about this, and this is one of the things that I do on tank. This is one of the things that JCB Stealth actually gets so mad at me for. Is he he'll watch me be in this exact situation, and I'll see that the Ana's disengaged, and I'll run, and my tank player will be like, "Yo, stay on that target," because like your Ana, her job is to help you, and she's gonna do that. And so you get anti, you go critical. There's absolutely a better way, like a better technique that you can apply here to get a better execute. But I actually think that you're doing the right thing by staying on top of that target. You force them to sleep you. You force them to nade you. You force them to shield bash. And I mean, how many biscuits does Brig have? None. Ha! You know where they all went? To Junior. And so I do like that part of it. Absolutely, you're right. It's a little bit
The
cleaner
Doofus even ends up dying for it. It's just.
because
just
they're
feel
tangling with
like
you
I
instead of
sort
healing him.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But I just feel like I took on too much of a burden without tracking the cooldowns properly.
Yeah,
Because again, I really should have died for that.
yeah.
If it
agree.
wasn't for the sleep, I think that 110% would have been the right play.
Yep.
Just do a bit of extra damage, land on them, and then take cover so that you don't eat too much shit.
Yep.
But I
man.
just wasn't like tracking the sleep.
And that's okay. And honestly, with when you're tracking the sleep, maybe that changes the timing, maybe that changes the execution, maybe that changes which cooldown you're using to engage, whether you're engaging with a leap or whether you're engaging, just walk at her with bubble. That's kind of that's kind of unfortunate. You bubble and then you get nanoed. And so that was kind of
So my Ana, I remember here. My Ana's like, I have nano ready, just using that like text command.
yep.
And then I'm like, I'll call for it, but I'm just playing on card. I just bubble, and then she just gives me the nano.
Yeah.
Maybe
That's
it was
tough.
because I was low health, but I think she should have trusted me to just back out.
Yep.
I didn't want this nano here.
No, absolutely not. She might have. I wonder. I'm gonna watch it from her VOD.
Yeah,
She just did it because you went critical, and admittedly, like it's possible that you can't justify all of the damage that you're taking here.
No,
But-
absolutely not. Like that's looking back on it, that's egregious.
Oh
There's
my
literally
god.
no reason for me to even jump like on top of card anyways.
It definitely wouldn't be too terrible to like just figure out if there's a high ground
Sleep
position
on
that
the
you
high
want to
ground.
start on. Yeah. Because the fight hasn't the fight at this point hasn't started in earnest, so you don't necessarily have to take the brawl phase, right? You can see about taking a scouting phase or a setup phase or something like that. So
Yeah, sometimes, literally, sometimes all you have to do is just AFK. That's just how tank is.
isn't it crazy that you can do that and win games?
Yeah, I mean.
I like.
You literally just have to not present yourself as easy damage.
Yep.
Like the way I like to think about it, every single character has their strengths and weaknesses. Their really strong situations and their really weak situations. And in the situations where you're weak, like you don't really want to force anything. You're just gonna lose out on resources.
Yeah. Is this Gushue gameplay? It's pretty damn close.
It is nowhere near Gushue. Don't even. Bro, that is an insult to Gushue.
Hey, this one might be the primal blade. Oh, that's okay.
They just hit those. They hit those at this rank.
Yeah. It's actually a little bit funny.
I was standing still.
It's actually even like one step in the wrong direction. Even right. It's like it's like you can actually keep moving left here instead of taking the one step right. And that look, that doesn't save you the sleep. Winston is huge, and I've seen Ana sleep like Maga when he's around this corner, right? But it might give you a shot. Oh my god, yeah, you actually did just like kind of like end up jumping. Oh, this is so rude. Yeah, I end up jumping in a straight line for her to hit that sleep dart. I like that punch on the sojourn that you end up getting. And I actually don't mind the jumping into the middle of them and wreaking havoc. You have the health to do that, and so you might as well push you in the position to anchor back to your team.
Went, like frame 1, I still would have had the health for that. That's very true.
Yeah, so, yeah, excellent. Look, oh my god, the amount of times that I've seen JCV Stealth fumble with his primals, but he's still able to get something done because, the back end of it is really good disruption. The front end of it got 1 pick, right? You don't have to have 8 seconds of perfect primaling to get something done. So, really, really like how much you got done with the latter end of that primal.
Yeah.
And honestly, I mean, disrupting the brig was huge too, right? Disrupting the brig sets them up to not be able to be as effective for the entire rest of that fight.
Right, that's true. Just at least pull attention. I mean, that's what Primal is good for, yeah. So, can we pause for just a second?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Like, I remember consciously making an in-game adjustment because I know it's not really the proper way to do it. Like, when you're in-game, just don't think and just kind of play.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that Zebra game just kind of like stuck in my mind, and I was thinking maybe I was just diving a backline that was already zoned off or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember right here, like consciously making the adjustment of just waiting until the enemy backline actually walks a bit further up for me to dive them. And it's a bit safer for me, but I don't know if it like gets as much value as what I've been doing before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For like forcing dives on the backline. So.
Yep. Okay. Interesting. I don't know that I have an immediate response to that, actually. I think that you made a really good observation, and I'd be really interested to see what the consecutive observations end up looking like from you, especially as you like get opportunities to limit test on the Winston. But you're, and I don't think that that's like the only thing that Winston, or I don't even think that like that's like I don't think that's the biggest thing that he's thinking about. But that's one of the big things that he's thinking about is with Winston, you have that bubble, you have that leap, you leap into a space, use bubble to create operable space, you operate in that space to pressure their backline, force resources, secure eliminations, right? And everything else is variable. So
yeah.
I really appreciate your game view in that one, because that's a very real thing to say as a Winston, as someone who really enjoys playing Winston. And I'd be curious to see what JCV Stealth's thoughts on that are. Worst part is that the skin is mid. Oh my god, you did not pass the skin check apparently. That's fortunate.
Yo, my friend wanted me to put that one on.
That's so toxic, Matthew.
Blame the wise land. Dude, I'm using that scapegoat, dude.
Yep, absolutely.
That wasn't even the skin I wanted.
Look,
that wasn't even the original skin I had.
You're the one on the stream. You can weave the narrative however you'd like. No big deal. Oh my god, the amount of times I bonk my head in the game. I'm not gonna comment. I have no right. And I play Winston regularly.
That's my least favorite part about Winston jump. I hate it so much.
Oh my god, that's exactly what you were afraid about. That is exactly what you've been afraid about the entire time.
That's it right there. Like, I even went in when he didn't have punch, too. You know?
Oh, no. He had punch. Let me show you.
He punched.
Yeah, he did.
But he got it back. God damn it.
I knew it. As soon as we watched it back, I was like, oh, wait, he got empowered.
I'm scared to jump, so I wait
to
jump out. I'm like,
I want names. I want names. I want to know who. Who cooked rarest?
Oh, dude. It was the Soj, I think. We don't even have a Soj. I'm crazy.
Oh, was it Aurora? No.
Oh, no.
Don't let it be my Zen. Don't let it be my Zen player. I'm one of you. Mods, take Aurora back. Do the thing. Oh my god, that's absolutely brutal. Are there different ways to play that? Like, could you like jump in this corner and take less damage? Could you jump on high ground and then drop? Like, yeah, sure. You're still gonna get punched. You still don't have Trank. You're still 2% off from Nano. But you're 2% off from Nano.
The Nano was... Only we had that. That happens.
I don't know, man. Such shit. Like, that's all I've got to say about something like this.
Hit on die.
Let's take a look.
What?
Oh, no. No, not the stagger. Oh, that's actually such a bad stagger. Oh, That's really unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. We
That
actually
was
got to.
cooked from the start.
Ooh, ooh.
Oh my
That's
lord.
that's tough. That's tough. So I mean, look, are there different ways for you to play here? 100%. Do you still get cooked? Oh yeah. It is. It's
No,
still
of
just as
course.
funny every time. Yeah. But not here in this match. So fucking tragic. And that's okay. It happens.
Oh, when we hit a 4-man anti as well. Do you want to just go back and look at that? That's
Is
crazy.
that? When does that happen?
Like after I die. In just a sec.
Oh, that's incredible. Oh my god. I mean, imagine.
Somebody was there for the fight, you know.
Yeah, we talked about it. We only got to look at one VOD before you ended up waking up, but we talked about it on that VOD. We were like, you know, it's so important to understand how important it is to not stagger.
Yeah.
It sets everything up to, well, it actually tears everything down. Sets everything up for failure, but it destroys. I don't mind a little aggression. You have the bubble, can get on the Ana. You want that 26% ultimate charge because you really want primal. Especially since, again, there's a relationship between where the objective is and where it's going to end up when these fights resolve favorably for us. In order for those fights to resolve favorably for us, we need to have the tools to win those fights, stay competitive with them. I love the cleave. Oh, what an excellent dive. I think that you're in the same. I think that you're able to execute the same dive even from a setup spot where you start a little more aggressive, though. So yeah, 100%. Dial up on the limit testing, and honestly, you know what? If it's gonna take booting up an alternate account and playing playing some shit low masters games so that you've got me who won't ever flame you, then let's do that, right? But you can limit test more.
That's what I've been thinking.
You need supports who are going to understand that you need to be in. Yeah. Go ahead.
Have
What
you
are you
ever
thinking?
played with a Trilon Musk? Because I have an alt account with that name.
Do you? Okay. Won't ever play.
I rarely ever play it, but that's I think I've been wanting to use that account just to like limit tests and try new heroes, trying new playstyles for whoever.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely give it a shot. And like I said, you know, look, I'm a true fan, TM, right? And so I'm always gonna, in the games that I've gotten to play with you, I'm not gonna be like, oh my goodness, this rarest guy keeps inting. But yeah, get some support friends who are gonna know, like, hey, I'm going in, and like, if you want to win, be in with me, right? It's almost always safer in.
I have a support friend that I queue with.
Pog.
You know,
Awesome.
my philosophy is that you just int 24/7 and
oh, I love that dive
before they can kill you.
Yep. And this is a really excellent that's a really excellent way to do that. You die here, and it sucks. I prefer that you don't die. I prefer bubble dancing here is easier. I don't think it was. I don't think it was too early. The Genji had already engaged. You're severing the Brig and Ana at the point that he wants to be moving. They have a nano blade, but they don't have the nano applied to the blade, right? So so no, I think that this is not too early. I think
Actually, sorry, can we look at the fight before, and I want you to just tell me if the primal was good or not?
Oh yeah, 100%. Let's take a look.
Because if I had primal here,
I remember liking it. I remember not hating it. Oh, yeah, you didn't need a primal.
Yeah, no, okay.
That's okay. I didn't hate it because I totally glossed over it because my policy is if you have it, use it. But yeah, you didn't need it. It would have been nice to have primal.
I can 100% confirm. I'm telling him.
Yeah.
Use your ult, bro. Just put the ult on the map.
Yup.
Place the flux on the map.
Look, you know what you get to do when you use it? You get to build another. Yeah, exactly. And you know what using ults helps you do? Control the pace. Yup, exactly. Fighting Doomfist for the mega is so funny. That appalls me, by the way, on his behalf that you got that mega. But I also understand why it works, and you also like booped him off of it too. You actually get the mega with the dive that you get. So
he was anti, so he couldn't pick it up.
Yep. So and before that anti cleanses, you're in the spot to nab it.
Just to deny it from him.
It's really good. And then you're on the Genji. So like I said, yeah, not too early. Not too early.
Dude, if only I had primal there, I would have lived that on a big dive. It would have been.
And I also think
I think primal isn't my strong suit. Like, I kind of just whenever I have it, I just go for like super hard dives, whether whether it would be worth primaling or not. I just force it out of myself anyways, just to get value. But
Yep.
I feel like sometimes I could do with just going with softer dives, even if a primal is available, and then save it for like a more valuable one later.
Yeah. Just trying to see exactly what damage you take here, because they schmelmed you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, I get antied, and then it's just the double nano.
Yep.
But that's
Um,
something I should have tracked and just been wary of diving.
you had already tracked the sleep. This is why the bubble was so incredibly good, is because you track the sleep, you place bubble, you block the sleep. Now you want to block the nade, but you can't block the nade with your bubble because she's going to walk in, so you have to walk out. So instead of walking up to her, where she's going to be able to more easily nade you as you close that distance, if you actually if you I think she gets the nade off no matter what because you're still in the middle of your bubble. So, taking a step backward possibly stymies them, makes them move forward. It looks like she doesn't even move into your bubble immediately. She only moves into your bubble after she knows that you're staying in your bubble and looking to shield dance with her. So I want to watch this from her POV because that will actually give us some insight into like how she's thinking here. Your bubble is really good for the sleep. You're right. It's tracking the nade and figuring out how you want to work around that.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I
She
feel like
has you
nade is,
marked.
like,
She knows you're gonna
really
dive
hard
her.
to avoid, though.
She does get a lick of damage in, which isn't a big deal, but she does get that, so that makes her life a little bit easier. She gets the nade on herself. She's going to get the nade on herself no matter what. You would really want to be in the position where you're forcing her to decide whether she's nading for herself or nading you, because letting any Overwatch player be able to accomplish multiple things with their cooldown it just makes things hard for
That's
us.
bad for you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a
I
mistake. It
feel
just makes
like
things hard.
I feel like that bubble was forced right there just for the sleep, and at that point, I feel like it would have been hard to dodge the nade regardless.
Yep, 100%. Is there a different way that you think you want to dive? Do you think you want to dive on the brig instead of the Ana then? You still tether to the Ana.
Yeah, it's
You
true.
still get the
That's
cleave.
very possible.
It's a consideration, right? We think about diving the Ana because that's the target that is immobile, that's the target that can't knock us back, but it's targeting the brig that actually forces the Ana to look at us, right? Or look at the brig instead of us.
Exactly.
So possibly some additional, like really, really, really teeny tiny little
And
options there.
yeah, like if I'm on the brig as well, I actually I get to, like, here's my issue with. I'm not saying your call is wrong. I'm just saying like my thought process with
Yeah, go
you
for it.
telling me to fall back,
Mm-hmm.
like back up my bubble,
Yep.
is that at that point I'm not really damaging them.
Yes, you're not
And
getting the
again,
cleave
at
as
this level
reliably.
of tech, I should understand I don't need to always damage them. Just as long as I have
Yep.
the attention, it's enough. But with the brig, like with the idea of diving the brig, I get the best of both worlds, where I'm playing far enough from the Ana where the bubble actually blocks an aid, but at the same time I'm still close enough to somebody to shoot them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
I absolutely
Yeah.
agree. I absolutely agree with you. And yes, so you don't have to back up there. It's you've got a lot of other options before moving away to do damage, right? Because you're right. That's another one of those intentions actions doesn't quite line up, right? You're in to
Right.
do damage. Do the damage. Good setups. Bonk.
Bonk.
I like that bubble. I think it's possible
Yeah.
that you could have a slightly more significant bubble this fight, or at least in this. Do you have a better bubble this stage?
I think they didn't deserve the. Here's the thing. I literally turned my fucking brain off and just WQ into the Genji.
Gotcha.
I
Yep.
was just hoping I could kill him, but he wasn't low enough HP for me to justify this, I don't think. I should have forced him out, but just jumped out frame one that he was gone. I think that would have been better instead of bubbling.
He has Discord for all of 1 second before it passes too, and that's part of what enticed you to dive him is he's got that Discord and it's on and then it's off.
Yeah.
You bubble, kind of not necessarily the same mindset, but kind of like same kind of like in scenario as earlier when we had seen him dash out. And so you're right. You were saying you don't think that they deserve. Were you going to say that they didn't deserve this high ground?
No, they didn't deserve my bubble. Like,
Oh yeah.
I definitely could have jumped out instead of just bubbling.
Yeah.
I think that would have been a better option.
You're not achieving much space for more
Well,
than yourself in this one spot, right? So you're
Yeah,
totally right.
I think no, like I knew the bubble wouldn't get any space, any value at all. I just kind of wanted to stop taking damage, but I definitely could have just jumped out instead.
Yeah, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Although I would have needed to be careful of jumping into the brig, 'cause she could have just boot me back in.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep.
at that point, if I saved the bubble, then the bubble would have been necessary.
Yeah.
So yeah, it wouldn't have even been an issue.
Yeah. Yep. I
Oh,
think you hit all the nails that needed to be hit.
yeah.
All right. Oh man, they capped that after just that one fight. Oh, that must have felt so bad.
Terrible.
Oh my goodness, that's so frustrating.
So is it fine to peel for my teammates with a bubble like that?
Yep. Yep. Especially if you've got especially if you got every once in a while, I've got Stealth who takes the bubble healing perk, because he understands that that our supports might need a more in and out than just in. It's not bad to do that. This is probably just one of those instances where, like, does she die? Does she have to die? Let's see if she dies.
Hey,
Yeah.
sorry. What is your opinion on Winston's perks? Like, which ones should I be taking?
Mm-hmm.
Because for me, I'm usually always playing the Winston matchup, and whenever
Mm-hmm.
I'm playing against Winston, I take the one where you actually break deployables faster because that's the Winston bubble.
Yep.
I find that the primal one doesn't actually give you all that much value. Like, I don't notice much of a difference in the damage.
Yep.
So choosing the bubble breaking one, like it says deployables, a lot of people think it's just turrets, but it actually breaks shields faster too.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking I get a lot more value just by breaking the shield.
Yep.
Even this brig, it honestly might be helpful. But since they were on Doomfist, I just chose the primal damage one, just because there's no shield to break.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That is probably the perk that I would have chosen in this matchup. I struggle with the constructibles one. Really just because my playstyle as Winston is I'm generally delegating my team to shoot the barrier, and then my team to, like, shoot turrets and stuff like that. Usually if
Right.
I still think that that's a really good perk, by the way. Oh my god, I love the zap. I love the zap perk. It, I think, depends on my supports. And when we're thinking about those matchups those rule sets that we're playing by, right? The what character are we playing, what comp are we playing it in, and what matchup are we playing it against. I think those all kind of help to determine what perks you'd get. I think I err more towards the zap perk on Winston than the bubble perk, but I also don't think that it's too hard to understand the contexts of the games where the bubble perk is really useful, right? Low
Yeah,
mobility
like
supports. Go ahead.
even if you have divers with you, like a Tracer Genji.
Yep.
Like if you have a Tracer,
Yes.
that's just a whole extra Harmony Orb on her
Yep.
for without even having a Zen.
Uh,
I just really like the Zap one just because it's like the ult charge you get.
yep.
They literally nerfed his ult charge, I'm assuming because of that one perk, because I mean you're just
He built it
tripling
so
your
fast. Built it so
tripling
fast.
the right click damage.
I really love the bubble perk because you remember playing that old 6-man composition? It was Monkey, Diva, Moira, Lucio, Reaper, Tracer, Sombra. There were a couple of variations. That one was fun.
I peaked like low 3500 in Overwatch 1. So
Really? Okay, gotcha.
yeah, no, I was never like
Oh
too
man.
savvy.
Gotcha. It was a fun comp to play, because, like, everyone just jumped on the same target and was in the same space, and that's a still very popular style to play, and that's what Winston's bubble also helps with, if you get the healing perk.
Oh, dude, that would have actually, thinking about that, that would have been amazing for that. Oh my
Oh,
god.
you would have had so much fun in it was called like 8 different things at 1.2. The EU players were calling it zombie comp 6-man. Yup. That's exactly right.
I was looking at your profile. You literally had a post about that like
Yeah.
years ago.
Yeah, I got mad because people were like telling me that I was wrong, and I was like, I'm calling it what the
So
EU
funny
people
that
are
you
calling
remember.
it.
I always knew it as 6-man.
Yeah,
Although
yeah,
I've
yeah.
heard it called a zombie comp, but yeah.
I knew it originally as zombie comp, but I actually like the 6-man title a little bit better.
I think 6-man is better.
It's that old adage.
Just like the name.
Takes 6 to kill 1.
Yeah.
It really does. I like the dive. I like the nano. The damage that you take prior to the dive is like a little bit tenuous, but I think that you're measuring risks here. Oh, nice primal timing. Oh my god, and I really like the fact that you get out on the basis of how much damage you took so very quickly there. Diving out to avoid the Deadeye, you get naded, so you can go back in, go for a little disruption. I don't know that the Doom is who you have to disrupt there, but you are making moves onto like generally the right spaces.
Oh, that's egregious. I'm sorry, that bubble is horrible.
No, that's okay. Yeah, you don't really get too much with it, and that's okay. At least you are not taking
What's me and
damage.
trying to bubble off a Genji? Like, the third time now.
Yeah, yeah. Look, bro, I also hate Genji players, man.
I think I genuinely believe the first one was justified because
Yeah.
he was literally 1 HP. I was genuinely hoping to just greed, block one on a heal and kill him, but the other two really weren't necessary.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, talking about staggers, that's what lost them this game. I didn't want to spoil it, so I didn't say anything.
I'm so glad you didn't. Yep.
Like, watch, go back.
Yep.
Like, we kill 4, and I notice, wait, there,
And you see
there
the
should be
Genji.
another one alive, so I'm
Yep.
like, oh, I'll just chase him, and, I'll find him.
Oh, so marvelous. And now Spectre doesn't have the touch.
Yeah, no. And then I body block the Doom, too.
And they don't come back out on a fast character. They walk out on a cast. Do we have Deadeye?
No, they used Deadeye.
Yeah, we don't have Deadeye. Oh, walk back fast. Okay, very interesting.
My primal.
Wow.
Actually, I do want to bring that up because if you want to like watch that back again.
Yeah. I would love to watch the primal
A
back.
lot of people like.
She really likes this.
Like to use Deadeye against primal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's.
I'll watch it from his
POV
POV here.
Decent trade.
Oh, those mythic
Because you force
guns
the
look so
monkey
cool.
out anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just like.
You're what is it called? It's called a head point, or it's like a hard point. That's what it's called. You were hiding your hard point with a pillar. That is so funny.
Yeah.
That is actually so funny. You like look right at him through the wall, and you're like, oh, can't target my head, can't lock onto my head. For those of us who don't know, wow, Zam subscribed with Prime and said end stream. So looks like we're it's over. Everyone out.
No.
Actually, wait, no. Everyone, please stay. We've got 18 viewers in the chat. So for those of us who don't know, actually, Cassidy needs your hard point to do damage with Deadeye. He needs to connect to every character model has what is called the hard point, and that's what Cassidy targets with the Deadeye. I think that Cassidy has gotten buffs since I learned about this system, but head point, hard point, yeah, okay, Zam, but yeah, that's how he messes you, and then he just doesn't. Oh my goodness, that's so excellent from you.
Connect, yeah.
So excellent. I love it. It's those little
I
things in
take,
Overwatch.
Like, so much damage the instant I primal, I just need to jump out.
Yep. And I really liked that as well. That was a really nice. I felt like the timing was really, really nice for this. Cause you go. I actually want to know how much damage you. So she nanos. You know you have to primal soon. I mean, you went as low as like 120 something damage in the middle of the 5 of them, by the way. So that might as well be 1 damage. That might as well be 1 HP. Okay, that's fun. Oh my goodness, that is so much fun. Rare.
I think I think doing this is fine because I pull out the nano, I pull
Yep.
out the Deadeye, and then that's just I live.
They're chasing you too. How much time are they spending looking around at where you are than where your team is and how they're setting up, right? More time looking at you isn't just less time that they're not shooting your team, right? It's also less time that they're scouting your team. It's less time that they're communicating about how to deal with your team and more time spent communicating about how to deal with you. And then, yeah, you're right. You're like, where's the fourth? And then you see.
My team just like shoots them. I think that's why the Tracer just gets to pick on the Ana there because they're all like looking at me.
Yes, yeah, with the pulse bomb. Ant actually does pop off here.
No, not even the pulse. Not even the pulse.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, like literally sometimes all you need to do is just live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh my god, I love that call. Just live. Just live here. Alright. I'll end up having to
refers to as like it's not fun, but you're doing your job, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything's being
yeah.
used on you, and then you don't die in the end, and then they're just left completely defenseless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not fun, but you're doing your job.
Get the kills, but it's what wins fights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, is sticking to the disciplines, and the principles, the fundamentals. It's really good stuff. Rarest, I'll end up having to send us off for a very short break, and after that, I've unfortunately got some other codes that I promised we'd get through, and I'm running out of time to get through them, so I'll end up having to let you go. But holy smokes! Number one, thank you for reaching out and giving me some stuff to look at, and I really appreciate that that you were willing to come up on stream as well and talk some stuff out with me. I think we covered some really cool stuff.
Yeah.
You also really put yourself out there, so huge. Be confident. Oh my god.
Thank you so much for having me. Like it's amazing. You know, I really appreciate the coaching. I think it's definitely needed for like my Winston. Um, I appreciate all the like feedback, advice, and that like you let me be on call so we could like flesh things out, sort of flesh out our thoughts on everything.
Yeah.
Um,
Mhm.
yeah. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I also appreciate you bringing the Wise Lamb over. And Wise, thanks so much for the follow as well. Am I a fan of Grandmaster Musk? I am. But that's actually been the case since I got to see him as a ranked warrior. Um,
Warlord.
yeah, and actually, I would love to continue getting my hands on some of those replay codes. So especially as you get some good Zarya codes, we'll be I'll hopefully be live on Thursday and Friday as well. So would love to
Cool.
take a look at
I
sometime.
actually don't even have I don't even have school on Thursday and Friday this week, so
That's
that'd be
incredible.
perfect.
Would be very fun.
I'll I'll send you a website where like you can upload your replays. I have like a bunch of them on there,
Nice.
so the
Okay.
codes are available, and you can just pick out whichever one you like, and then we can take a look at that.
That'll be an absolute blast.
I
Mhm.
appreciate you being nice with me on Winston, but honestly, genuinely flame the ever living shit out of me with my like on my Zarya gameplay
Absolutely. You
because like
bet.
that is my one trick. I need to like be put in my fucking place if I'm doing some dumbass shit.
Fair enough. Well, Reyes, thank you again so much, and for all of us who are watching, thanks for sticking with us. We're gonna go to a short break, and when we come back, we'll be able to take a look at some of the other VODs that we got. Rarest, you have like 25 seconds to give any last shout outs, any closing thoughts from you.
The Wise Lamb, you are a great student. You're gonna be masters very very soon, and one day we'll play against each other, dude. And I'm
Well,
gonna destroy you.
absolutely. We'll be right back,
Okay.
guys. Thanks so much.
Bye bye.
Alrighty, everyone. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for sticking with us through the break. Oh my goodness, what a blast! Oh my lord, what a blast it was to get Rarest in the call with us, and to get some insight as well as some really good feedback from the Winston gameplay, no less. So we don't need to wait too much longer. Lord the Returned, yes, he has. Zam, I also want to shout you out again. Thank you again for the Prime, guys. Don't send the Primes, because I just have that up because it's. I kind of need it up, but I really appreciate it. I am so thankful for you guys. We are so back, and we're taking a look at we're going right back to Cashature. In fact, Cashature even got to take a look at the VOD that at the Esperanza VOD and get some of that feedback and felt really encouraged by it. So I actually I understand there's a little bit more to see, and there's a couple of other people that I want to get to tonight. We may go a little bit longer. I'm going to try and be as concise as I possibly can. It's not going to be easy. And what rank is this? This is going to be, let me check my spreadsheet. This is going to be Anna, and I believe that these are Platinum Diamond games. Let me double check. I'm sorry, no, not Platinum Diamond. I'm getting my spreadsheet mixed up. It's Low Masters support player. In fact, they Cashature in the message even mentions have hovered around Low Masters for 100 games, and my comment was, "Wow, that sounds familiar." That sounds exactly like my experience. So, sorry for taking such a long review. No worries. I love what we got to talk about, Rare. So, Ethan and concise have never been said in the same sentence. You know what, Root Beer? That one's gonna get that one's gonna be the Lord Ethan mad. Now you've made me mad, Root Beer. Now you're not getting VODed. Actually, I have to VOD review because you're the Mercy gameplay. Actually, it's been so long since I've reviewed Mercy gameplay, but we're back to Cashature. This is Low Masters Ana gameplay, and we are looking for some really proactive stuff here. Walking out as Ana, kind of getting our scouting information. I actually don't mind if you swing like wide here. You don't want to get your head taken off by Widow, Hanzo, Freya, or whatever. You've got some cover, right? So walking out this door kind of sets you up to play this side of the map. There are advantages to starting out on this side. You've made your decision, and I have no contest for where you're playing. Just understand what you can and can't do with this position, right? So if you want to poke and spam, this is a tough spot to do it from. But if you're looking for ways to, get like a util setup off of the shield pressure, then like now's your timing to walk out into the open and go for this nade for the sleep, right? Because you've got the shield in front of you to do it. Just looking to be really proactive here. And oh, what a beautiful sleep. I like the nade as well. The sleep is what forces the Suzu, so that we can actually save the nade a little bit longer. And that's okay, Cashature. We already took a look earlier about how it's not always essential. It often is actually really helpful too, but it's not always essential to eat out both of those on a cooldowns, one after the other. I don't think we can save our Sigma. I think that the thing that could have saved our Sigma was a Bionade. That gets used. It's on cooldown. No big deal. And we'll just have to honestly die on the cart or get out. Ooh, okay. I love that we get out. This opens you up to see about doing some damage, getting some ult charge. And take damage as well. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Be very, very careful. Freya right now is, she's scary. She's so scary. Yeah, that's fine. Just setup position where you are right now related to the rest of your team. It just makes it very, hard to do everything that you want to do. So, just being in a spot where it's a little bit easier to help your Genji or help your Sigma, or whatever else, right? So I might have had you moving with the Genji, carving out a space over here. It's really just about like finding out, is there a way, a place, a position that you can really kind of like do your own thing in. And right here is safe. I just don't know that it gives you as many things to do as you might want. And it also, oh my goodness, like look at your whole team like rotating away from you too. in an instance like this, I might try to rotate with my team. I don't really want to duel the Freya, but if I have to duel the Freya, then I'll duel the Freya, right? And so that way I can be in this space so that when my team emerges out here, I've got a Bionade as their critical, right? Just because being here and then having to walk all the way through here to get back to my critical team is really, really challenging. I keep thinking it's an Orisa Spear, not a Freya Bolt. Oh my god, does it look like an Orisa Spear? I actually kind of believe that. I like the nade on the Sig, and yeah, that gets the ante on the Hog as well. Really, really nice. Critical HP targets through walls. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Yep. And you have to walk over. And yeah, so like I said, I think that there's a way that you can not only like not have to move that far, and while you're moving, that's all that you're doing too, right? So you're just not able to do as much. You're not able to do multiple different things. In fact, you're actually being chased by a Kiriko, and that might have been fun to duel. I also wouldn't mind taking the chance to duel a Frey, especially if I have to compete for this space, especially since my team is over here, and being in this space helps me help my team best or fastest. And so And so it's just like moving all the way over there. It's just a little bit tough, but that's okay. I gotta drink my tea wholly. I like everything in. I like how you have everything kind of marked. But I want to look up here. Kind of listing around just a little bit, locking down a position. Be really, really nice. And see how where you are has you split between your Juno and your Sigma. It's not necessarily like entirely your fault, right? That your team is splitting itself, but imagine if you're just able to, in the downtime, like while setting up for this fight, what are you doing up until this point? So imagine if this downtime you actually spend navigating all the way over to this position, right? Now you effectively, if you get marked here, you maybe get the Freya to start moving on you as opposed to someone else, and you've got a corner here to just be like a, oops, you're slept for 5 seconds, heal, come back, shoot, nade, shoot, melee, right? And then boom. You might get them to move on you. You might get them to be afraid of you. Is JCV here? I don't think so, actually. I think JCV is, he's probably sleeping or working. And most importantly, this angle gives you line of sight over the entire field. Justice, Calamity, Velocity remains. Yo, I do not think that is what JCV stands for. Pretty sure it stands for, wait, I was going to say Justice. Oh my goodness, yeah. I also want JCV's opinion on the Winston gameplay, because he would have some very, very strong ones. Don't worry, Rarest. One way or another, you will get to learn what JCV's opinions are. So yeah, I have you move into a position where you can like see your entire team, right? So that you aren't having to do, okay, am I here or am I looking here? Instead, I can just be here and I can see it all, right? And so I just want you to move into that good position. We talked a little bit about it on Esperanza, just being really direct with your movement. Get to the next good spot, right? That's what we're looking to do. Jay, that makes me so uncomfortable that you typed in asterisks. I gotta focus. This position also doesn't end up being really conducive towards like making sure that you're guaranteeing ladder fight phases are really effective for you. So really what you want to be looking to accomplish here, you want wider angles, you want places where like the places that your Sigma moves to. How often have we as supports been like, let me heal you, and I move over here to heal my Sig as he's moving there, and so I move over here to heal my Sig and he's moving there, right? And so you want a position where he's not going to be able to do that, and also where your field of view is a lot more wide than this one. Your field of view here is really safe, but it's kind of funny, it's actually not very safe. Conventionally, this is actually a very unsafe field of view, and so just generally, I think that I put you in a totally different position as Ana. It's interesting though, your team is like collapsing around you, so it's possible that the nano is actually not quite as appropriately timed as it could be. Our team is split, and that's not your problem, but you're not really helping us to condense it to one place, right? You enabled the Juno who is split by healing her, and disabled the Sigma who is fighting Cart by healing him. You applied the nano to Sigma, but there's no meaningful follow-up. It is good that you do force the nano out of them. I really, really like that, what your nano does with that, or in that regard. So that's really excellent. I love you dueling the Freya. I think that's like one of the first big things that like I really, really like about about where you are, right? So where you are, as much as you contribute to the split in your team here, I think that you being here and how it puts you in a good position to do the Freya, I think that's a good thing. So it's just about finding the balance between the split and how it helps us to do things like that, but also, is that something that you could have done just as easily from this spot? Find the next good spot. And hey, look, if this isn't the next good spot for you, it's possible that the environment is so different from this one that this is the good spot for you, right? But we'll find out by limit testing, trying it out a little bit. Be more aggro, position more aggressive, or position to play a little more aggressively, position to start these fights with your anti-nades to make them see you and then try to walk at you. That way they're giving you a reason to use the sleep, but you wanted to use the sleep anyways. They've played right into your hands. Oh, man. I'm gonna have to get more tea soon, guys. That's all right. Just like as a point to make, it just doesn't ever make sense to me to talk about like, oh, wow, you really should have landed that sleep. Oh, you really should have landed that nade. Like, yeah, obviously. But really, it's what do you do afterwards, right? What are the decisions that we make because we don't land the sleep, because we don't land the nade, because we take a certain damage, because we don't have an ult, right? Because they make a certain decision, because we lose a certain position, right? And so this is where I really like this. I like the pressure that's on Hog, right? In lieu of an anti-nade, it is absolutely satisfactory towards achieving that end. You rotate to a position which is relatively safe. You're still a little out in the open for my taste. Closer walls covers corners, as I say, but no harm, no foul. You can play out here, so you probably should. And also, you can be big and scary down main, hulking around as Ana. Funny words to use to string along in a sentence, but it is a phenomenon. What kind of tea? I have peppermint tea. I put honey in it. Peppermint helps soothe my throat, and then the honey obviously sweetens that up a little bit. I think honey also helps with my throat, but I think something like more like a protective coating than anything else. I don't know how it works. I know that I used to like doing the teaspoons of raw honey when I worked at a health food store. And I'm out of my tea. It got cold, so I brewed it like first thing. All right. Let's see. I know that earlier, Castrature, I was like yammering about how supports aren't supposed to be on the objective. Like, just get on the cart. Someone's got to move it. And so, like, I absolutely do not mind you stepping on the cart where and when you are. That is not a problem in the slightest. That's for winter and Christmas. Peppermint tea is like for literally every single season. You telling me that like in the middle of a hot summer day, like some cooling peppermint tea isn't nice? Regular tea. What on earth? Oh my God, no! I'm gonna get mad. I'm gonna get really angry. What do you mean regular tea? Are you talking about like Earl Grey or like black tea or like white? Oh my God, no! I'm gonna. Yeah, thank you, Zam. Thank you, Zam. Oh my Lord, a culture person. On the cart. And I don't mind it. Someone's got to move it. I would prefer that to be one of your DPS. And if you play with like any DPS friends, then I think that having that on the objective. I think that I'm gonna say that as I'm a Sojo TP these days. Although I used to be a support player. Oh no, not another one of them. Banned. Wait, no, I'm just gonna time you out because I want the view. As a Sojourn OTP, I feel like it must be nice for my support friends to know that they can, move up and play the video game and have fun and use their cooldowns and win fights for them. Ultimately, the car has to move. Whose responsibility is it to move the cart? Well, it's the team's responsibility. Who's part of the team? Everyone. So ultimately, you're going to have to move the cart sometimes. Castrature, I don't want to lead you astray because you even mentioned in your message to me, you're like, I'm going to try, stay on the cart a little bit less. And I don't want you to lose any of these I don't want you to lose any of these shit low Masters games because your teammates aren't willing to understand why you shouldn't be on the objective. But yeah, I just, I hate supports on the point, man. I don't think they belong. If you say Nestea, I will climb to... I like tea with my sugar. I also like tea with my sugar. Okay, but honey is sugar. It's just slightly different than sugar. Let's see. I don't mind using the cart as cover and like walking with it as cover. This is just like the fight that's about to break out is one where it's just like, oh, you're so tremendously unsafe. And so I would sooner just like see you like around a really like a hard point of cover here, as opposed to anything else. We got a punch. Nice sleep on the Doom, actually. And I love that connection that you get on the Genji. You have the Groggy perk. Interesting. I don't know a lot of Ana players who get the Groggy perk. I hate being groggy though, so I'm not about to tell you not to take that perk, because like anything that makes Overwatch players like mad, do it. Do that. That thing that has made them angry and made them stop thinking as clearly about how they're playing the game, do it. Yes, absolutely. Pick the Groggy. Groggy is better now? Okay, interesting. Honey is one of the few acceptable substitutes for sugar? Yes, it is. Gold Peak Tea? Oh, God. Oh, interesting. That's kind of unfortunate that you didn't hit the nade there. And so I understand why you go for the sleep, but I almost think that it's because you don't hit the nade that you want to make sure that you land that sleep. So, and honestly, I think that what helps you land that sleep there is like just a little bit more patience. So it's what Speedlo says, you know, take your time to land your shots, because the shot that you land is the one that helps you build confidence. Confidence helps you land more difficult shots a little bit faster. And so you want to be able to do that. Annoyance perks is better than good perks. Yes, absolutely. Why do you think I love to I actually don't know any annoying perks, guys. I barely play this game, actually. Wait, is that true? Shoot, no, that is a lie. But I just coach. I had a potential VOD review ask. They asked me, they were like, you know, just curious, just because I want to know, like, what do you actually specialize in as far as like, you know, what heroes you play? And I was like, I coach. Like I Sojo TP, but like I coach. I don't really like I have a role or hero or anything. Because I haven't been a player in a long time, in my opinion. I mean, I play. That's such a nice sleep, Castrature. Oh, so beautiful. I love that you leave them too. Really nice stuff. I really like the way that you take that entire last fight. I very few comments outside of the fact that I was just obviously rambling about myself. But I also think that that your stellar gameplay gives me the opportunity to ramble about myself. I'm not too worried about poking apart any details. Why haven't I played in like the past 2 weeks? Yo, that's a bait. That's a bait. I'm not answering that question. I got banned. Whoa. I thought I was gonna answer. I thought I wasn't gonna answer. Yeah, I got suspended. Multiple reports of abusive chat. Because just because someone is an asshole, guys, doesn't give you license to be mean to other people. So, lesson learned. That was a valuable lesson. I got suspended for 2 weeks with no warning because I was mean. Oh, there's a little bit higher on that arc. And now you just want to die. That way you're not staggering. Your team wants you staggering too. Lord the Toxic. Oh my god. Yeah, we're gonna get. Oh my god. Yeah, we're gonna make that an emote. By the way, we're gonna get Lord the Toxic. Eyes on the prize here, right? You're looking for your next good spot. You're looking for your next good position. You're looking for what the win conditions of the next phase of the fight are going to look like. And part of that is making sure that your Rhine gets as confident and competent an entry as possible. Your Juno should not be taking the damage that she is taking right now, in my opinion. This is egregious. And so you have to compensate for it, which is really challenging. Oh, man, this is an old Ethanism. Yo, Godspeed, you ready? Actually, do you want to say it for me? Godspeed, in the chat. There's a luxury with playing support. There's an authority, a power, an esteemed dignity, in fact, that you get when you play support and you see the 4 people on your team who need healing. And I'll see if Godspeed puts together. Yeah. One of his original, one of the original Ethanisms that he really liked, that Godspeed really liked, was you get to pick who lives and dies. It is your job to decide if your Juno actually deserves to get healing here. For the record, I think she does. Like, look, if I'm playing Juno, I play these, I do this exact same thing, and I get hard punished for it, and then I get sad that my Ana didn't heal me, right? But I also have to understand that if I'm playing Juno and I'm taking that kind of damage, like, I deserve to die, right? Because you know who doesn't deserve to die? Oh, man. my Ryan, who just wants to walk out. Okay, who shouldn't be swinging on the Genji, I don't think. Who should be walking out, but... okay, wait. Okay, maybe it's not actually who lives and who dies. Maybe it's actually just you have to you get to decide what bad behaviors you enable. The power of death. Oh, I gotta say that dramatically. The power of death in the palm of my hands. You get what? I don't know. Lord the Necromancer? Yeah. I actually have very strong negative opinions on necromancy. Necromancy is not an okay thing. Close to walls, corners, covers. Close to the car, close to the door. There's just no reason that you. I mean, that's not true. Sorry, I want to catch myself. I'm starting to get tired, so I'm hopeful that the insight continues to be really clear. There are very few reasons that you would want to be taking the damage that you're taking right here to do the things that you are doing, which, by the way, is topping off a Reinhardt who is virtually full HP, which is sleeping a Doomfist, which isn't benefiting yet from the reduced cooldowns, cooldown recharge that the Kitsune gives. You're not disrupting anyone with the sleep or the nade. It's quite challenging here to do what you're doing and be taking. I'm sorry, and I'm going to say this so rudely, to do as little as you're doing and be taking the damage that you're taking. Don't mind my dogs. I'm going to mute for a moment as we continue watching. All right, let's see. Yeah, you guys are probably going to hear all the dogs barking. We have a really gutsy walkout here. It's kind of the same thing. I just want you in the next good spot. Your Rhine should not end up in this corner, right? And so this one ends up looking like a really serious compromise, right? Where like you are sacrificing a space which is secure, which helps you set up for this fight, which is good to maintain. You're sacrificing that to help a Reinhardt who didn't path the way that he should have. You absolutely do have to help your team, but you're gonna get punished for it, and your Reinhardt ends up in the right spot. You take damage, your Juno dies. This whole thing is just really, really scuffed. And yeah, you want to be backing up. That's such a nice pin. I might have been compelled to nano as I see him running. So one thing, I'm out entirely. I'm like out here on the steps because I don't want to stagger. I don't want any of us to stagger. I want any of my teammates who are actively staggering to die, in fact, right? This Reinhardt that was out here, I want him dead. My Juno that was out here, I want her dead. If my Genji tries to limit test out here, I want him dead, right? All while I'm walking back from spawn, because they will all respawn at the same time if I don't heal them, right? Looking out here earlier, right? When we're looking at you at you getting staggered out here, right, on, I think it was our defensive round, yeah, it was because your Juno was healing you. Your Juno wouldn't just let you die. and that's the kind of same thing that's happening here. And because you aren't letting your teammates die, you're willing to sacrifice yourself in the process. Did that Doom get... Oh, I definitely would have been compelled to nano in hindsight, especially considering that, like, this is the space that I want to play, and I know that this is the space that you want to play because you're refusing to yield it, even though you probably should. This is my threat. I know that it's my threat because I have 54 health, and he's still on me. And it looks like you even like look at your Rhine, and then you see the Suzu, and maybe you decide not to pin. And I think that the Suzu comes through, and it doesn't even. I think the Suzu comes through for him in a way that you wouldn't have actually been able to get the kill on the Doom, even if you had gotten the nano. No, you would have actually. Oh, that's insane. That's insane. I promise you, the time that you actually do nano there, that pick doesn't get secured because the Suzu is actually thrown in time. But on the basis of principle, you have it. You should use it. Your Reinhardt got to play on your threat in the position that you wanted to maintain, all because you weren't willing to not stagger, back up out of the spot, right, and not take damage that you couldn't justify. And so at that point, you've already committed to some pretty hefty commitments, right? And so you might as well commit the nano. Oh my goodness, Castrature, I am so glad that we got to watch, come back and watch Havana. I'm sorry, I'm being a lot harder on you right now, and it's all Rarest's fault. I'll weave the narrative how I want, being Mr. Streamer Man. But hopefully this is also some really good insight for you. I think that it's really important to understand there's a very human element to playing solo queue ranked Overwatch and playing in the context of a team and playing by ourselves to have fun, to rank up, to compete, right? And so it's important to it's important to understand when we should be making compromises for people so that as players we can win, right? Don't absolutely, you know, my Ryan's gonna be sad that like he got trapped in a corner and died, but like he has to die here so that we can reset. You know, I would be sad that, you know, I'm dying out in the middle of the street, you know, with my Juno healing me. But like, you know, she needs to not heal me. And honestly, if she is healing me, I need to just walk away instead of staying out in the open, right? So there's a lot. Crazy work just throwing me off the bus. Yeah, I'm sorry, Rarest. It was going to happen at one point or another. Being the streamer, man, got to get my clout somehow, and might as well farm it off of you. Scrim at 8? No, Scrim is not at 8. Bedtime is at 8, in fact. That's a lie. I have to figure out how so much shit works. I have to figure out how voice meter works, and I have to actually, I got like a Photoshop lookalike that I have to figure out how it works because apparently it doesn't have an intuitive GUI. I love your gun, buddy, by the way. Lord the Aging. Oh my God, yeah. Oh yeah, I actually do have Lord the Shroom, Lord the Mushroom, all drawn up. We just have to add them in as a channel emoji, where it's like an animation. I don't know what I'm doing with all of them quite yet. Nice sleep. Oh, I love it. I love that you haven't. I also like, you know, it's like there's no reason to like be anywhere other than where you are. You can poke out. You see the Doom. Have a setup. Yeah, absolutely go for this. Really love it. Dropping off the high ground. You just need to have a reason for it. And if you're going to drop off the high ground, like if you're like, are you going to be out in the open? Are you going to be close to corners? Are you dropping off the high ground so that you can move up? Are you dropping off the high ground so that you have a target? We actually got to talk a little bit about am I just content to you? I fear so. As I talk about the human element of Overwatch, So, we actually got to talk a little bit about me and Rarest earlier about how you know, making sure that our decisions, our intentions, and our actions are all aligned, right? You just want to make sure that you like have a really discernible goal here. For me, the most fun Overwatch I'll ever watch when it comes to replay viewers are getting to see you know how Azaria postures when she has Grav, right? You know when Azaria has Grav, right? She moves like she has Grav. And I love watching players move in ways that I can see, oh, that's how the gears in their brain are turning. That's how they're coming to these conclusions, right? So that's what I challenge you guys to all give me. If for those of us who are submitting replay codes is I want to see, I absolutely want to help and coach and, you know, stuff like that. But I also like really want to see how you guys think and how you guys see the game. It's really incredible. Ryan players are the easy. That's actually, bro. Actually, you don't know how true that is until you've seen me play Ryan. It's actually amazing. You know every single thing I'm ever going to do on the Ryan character. I think actually one of my first games back after the ban, I got enticed to do a Ryan 1v1 on Kings Row. I might have that code somewhere. I got rolled. It was awesome. You can read their brain mid game. Yeah, it's like you've got a salad dish on your forehead. Right? And he's broadcasting right to you. So anyways, you know, Castrature, for you, that manifests as, you know, making sure that I know exactly what it is, you know what you're doing. It was a massive MTD, can confirm. You know what, Root Beer? You know what? That one's gonna be a ban. And when you try to ban evade, I'm gonna IP ban you. Can I do that on stream? I don't know. I don't actually even know how to ban, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. You know, Lord the Aging. Let me watch this fight back. I stopped paying attention. It's just like a little too out in the middle of the open. I would really love for you to be in a position where like this is a really good nade on that cast, right? And your Genji ends up getting it, right? And let's say that in a scenario where the Genji isn't able to get it, right? Let's say a scenario where someone isn't there, right? Or somewhere is elsewhere. I think that it would be really cool to to be yourself in the position to follow up on it, right? So if you're starting the fight here to nade, right? Or if you're setting up here so that when the Doom jumps in, you can sleep and then nade him, right? Although I know I mentioned like not using both of your cooldowns one after the other. Although on a Doomfist, you know, who used all of his mobility cycle to get in, maybe it's a little more acceptable, especially if he's in between all of your team. You're all in voice chat, say doom 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 3, 2, 1, and go from there. Still in the middle of the open, backing up in the middle of the open, right? You haven't actually carved out like your Ana angle TM, right? You're hovering from space to space. Okay, I have to be here to heal. I have to be here to not take damage. I have to be here to help my Juno. I have to be here to land the cast. I have to be here to. Why do you have to be here? Anyways, I would rather see, and this is, oh my god, yo, you guys want to take a seat in the easy chair sometimes? As the coach, because it's the easy chair. I would rather see you find a spot that you can do it all from and then just be there, right? And if anyone tries to walk on you, they can't kill you. They can't do anything against you. So this is one of my favorite things about Ana. Oh, she's such a good character. There's not a single spot on any portion of any map, in actually, beyond Overwatch, any video game, that Ana just isn't good. None of her abilities have any damage fall off. She does the same damage with all of her cooldowns, all of her kit, at all of the same ranges. Not only that, she has really, I mean, all of her projectiles are consistent. She can use all of her abilities at any range. You can sleep long range, you can sleep short range. Her bio-nade bounces now, so you can like finagle things off of walls, get double anti-nades, double healing nades, right? Stuff like that. So like, especially now more than ever, as Ana, you can essentially play wherever you want. I still don't have you playing in the middle of the open, but hey, guess what? If you're in the middle of the open and someone is shooting you, just duel them and kill them first, because Ana can do that, right? And nade yourself, because Ana can do that, right? To sustain in the duel. Sleep them and then kill them, right? If you're in a corner on a health pack, right, and someone walks in on you, you can sleep, nade, shoot them, right? And no matter where you are, none of your stuff ever operates, never acts any differently. And so being dragged from spot to spot by what you think your responsibilities are to your team is unnerving to me. Instead, what I would rather see is seeing you fulfill the needs of your team from the spot that you are good in, right? I don't think that's such a simple way of expressing this, because it's absolutely not the way that you're thinking about, right? But that is kind of how it looks, right? You're still in the middle of the open. Where is your Ana spot, right? Is it up on this high ground because you only want to heal, right? Is it up on this high ground because you want to set up a damage? Is it somewhere hidden, right? I mentioned being on this corner, and honestly, it was rarest to set it. Sometimes, in order to win games, you actually just have to be willing to AFK. For 2 seconds. Sit here, utterly silent, don't reveal your position, acquire scouting information from oh my god, the game gives you so much information for free, guys. You can hear, you can taste, you can smell, wait, no, you can at least hear, and you can rely on your teammates to tell you to, right? So you have options and ways to play, ways to sit still and figure out exactly how you want to take the fight. Because a fight that progresses in a way that you don't anticipate it to progress is really hard to operate around. But a fight that you know how you want to fight in, well, it's easier to have a plan. It's easier to predict than to react. That's what Hadi had told us. You can feel like a god when you predict it? Yes. Yeah. You feel so smart. That's always my call. I'm like, ooh, I am so smart. By the way, I'm saying that in mid-diamond lobbies. So, and take it with a grain of salt. Out in the middle of the open. Nice shot. Okay, see, and it's like a lot of healing, a lot of like dancing back and forth, and I just want you to do something, right? I love the fact that you get the damage on the Doomfist. I love the fact that you're set up to nade the Tracer, sleep the Doomfist. Yo, what is that bounce? Are you... What? How does that projectile work? Sorry guys, this is really important that we immediately investigate this. The ADD dictates so. Incredible. That's amazing. What a bio-nade cast. Who's it going to land on? The Genji? That's a lineup. That's a lineup. For some other game, I promise you that's a lineup. Good stuff, Castature. I don't hate the Nano either. The Nano feels compensatory, though. would you need to nano? I mean, if you have it, use it, right? But would you need to nano if you were able to just get picks yourself, right? Or start the fight with a sleep or a bionade yourself, right? Do you make the Ana's life a little more complicated? Do you force the Doomfist to change his decisions? It's interesting. There's a lot that we could be talking about, but we aren't going to be able to talk about it because you aren't actually doing much right now. And so I would love to see what the scenario looks like where you're doing a lot more, contributing a lot more to these fights, and maybe even drawing a little bit more pressure, a little more aggro, making them look at you, right? It's really nice to be in the back as an Ana player who doesn't have to worry about getting walked on, right? But if you're not getting walked on as Ana, I wonder who is on your team. And if no one is getting walked on your team while you're playing Ana, you're not playing a game that we're going to VOD review, right? Unlucky to go for aspect to go down. This is where I'm looking to trade, right? We're down. If you're thinking about, right, because you want to think about your like total resources, right? So you're thinking about how like you're down your tracer, and so you really want to be investigating the possibility of, is there something, is there a sleep or an Antony that compensates for that man disadvantage, right? And so you're thinking about possibly doing that. I don't like how back you are. I don't like how back and how wide you are. Or I'm sorry, how back and narrow you are, right? So you actually don't have a lot of angles here to do much, and I think you're sitting on both cooldowns still, right? You've actually been sitting on both cooldowns. It's been making me a little more progressively uncomfortable how little opportunities we've discovered or even established for ourselves to go for these cooldowns. These really powerful cooldowns that I think establishes really early advantages for you guys, and that also forces them to make decisions, right? Not only could you establish an advantage, you could also impose disadvantages, right? By getting a sleep, getting a bionade, right? That's tough. That's tough. And this is also related to this position. So not only does this position not like enable you to do enough in the fight early on, imagine if the Genji isn't able to deflect because he doesn't have it, because you forced him to use it earlier. Imagine if he doesn't have the dash because he needed to use it to avoid damage. Imagine if he doesn't have the nano because you had to anti the Ana and she fell off the bridge because she panics, right? So not only does this position like not afford you a lot to do, this position is also a position that you, I think, end up getting scouted in, and it's a position that you don't use to your advantage to win after getting scouted. Wow, you don't even get scouted. He actually just picks you up. Castrature gameplay? Yeah, absolutely, JCV Stealth. I'm such a Castrature fan. This isn't like the best moment to be popping in for the as a Castrature fan because we want to talk about how this position, if you're already this wide, right, you can use this corner, right, to be less detectable with the Nanoblade. You can also move up here as the cart rolls in, because remember, guys, there is a relationship between where the objective starts, how the fight progresses, and where we want the objective to end when the fight resolves favorably for us. Part of the way to resolve the fight favorably for us is to make sure that we are able to positively impact these fights with our utilities to either establish advantages or impose disadvantages onto the enemy team. And so you aren't, oh my god, this is so needlessly cruel of me, Castrature, but you just aren't doing anything. And I want you doing something. Cass, I am so excited for the games that you're going to generate later this evening. It's going to be such a blast. Getting to play, and you're gonna feel so smart in these games too, because it's amazing. If you enter a game of Overwatch and you're like, I intend to think this game, I intend to open up my brain and make sure that I consider at least some of the possibilities, some of the options that I have or that are presented to me, and it's amazing because it actually does open your mind. And you see, and you get to see in real time, like an experience and feel in your mind, which is an insane phenomenon to describe. But oh my god, it's so meta, self-aware. But you actually do get to be like self-aware of how aware you are. It's an interesting experience. I would jump into our games, guys, and it takes a lot of energy to do this. But I would jump into our games like ready to like really think about almost every single thing. And you'll find you'll actually be amazed at the agency you get when you think about things. I'm amazed at the agency I get when I think about things, but that is because, I was playing basketball that whole segment. Oh, of course JCV Stealth was playing basketball that whole segment. That's the universe being number one on the list, and that's okay. Yeah, Rarest, we'll be able to get the JCV intel on the tank at some point soon. Caster, thank you again for submitting that replay code. That brought me a lot of joy. We will at one point take another look at the brig, but for now, guys, an even shorter break than before as I get a message out to another one of these VOD reviewees and pull up a code. We'll be right back on the other side of an even shorter break. Alrighty, guys. Hey, welcome back, guys. Thanks for sticking around. For those of us who did, I'm sorry if I pushed some of you guys away with the advertisements. I'm gonna say that I need them on. All right, guys. We've got a real treat for us. This one is actually going to be a VOD review of someone who isn't actually even here to defend themselves. So this is actually where I'm going to ask you guys I gotta hold on to those 2 cents. Me and my misery. I'm gonna need you guys to be ready to come to the defense of a very special hero here. I actually have to figure out what their battle tag is. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's Soj gameplay. Are you kidding me? That's awesome. Okay, so yeah, be ready to fight me on their behalf. They said that their current rank is Diamond 5 or 4 DPS, Diamond 3 tank. Their goal is Master 5 on both roles. Improvement particularly in positioning and decision making. So here we have what is probably going to be a really excellent code to examine just those things. Gotta make the bank somehow, and I can't defend the Soj. I can defend the Soj. Wait, are you purposely running ads? Yeah. I like that we are all green. I don't know that we are all green, do we? Oh, wait, yeah, like, a lot of us are green. Elon Musk is green, I'm green, you're green, Godspeed is green. So we're thinking about positioning, we're thinking about decision making, how we come to decisions, how we end up in positions, and this should actually be a lot of fun. All right, Daedream, let's see what you got. That's actually, they also go by chained, it seems. I like this position. Being a Sojo TP myself, I'm looking to go wide here, so I appreciate the fact that you're waiting out the ante, getting a little bit topped off before going wide. I also like the position that you're denying with this disruption shot. I just think that is a little poorly timed. I think that you actually could throw a little bit more. I think that you could throw a more impactful disruption. So a little more damage, a little more space created. You end up actually just kind of opening yourself up to get slept here, and so it's just kind of unfortunate that that you have to trade your uptime just for a cooldown that gets you 15% ult is actually pretty good. I'm on the fence about whether or not it's worth it. I think it is worth it to go for the disruption. I also think that it's possible you get a slightly better one if you're willing to wait a little bit longer. See what it looks like, and we'll go from there. Shooting the queen. I love it. Shoot the tank. Shoot the tank. And I also really like that disruption shot. That one is really meaningful. That one is so impactful. That one absolutely achieves the space and the time and the pressure that you were looking to achieve. So because that disruption shot does a couple of different things particularly well, I am a huge fan. And really nice shot on the Ash as well. Hey, be careful about the jumping. I just don't like the jumping. It raises your center of mass, makes you easier to hit, makes your movement hacking predictable, and also messes up your crosshair placement. So imagine how easy a shot is onto the Ana by knowing where she is, where your crosshair has to be, and just poking out and taking a shot, right? As opposed to jumping and as opposed to jumping out and having to adjust your crosshair accordingly, right? Taking the bat shots from the sim. Yeah, actually, I did kind of notice that, but I guess it wasn't actually that big of a deal. The supports in this game for Daedream seem very attentive, which is very cool. Ooh, the next game's don't you dare, James. You keep me on that main monitor. Let's see. I doxed you. Sorry. Yeah, I just have you in the next. I have you in the setup spot. Just because we don't need 3 people on the objective here. And so it's kind of funny. You and I play Sojourn, I think, really similarly because I also end up on the objective here mainly because I don't want my supports on the objective. So just understand that if you're going to be the only person on the objective, you want to be proximate to the objective, and where you can also be in cover and be less susceptible to damage. But you can also move the objective. Meanwhile, the rest of your supports can set up for the fight where they need to set up. If they're going to move the point, you can probably play out here. You can play wide. You can make them look at you. You get some really nice pressure on the queen, makes it harder for her to walk on your Zarya, which makes it easier for Zarya to walk on the rest of them, which who you can also pressure. There's also a really nice angle on the Mercy. If you go even a little bit further and just pressure on that Mercy is going to make life really complicated for them as she tries to move. And so obviously, just not being able to be where you want or where you really could be most effective is what gets you killed there. So no big deal. That's one mistake, right? And that's a really convenient position to be in. Ban them. Let's go Piston. Oh, I know who's getting banned now. I know one of our viewers is getting timed out. Oh no. All right, let's see. I'm gonna have to stop rewinding the replay viewer because I think it's gonna start breaking here soon. I don't mind you on high ground. I also don't mind you limit testing. So there's a couple of different places that you can. Oh man, if I'm playing Sojourn here, I know that I've got options, right? So one of my options is going to be actually playing into. Whoa, we just got like big time viewers. Hey guys, thanks for stopping by. Feel free to leave any questions in the chat. We're just looking at some VOD reviews right now. So Daedream, one of the things that I could see myself doing if I were on the Sojourn here was actually just being here on this high ground because I understand that the team is going to start rounding the corner here soon, and I also understand that the rest of my team is currently respawning, right? So that by the time we're able to take out an actual fight, Kart's going to be closer to this position or even a little bit more further forward, and so you can get some really good pressure from this position. However, if you really wanted, you could actually go all the way around. I would be absolutely compelled to Sojourn with this timing at this stage of the match. I would absolutely be comfortable setting up a long angle behind. Cart is really just barely past where I would be comfortable for doing that. So, oh my goodness, yo, it did not like you typing viewers there. Someone get their mom in here. Yeah, someone get mom. So yeah, I have you doing something here, right? I have you doing something as opposed to, because what you end up doing is you just end up listing out here into the open, and it's not bad to be on. Hey guys, it's actually, believe it or not, and for as much as I make us into villains for doing it, like it's not actually that bad to be out in the middle of the open in a platinum lobby, right? Or in a diamond lobby or in a masters lobby. I play out in the middle of the open, and I played out in the middle of the open in a low GM lobby before, like the one time I've ever played in a GM lobby, and it didn't go so bad, right? But it doesn't help you do things, right? It doesn't give you options, and so yeah, get your mod in check. I know, right? I also love Soj. Oh, I love Sojourn so much. Yeah, honestly, for whenever you whenever you get whenever JCV stealth slights you, you just gotta type, just get a grip in the chat. And that'll help correct our mods. Our mod, actually, there's only one. It's just stealth. This is basically 1984. All right, let's see. Hold on. I was losing my train of thought. I don't mind this pressure. You're a little too close to the queen for my liking. I don't mind the fact that you're shooting her, because I'm a big fan of shooting the tank, and it also puts you into a really good position to get some nice crit damage, and also elicit the nano from them. Just consider that, like, the longer you're in this position, the less you're going to be able to do, especially if your team doesn't necessarily want to move on the queen, which just appears as if they aren't really too keen. It looks like they wanted to take, like, some of the rest of the fight, and we're getting turned around. This is a really tenuous position to fight. There's a lot of things that'll look to change here, not the least of which is the fact that, like, we're basically all set up to be cut off or prevented from playing with the Symmetra photon barrier, right? So especially if we're tracking those ultimates, right? We understand that the sim will have a photon barrier. We don't necessarily want to be in the same place as the rest of our team. We might not even want to be there at all, because we want Symmetra to have to decide which source of damage, which source of pressure she actually manages to. If you guys want to see Ethan with short hair, there's an old clip. Post it, coward. I want to see it. Wait, no, don't post it. It's probably so old. Anyways, I would want the sim to have to decide who she's blocking. Is it your damage? Is it your team's? Because you're just isolated here. Look, there's like 80 different things I think that we could talk about, and the one thing that I'm just going to tell you is start wide. Start wide. Start out here, right? Zere is already in. Your Ana is already in. You only get zoned out. Wait, is that your Ana? What? Hold on. Oh, yeah, there's 3 of you. Okay. I was confused. There were too many player icons up. It's the turret and the... Okay, anyways. So, like, you are not only a little bit safer here, but you're also more effective here. And there's also things happening. It's not just like you guys are getting walked on losing, right? There's actually, there's a pick that got secured, and you guys aren't dead yet. It's a 5v4, only for, like, a nanosecond, right? So, I have you wider. I have you in a position where you can do a little bit more than you're doing. What you're doing is actually really good. You have some really excellent tracking onto the... Oh my goodness, that's so funny. That has to have been from so long ago. I have to watch that right now, in fact. Hold on. Oh my goodness. This is Overwatch 1, by the way. That's crazy. Yeah, this was clipped by a very, very old friend of mine. That's so funny. I don't even remember that game, and we're gonna get back on focus. So your tracking is excellent. You get some really nice pressure onto the queen. I actually really like kind of like who you choose to shoot. I just don't really care as much for like where you're choosing to shoot them from. And I think that if you change where you're choosing to shoot people from, it'll actually open up options for who you could be shooting. So I like what you're doing. I just want you to put yourself in the position where you could do even a little bit more of it. Think about how many times you've been confronted with this queen, and imagine if the queen had to run up at you on a different angle after you had already secured a pick, because you're the alpha threat, not the one who is easiest for her to move on, but because you're the one that she has to kill in order for their team to even have a chance of winning the fight, right? And imagine if in that instance, right, she has already used her shout. Now she's dead instead of antied and with a shout's worth of HP, right? So I think that even starting in these other positions, looking at these other targets, or finding these other ways to start these fights, or play these fight phases, I think that they give you ways to. I think that they give you ways to continue to do what you have already deigned to do, just a little more effectively, or maybe a little more efficiently. I understand the bagging on the Mercy players. We'll try to be as kind to each other as we can on ladder, guys. I know the Mercy players deserve it. We all do. Holy. Oh, that's so funny. You guys crack me up. Nice duels. I really like it. I like your confidence in your aim. You are honestly a really excellent, really mechanically talented player. It seems to me. I just want you making smarter decisions, right? Don't slide into the sim who wants you sliding into her, right? Play your angles, play your covers, right? You already got to pick on the Ana. She's going to TP out. That's a-okay. There's a cart to fight, right? There's a cart to move. There's a soldier to. Oh wait, no. There's an Ashe to dispatch. There's a tank to help, right? There's space to make sure that we are safe to operate in before dying in spaces that we can't even reasonably think to control, right? So that's toxic. Hey, hold on. I played with Java Chip before. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Not all of them deserve the Teabag gang. I don't know. I feel like if you play Overwatch, like whether you're Mercy, Rom, Maga, Maga players absolutely deserve it. I'm a Maga player, by the way. I feel like we all kind of deserve to be teabagged. You are so mistaken. Aim over game sense. I agree. I also agree. I think that if you land every single bullet in your gun, there is no reason to think. No remarks. Good stuff. I mean, you're reconnecting the fight when you should be, shooting the grav where you should be, the targets that you can be. It's good stuff. W disruptor, absolutely. God, I love the disruption shot. It's actually so important. I remember, and it was during that time where I was a lot less comfortable as a coach, and so I was a lot less comfortable, or I was a lot more comfortable like reaching, right? And I remember actually an old player of mine, we called him Raster. Oh God, I miss Raster so much. God damn, Raster, I miss you so much, dude. And I told him at one point, because he was in Soj prison. He didn't mind it either. That was why we had him there. And I told him, I was like, look, like, if you're throwing your disruption shot, like, I want you getting it for the slow. I want you getting it for the damage. I want you getting it for the elims, but I also want you getting it for the denial. The area denial, in particular, was one of our big focuses on a disruption shot. Now, this was also when it had the slow. It didn't do as much damage as it does now. And it also didn't have a perk that generated charge. But generally, if you're thinking about how much Sojourn can do, and you're not using your disruption shots for area denial, at least some of the times, I think that you're missing some of the potential of her kit. So I really like your disruption shots. We're stuck here, and it's just tough. It's just really, really hard to be stuck on the bot. So this is kind of the same thing where I just have you, I just put you over here. Especially because, like, dude, your aim is so good. It's actually, it is appalling for me. You have to understand, to imagine me being a higher rank Sojourn player than you, because of how good your aim is. In fact, how much better it is compared to mine, right? But the thing that is going to set you and I apart, even in the echelons within Diamond, which is the extent of where I can play, but it's only your baseline, right? Daydream, I think that you should... Oh, man, this is another really important principle. Guys, don't be unfair. Not to your teammates, absolutely, but, like, especially not to yourself, right? So, like, being on the bot and shooting 5 targets through while a sim photon barrier is up, while 2 of them are on this side, 2 of them are on this side, and the queen is walking up at you, like, are you really supposed to win that? No! Absolutely not. And any coach who tells you to win that is a fraud. So, be fair to yourself. And be over here, where it's safe, where you're not pressured, where you don't need to be on the objective, because this is an objective-based fight, but it's not an objective-based fight where you have to deny objective progress as part of your win condition, right? You would tell him to win that. JCV Stealth is a fraud. Benched. Be kind to yourself, Daydream. You're so talented, and all you have to do is wait a little longer for this photon barrier to go down, to kill the Ashe and the Mercy, and let the Queen take enough damage that her supports have to start moving up, right? Play safe, play your life, and do what's easy. This is hard. You're having to pick targets, you're on fire, you're on the bot, and there's just so many chances for you to just say, I'm just not gonna choose the hard way of winning this fight. You what was I gonna say? Oh man, I can't even remember. I was reading JCV South saying out of 55% off promo on Postmates, and the restaurant canceled and took the promo, and he's very upset now. Wait, that's actually bonkers. That's horrible. I want to make a really funny comment, but I won't. Understand though, guys, it was going to be a really funny comment that I made. I'm actually gonna DM it to JCV Stealth right now. Yo, I am so funny. Okay. Well, let's stay on track here. Is this the exact same fight that we took earlier? Oh my god, it looks the exact same. Do we kill the queen this time, though? Yes, we do. Okay, perfect. I love seeing that things are a little bit different. I don't really care for seeing us take the exact same fights in the exact same ways, right? But I do really like that had resolved differently for us than before. Oh my goodness, Digital! Hey, how's it going? Thank you so much for dropping by. We're taking a look at one code, and then actually you were going to be one of the ones that I wanted to get around to next. Yo, Digital, thanks so much for stopping by. That made my whole afternoon. Okay, we lose our soldier. This is a really like challenging, tenuous place, right? So if we're thinking about soldier and where she's comfortable, even a slightly longer range, like if you were patient enough to just like wait behind a little bit and then peek this angle, right? This is long sight line where you're not pressured, where you don't have like two corners that you're fighting around, right? Not only this corner on your side that you have to do this around, right? But also their corner on this side that they can just do. So like, so the I have my meeting, so here I'll def be playing the Freya boss. Oh yeah, I have loved playing Freya in like the one game that I played her too. She felt so much fun. I'm excited to get my hands back on her. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us, Digital. See how you have to slide out, and even then it's not enough to cross the distance. So I just have you starting at a little bit further distance. Be kind to yourself. Play those ranges, right? Because not only is Sojourn good at those ranges, but like you are too, right? And so that is a huge deal. Not only to be in a position and on a target and on an angle with pressure that your character is capable, is actually really good at dealing, but that you as a player are really good at dealing. Holy smokes. Don't set up for this fight the same way. Change. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't set up for the fight. You know why you get knifed? Because she knows. She knows you're going to be there because you set up for this fight the exact same way as you did the 2 times before the fight has taken place here. This is really cruel. Guys, again, you guys got to come to the defense of these players as I ruthlessly tear them to shreds, and I'm so sorry. What do you think is going to be the outcome of the objective progress in a fight that plays out the exact same way, or at least in a fight where the defense is setting up in the exact same way as the previous fights where objective progress was attained, right? Do you guys understand what I'm asking here? Do we think that fights where we have set up like this, right, where but in fights where we have set up like this, the bot has gotten objective progress, it's gotten movement, right? Isn't it fair to assume, or fair to reason, sorry, they say don't assume. Yeah, Lord the Mad. I actually need to change back to Lord the Calm on my Twitch. There we go. Isn't it fair to understand that if we set up for this fight the same way as the previous fights where objective progress was attained, that they will attain objective progress on the basis that we set up for this fight the same way? Play differently. I really want to see what it looks like when you play differently, because if you play differently, you force them to make decisions. And as we talked about with Rarest OW earlier, if you make an Overwatch player decide between a good and a bad decision, guys, it's heckin' reliable. Hey guys, by the way, I've been coaching for 5 years, and 5.3K hours played just on my main account, right? So this is like not even alternates, not even like watching, coaching hours, stuff like that, right? And I can tell you, guaranteed, they will pick the bad decisions. The Overwatch player won't pick the good decision, right? So so you make them make decisions here, Daydream, by playing differently. And if you make them make decisions, then they'll make the wrong decisions, and you'll be able to compensate, or you'll be able to punish them for making the wrong decisions because your aim is insane, right? I like that slide. I like that. Yep, yep. And now you just have to stay in. Yep, and that's A-okay. There is an easier way to land that shot, and it's just in the fight that you start here, so it's easier to end up here, right? Or the fight that you start here, right? Instead of on that high ground, get pressure and then dip in here, right? Now they know that you're inside this building, they want to mark you, and maybe that's attention onto you and off of the rest of your team, right? So you have options and stuff like that. Solo Gravel on Mercy is so based. Oh my goodness. Dude, solo ults onto Mercies aren't based, I'll say it. Mercy players already get so much shit from people. It's so brutal. We try to love our Mercy players as best we can, even though they play Mercy, guys. Good disruption. I should have you wide. I have you wide, right? You see where your soldier is, see how they're shooting at him, right? And they're not shooting at you, but your soldier is also conceivably working in a little bit of damage. Is he working in damage? Yeah, he went from 7 to 11% ult charge, and you need the one. He's out here generating the ult that you actually need to, like, make sure that you guys don't lose the fight here, right? Because you're the one that has the overclock, right? So I have you wide. Not only so that you can get the damage that you need to make sure that you get the overclock as soon as possible, right? But also so that you're set up to make them turn around to you. It's really unfair to you, I think, to take long straightaway fights because they, as 5, will be able to shoot at you in that long straight line, right? And that's a 5v1. I think that you roll each single one of them if you can isolate the 1v1, and that's what positionings such as these do for you. That's what playing over here, that's what playing over here does. That's why I'm telling you, fan out, play wide. Don't play right behind your tank, right? And don't play at this same narrow corner. I would see you open up the map. I would see you have a huge field of view. Somewhere you're still close to cover and corners and walls, right? But somewhere where you have a lot more space to shoot, a lot more than just the queen who's running at you because you're the one in front of her. You're the one who happens to be in front of her. It's not even like she wants you. It's not even like she has identified you as the alpha threat, which, in my opinion, on your team, you are, right? I would have you be in a position where she has to move on you because the only way that they win this fight is if they kill you. And I think that if you're in a position where the only way they win this fight is if they kill you, it might be easier for you to make sure that you're getting help from your team, or at least in the lobbies that you and your particularly talented teammates are deserve to win. Those teammates are going to support you on these wide angles. So. I also think that, the wide angles help you with a little bit of assistance. It's obviously the close proximity. It's the fact that you only have like 2 meters in between you and the Symmetra that makes that matchup a little bit challenging right there. And so I would just look to play your spacing. Not getting drawn up into the close proximity 1v1. Yep, and that's okay. I like the damage that you get. I would have loved for you to be able to stay in on this Symmetra a little bit, but I also don't mind that it's something you opt out of, right? You're adapting. You're like, okay, I got punished for doing that in there earlier, and I'm not going to repeat that mistake. I take such wide angles that I die before I can shoot. Yeah, I also do that. I have to apologize to my teams regularly. I'm a full hunting with ult and all CDs. Just get a... Because maybe I can... That's why. They're just so based. Care about the straightaway, close to walls, covers corners, and you're playing really close to that, which is really, really nice. Good disruption. I start sending you wide, right? Because our formation here dictates that to kind of push around this corner, we need to pressure them away from the corner. And one way to pressure them away from the corner is to do damage on them from an angle where you are able to pressure them so that they back away from the space that you are looking at, right? This is all like really intuitive, basic, like no shit, sure, like kind of stuff. But I think it's really important to like vocalize this because this is stuff that we don't talk about. And if we don't talk about it, then we possibly don't think about it too, right? So it's always the what if I win? Digital, you might actually be my favorite kind of player. That is so funny. And you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely Disruption just a little bit earlier, but you don't have, and that's fine. So stay in the Kitsune to get the disruption cooldown back earlier. Yep, you do. Aim for the turrets instead of the teleporter. Get that damage out. I would honestly, again, kind of like we were talking about earlier, I feel like the fight is remedied a little bit. It's a little bit easier to understand what to do next if we are in a better starting spot, right? So again, I have you all the way over here. I always play over here if I'm playing Sojourn in my mid-diamond lobbies. It hasn't stopped working for me yet, at least I feel like personally. That is to say, I feel like you would be so much more powerful monitoring and regulating this section of the map here as opposed to this straightaway. I think that you still have spaces and angles that you can take advantage of. Nice pressure and kill on the Junker Queen. Sliding in is really, really scary onto the Symmetra. So you just want to be really confident that that's a duel that you can win. You're a little less confident, so you back out. You have to pressure her out to keep your Ana safe, but you also want to start like backing out or going in, right? You guys have a very important decision to make here, where it's like you can push in to help your team attain the cart progress. It looks like your soldier was doing this already. He's actually absorbed some aggro, or you can just back up and reset with the rest of the team, get those picks onto the Symmetra like you just did. That was a really nice, clean pick, by the way. Really, really nice stuff. I know I shouldn't do things, but I'm like, what if it works? And what if I get good enough to do it every time? Then it doesn't work in it. Digital, unironically, I think that you've actually got the right idea. Not gonna lie. Oh my God, that's the end of the VOD. Okay, Daydream. Thank you so much for giving me this VOD. It is actually so refreshing to see Sojourn gameplay, because I actually haven't reviewed Sojourn gameplay in a little while. It's been a minute, even though like I actually have like a Sojourn prison. I have a Sojourn prisoner on my team, so that's kind of funny. But a lot of the Sojourn gameplay that I get exposed to is my own, and so I appreciate the opportunity to look at some like actually really, really precise, like really mechanically proficient Sojourn gameplay. I learned a little bit about how to what the angle for some of those shots look like, right? What the timing for some of those trigger pulls look like, and you and I play on such different mechanical setups, but I see it. I acknowledge you. Actually good Sojourn gameplay. Yeah, I know, Rootbeer. This is actually a Sojourn worth pocketing. Stop dueling with me. And all you need to correct Daydream to be pocketable by Mercy player as proficient as Rootbeer is just to find better starting positions that help you do more in these fights than you were able to do this game. Really, really good stuff. Sojourn gameplay I get is me getting dome from the distance of... yeah, that's my life as well. Rootbeer can corroborate. Rootbeer knows it. All right. Yo, Digital, thank you so much for swinging by. I'm going to pull up a code right now. I'm doing them in order right now, so I think that we're actually going to see the Tracer Ash before Freya. Oh my God, no, we actually get to see a little bit of the Freya. I'm so excited to look at the Freya. The Freya is very interesting. I haven't yet developed strong opinions on her either. When is your code, JCV Stealth? I don't know. Rootbeer's also waiting on their code on his code to be used, and I think that there's even a couple. There's even a couple of people that like have fallen behind, like between the cracks. Really good opportunity to mention to you guys that like, hey guys, if I have correspondence with you, like on about VOD reviewing or coaching or whatever, bump your messages. I am such a forgetful. Oh my God, this old mushroom has so many holes in his brain, and so because of it, I forget a lot. So it's really helpful. It's such a luxury for you guys to for you guys to bump your messages so that I can be reminded of you guys' existence. Because is it a cruel world that we live in where I forget that you guys exist? Yeah, 100%. But man, I wish I could be perfect for you guys. This is such a good. The skin is amazing. I agree. It's nice to see Freya get some love in the cosmetics department after the catastrophe that was Venture. Good. I like the spam. I send 2 shots. Honestly, if you're going to be over here, if you're going to do this damage, if you're going to have the Mercy pocket as well, right? I figured out, get into a custom game where you can figure out, what it looks like to right click, shoot, shift, and then leave. Just a little bit of min-maxing. You could absolutely get more than 11 ult charge right there. And especially with a setup as proactive as that. I love what you are doing there. And And so I just want to see a little bit more of it. We may end up looking at a very similar situation, a very similar trend as last match, where I'm like, I like what you're doing. I just want more. One day Ethan will remember our messages. No, in fact, as time goes on, he will become worse and worse at remembering our messages. Guys, aging is scary. I have you more aggressive. It's just a little bit too scaled right now. So I have you on the high. I would have you on high ground where you can do more pressure, get more ult charge. I also like the idea of actually Rupert could possibly chime in. Not gonna lie, I didn't know I had a Mercy till I turned around. Oh, fair enough. Actually, I also like the idea on the topic of the Mercy having high ground as an option. And if she has high ground as an option, it's because she can GA to you or someone else who's on the high ground. And honestly, the only person that you can trust to be on high ground in your mid-plat lobbies, mid-high plat lobbies, I think that's where you had said. I'm sorry, I want to give credit where credit is due. Okay, yeah, mid-high plat. Really good stuff, by the way. The only person you can trust up there is being up there in your mid-high plat lobbies is you, right? So I think you can be up there. Helps you be a little more aggro. Helps you get a little more pressure. You don't even have to worry about like landing shots from there. You just have to be in a position that it's harder for them to shoot you, and where they being aware of you makes it easier for your team to do certain things, right? And so if you are backing as they push, right? Then that's their team being given opportunities, and your team not fighting for the spaces that you would want to control in order to like do anything on your character anyways, right? So you can contribute to that by being in with your Doomfist like he is here, right? Nice shots. Oh, that's so remarkable. I love the way you held that angle. You weren't under any pressure. You got topped back off. You can absolutely repeak that. We generally encourage against repeaking, but this is a repeak, right? What you did where you shoot and then back off, get topped back up, and then pop back in. By the way, the timing for your Doomfist to land, this was a really nice setup. Space created. Your Doomfist doesn't have to feel bad about taking half of his HP. Awesome. Now you have to be careful, right? Because you have been marked on this angle, right? You've gotten a pick on this angle, so you have to understand that your enemies know you're here, right? And so you want to make sure that you're ready to respond to that, right? And it appears as if you're ready to fight, right? But it almost appears as if you're ready to fight because this is a corner and they might push, right? And so really, I want you to be ready to fight because you know that they'll push you. And because you know that they'll push you, you also know when they'll push you. And because you know when they push you, you'll know when you need to pull the trigger, right? And you've already demonstrated that you know your angles, right? You know that you can sit here and the thing goes 3, 2, 1, and you know your travel time, and you can go pew, right? And you can get your damage, right? And you know the timing, right? So you also know it here. I challenge you to know when they're going to push so that as soon as Cass rounds the corner, you are from a safe position, dinking his head, making the Brig use 2 of her armor packs, forcing her to raise her shield and back off while the Cass tries to push you because he's getting healed and he thinks he has to do something, but he's actually walking into a Freya who has 2 more right clickies lined up because she has her E and her shifts, right? I think that you have the potential, or you have the opportunity to look especially excellent here. And especially with shots as clean as yours. Oh my God! I mean, let me tell you, I played her the entire beta weekend, and then came back and got a match in with her, and I looked like a bot. But you, with just a couple more hours, your aim is going to look so good. I just want to make sure that that you understand the timing of the angles that you can work and how you can use that to your advantage as well. I don't get how people can shoot with her. Yeah, no, actually, I'm still trying to figure that out myself. Yeah, little timing thing around the angles there. I like that. I like the little shift up. Using, all of our abilities in Overwatch can be used for so many different things. And so I really like that you're not just using it for the, horizontal mobility, you're actually using it to see if you can jump back onto the high ground and land that shot. It gives you that refresh, which is really convenient, buys your Mercy that time to get that revive. Even if it is going to end up costing you your life, there's a lot of things that you could possibly do differently there, but I'm not going to break down anything too much. I think that in general, just understanding what the timing is that you can operate at these angles to exploit your platinum enemies is a really good place to start. All right, everyone, prepare for the Exodus. The Knicks are almost live. Slick movement. But actually, I if I'm playing Freya, and my team wasn't going to push this, and I'm already over here. I used 2 cooldowns, by the way, to do here. 2 dashes is 2/3 the height of updraft. Okay, interesting. No, James, please don't put me on the second screen. Please, I deserve to be on the first. No. If I'm already over here and I've used 2 cooldowns to get over here, and then I have to use like 2 or like 1.5 or like 1 in my major cooldown to get back over, I might just stay over here and see if I can get a pick. Because at least if I die, I've been able to trade. I can maybe use an ult to slow them down from progressing on the bridge. Maybe that gives my team enough time to get out, or maybe it gives them the confidence to push in. Honestly, the cart is right here and they captured, but that doesn't mean that we now have to hold all the way here, right? In fact, there are some instances where I don't necessarily know that this is the one, although you guys could absolutely do this. This is the kind of comp that you guys could. You guys could also just plant yourselves on the objective here and take every fight here until the objective has moved past this point, right? So you could possibly, by deciding to just stay here and exist here and draw pressure and damage and make them, make this Bastion sit here and say, guys, there's a Freya. Guys, there's a Freya. And then the Cassie's like, guys, there's a Freya on high ground moving on me. Can I get healing? And then he doesn't get healed. And he's like, guys, there's a Freya on high ground. And now they're all turning around for the Freya on high ground who's on their side of the map, who ended up over there, right? So you kind of understand. Yeah. I'm glad that I don't need to go on, even though it's fun to go on, because I actually really like understanding. I really like knowing how the players think, and that is how they're thinking. And so, no, James, I don't want to suffer as you have suffered. Oh my God, you've actually suffered, James. I do not want to suffer as you have. So yeah. Fighting for that angle, being on the height, challenging your enemies. Excellent. You force the rally out. You can ult here probably and then just bail. Yep. And since your Orisa died, you can probably just go die on cart. Yep. But your Orisa died and your team died, right? So you want to make sure you're catching the wave, and you establish your own wave. So we've already got to talk a little bit about staggers and how brutal they are. There's no need to go on about that. You can fall back on the rest of the VOD. We had some really excellent conversations about staggering, so yeah, that's just like one of the things that I have to change there, and that's like the big thing that there is to talk about. I like the right clicking, the shifting there. Yeah, the E is scary into the shift. Okay. Mm-hmm. So this is fun. This is really, really fun. God, I love actually being new to Freya gameplay, and I think it was you, Digital. I think you were the one who had asked if I would be comfortable coaching Freya, considering the fact that she is still so new. And so I thank you for the challenge, because it is actually a little bit challenging. I have to think about this character in the context of her kit, right? And up until this point, honestly, there's going to be a point where I can just rely on the fact that she operates as any other DPS character would, right? She abides by the same rule sets as the rest of the cast, which is the 3 rule sets. Someone can say it for me. No one's here to say it, but it's the character, the composition, and the matchup, right? So it's easy to apply the rules of the matchup and the composition, right? But now we have to start thinking about what are Freya's rules here, right? Her updraft makes it really interesting. Yeah. Timing and map control. Yeah, you're totally right, Rootbeer. But I also know you're saying that to placate me, Rootbeer. So stop, or else I'll have James ban you. Okay, this is funny. I'm thinking about Freya's rule sets, right? But it's actually going to be like the same advice that we would tell like any hit scan, like shoot 'em DPS character. Be up here. Be up here instead of out here. Let me double check. Oh, yeah, 100%. I'm pathing through here and trying to work my way up here. That short of jump up is such a juristic crosshair shift up, which is hard movement. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You're totally right. I have to figure out how the shifts and the E's work with Freya and her crosshair. That's a really interesting relationship. I haven't even thought about that. I guess that's why she kind of like benefits particularly from the bullet time mechanic, but it's not bad that you take the damage there. And it's not bad that you're here. But it feels like you're doing a lot less from this position compared to what you might be able to do from this position, or at least maybe even. It feels like you're a lot more danger in this area than I know you would be here, right? And so thinking about Freya's rule sets, I thought about too, but didn't want to take space that my Genji was on. Ooh, interesting. Let me go back and look. Because, yeah, I am also not a big fan of playing in the same spot as my other DPS. And, oh, man, when I see my other DPS run up to the angle that I'm working, I get mad. I'm like, oh, my God, why are you here? Like, go elsewhere. Interesting. Digital, what a challenge you have raised to me. I'll concede, actually. You win this round. I'm being facetious. I think you're totally right. I think that this is a really, that's a really thoughtful decision. I don't think that I make it on Freya, but I don't think that it's a mistake that that you make that. I definitely don't prefer you to take the damage that you do here, because I think that you do take that through Amp Matrix, and I think that being in that high ground position is a position where you don't have to opt into that, where that doesn't even have to be an option for you. I also think that the thing about like playing where your Genji is you also got to think about the rules of your composition, right? The Genji doesn't want to stay in the same spot and shoot down a lane, right? Like the rest of the hit scanner projectile characters want, and so just understand that your Genji is going to want to operate differently depending on where he is, and also that you and Genji operating in the same spot or the same angle ends up manifesting a lot differently depending on the instance. So I want to be fair to a lot of different scenarios, not just the one where you're up here, not just this one where you're down here, but also the one where your Genji does something totally different and where you do something totally different. So yeah. Just back up here. Because really all you got to do here is just live. And so you just end up putting yourself just like out in the middle of the open for just a little bit too long. It's a limit test that I absolutely go for myself almost every single time. But obviously the higher and higher up ladder you go, which is going to be the emerging trend for you here soon, is going to be that you have less and less and less and even less time to be here in the middle of the air, right? So that's just where like you just want to make sure you're thinking. I tell my player Cardi, my tracer player, be thinking at least 7 seconds ahead of where you want to be, where you want to end up, what cooldowns you'll want to end up using in that position, what cooldowns you think the enemy team might be looking to use to either force you out of that spot or use when you end up in your new spot. There's so much to think about. It's awesome. I love Overwatch. Oh, nice dynamite. I love it. Who's on fire? You got 2? Nice. 3. Good shots. Play your corners. You're not in danger yet. You are a little out, and that's A-okay. I play even further wide on the Ashe. Your dynamite casts are really interesting to me. And I know that I don't need to be so fascinated by something so incredibly small, but I really like your dynamite casts. I think that there's a better one to go for here. Obviously, with the benefit of hindsight in the replay viewer and with a little bit of patience and maybe some more quality scouting from us or our teammates, right, then we would understand that there's a better dynamite there. There's absolutely a really good dynamite here, right? So it's possible that understanding, oh man, this is an old principle. The JCV Stealth actually really loves this one where you're talking about winning fights with 1 ult and 1 cooldown, right? Do you win a fight here with a dynamite and a Terror Surge, right? Maybe not, but you definitely have a chance to, right? And so I really like your dynamite casts. I think it's one of the it's immediately stands out to me as a very prominently strong part of your Ashe playstyle. I just want to make sure that the precise timings that you want to be throwing that dynamite out. Right? Is it an ult charge building tool? Is it a damaging tool? Is it a pressure tool? Is it an elim tool? Understanding what all of those different scenarios look like is really going to enable you to understand which ones you should be casting when. Hey, cool thing is all of that, for one, you can figure out all of that by using timing and map control, and ultimately you will, so you can explore the answers to those questions with timing and map control, and ultimately timing and map control are going to be what tells you, what that timing and map control looks like. So really, really excellent. But just a little more precision. Good poke, good spam. I like the dynamite as well. That's actually a really meaningful dynamite. Your Ashe is quite good. I like this wide angle. I like your proximity to the wall as well. Really, really excellent stuff. Oh my goodness. Digital. Yo, you actually, might be one of my favorite kinds of player. I mean, I'm going to keep it a stack, guys. I really have favorites of... Well, I pick favorites, and it's like a lot of everything. But Digital, you're working your way up there. Oh, man! It's good stuff. It's really, really good stuff. You clearly know what you're doing. Okay, just understand, now you're going to start running out of time. to back up, to leave. You're greeting. You're greeting. You're not. The ult is there. You have the ult to justify your position out here. Excellent. Okay. That's so funny. That's so funny that the stuff that is, I believe I can make it a diamond easy on Ashe. Don't give yourself the limit of diamond with Ashe like this, by the way. Don't do that. That's a terrible idea. I'll say it. I'll call you a moron for saying that you can make it to diamond. Yeah, you could make it to masters easily, by the way. My Ashe isn't this good, and I'm in like low diamond, right? Bro's laugh. I'm so sorry I'm as obnoxious as I am. The stuff that you're doing on Ashe is the exact same thing that I need you doing on Freya. And that's really funny because I think that our impression should be that you need to be doing different things on Freya than you're doing on Ashe because they're different heroes. But from your Ashe gameplay, the things that I see are principled and disciplined and fundamental. They're rooted in consideration of the different variables that you have to track. I really, really like it. Digital, thank you so much for the follow and for providing this stellar gameplay. We're gonna get a move on because I can't waste too much time with the Glaze reviews. But I'm really impressed by what I see on the Ashe, and I think that you have a really strong reason to be encouraged that your Freya actually doesn't need much work to get to this point. You just need to apply some of the principles that you have on Ashe. Really, really good stuff. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. More time between those shots. It's so funny. That was such a good coach gun too. It's so unfortunate that she didn't get booped. It deals psychic. Hey, you guys call me vicious mockery? I'll show you vicious mockery. Where are the insults? Where's the BG3 vicious mockery lines? There we go. Oh, let's see it. I've got the Reddit. As the leggers, you'll end in defeat. Oh my god, no, that's so lame. Oh my god. If she doesn't put the shield up. Yeah, actually, you get to kill her if she doesn't put the shield up. Now you just gotta walk away. Yeah, but also, like, your whole team is, like, throwing themselves on the objective, and you're throwing roses. You can just die on the point. Just die on the point. Don't stagger. Oh! And don't make your Kiriko use her cooldowns just to compensate for your staggering. That's okay. That's okay. That's a one-off thing. We've only gotten to see, like, one stagger from every VOD review we've had today. This is like this is the one, the freebie that you get. So good stuff. I got the Bucks game and the next game's up, so you guys are going on the third Joe, I know that you're on a laptop. I know that you've only got like half of a monitor. And can we stop getting distracted? No. And that's a ban. Famous last words, Zamboozled. Holy smokes, get a grip. Get on track. We have a VOD review. Good Pope, good. I don't mind you and the Sojourn acknowledging each other's existence, but if you're only going to acknowledge each other's existence, then acknowledge your existence and then get to work, right? There's a lot to be doing right now, and the only way you're going to get through any of it is by getting things done one at a time. If you haven't played her, be super creative with where you can go with her movement. She can go so many more places than you think, a lot more, and she can stay there too. Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct, Digital. Thank you for sharing that insight. I had not thought about that yet. If I had, I might have mentioned it to you, right? Earlier when you were on Freya, I would have said, hey, you can probably be here. She can get to a lot of places. No confidence hip fire versus a Sojourn Ashe. That's okay. I also have very little confidence in my hip firing. Oh my god, guys, when I was in high school band, like millions of years ago, I did not get it. I didn't understand why. I mean, I understood it, but I was not going to do it. I was not going to warm up. I was not going to put warm air through my clarinet. Whoa. Holy nerd, Batman. I should have said I played a cool instrument like the French horn. Anyways, I wasn't going to blow warm air through my instrument. I wasn't going to do my scales. Start low and slow is what my band directors used to tell me, and you bet that I wasn't doing it. Knew you were a nerd, but a clarinet player, SMH. It's same. I'm glad you. There's a lot of us. There's a lot more of us out there, actually. Clarinet's kind of a fun instrument. Also played the tenor. Oh, wait, that's actually so fun. Oh, that's actually so fun. Man, I wish I was musically talented. I was only ever skilled enough to be like second chair and second band on clarinet. But anyways, warm up, Vaxta. And if there's something you're uncomfortable with in the kit of a character, go work on it. It's like you want niche? I played euphonium in my band. Oh yeah, euphonium is pretty niche. Actually, my brother played euphonium, so it's actually a little less niche to me. But if there's digital, if there's any part of your kit that you're uncomfortable with, and you know that you're uncomfortable with, and you're coming into this community of ours that we're building, and you're saying, yeah, I'm less comfortable on my aim. Like you know it, we know it, we see it. And we also all collectively know, because Mr. Streamer Man is forming the narrative, we also all collectively know that you actually do land those shots really reliably. Just play Vaxta for like 10 minutes before you start next session. Just warm up. It's really important. It's really, 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 really important. And man, I wish I had warmed up. I wish I had warmed up when I was a band kid. Because then I would understand how important it is. And I would be able to tell you guys how important it is. And all I can sit here is flail my arms behind my monitor and proc up the Lord Thethan Mad PNG, right? And sit here and say, I didn't have the discipline to warm up, but you guys can. So you guys should. Please, 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 please. Because it will turn you guys into fearsome players. As it could have turned me into a great musician, right? And so if you guys have goals that you want, I really want you meeting those goals. So I'm very, very strongly opinionated. Warm up. Never jump straight into a comp session. I mean, that's not true. Jump straight into comp sessions. Who cares? It's a video game. We're playing it to have fun. So go jump in, have fun, right? But if you have goals, if you have discomforts, if you have things that you know you can work on, go work on it. Guys, I know for a fact that I gotta tidy up my computer station. You know, I need to wash my monitor. My monitor. Oh my god, I need to wash my mouse pad. I need to, it'd be great to get a dusting of my computer. I haven't done that in a couple of months. And I know that I got to do these things. I just got to do them. Go do it. Do the little things that make us better competitors, better players. For me, I need to be a better person. But for you here, digital, we just need some slightly, just like ever so slightly more reliable gameplay. That way, we can count on the Bob to touch point there. Yep. That's A-okay. All right. We've been glossing over. That was a really nice shot. And here, you're just playing for Bob. So don't drop. Play your cover. Play your corner. Be patient, because the only thing that you need to be thinking about here is I need to live long enough to build Bob so that I can live long enough to then throw him down a place where I want him to be, right? Set yourself up, be fair to yourself, right? Dropping down here is not fair to yourself, and I hate that. I hate seeing us do things that aren't fair to us. You guys are just regular players, man. A regular person like the rest of them. And so be regular. Be okay with doing that. I see definitely keeping a goal in mind while playing comp after a VOD session helped improve my skills. Yeah, and the crazy thing is that like JCV Stealth also didn't JCV like already started with insane skills. So insane to consider like how even a player who basically starts at the highest level of competitive play when the game comes out, right? Which is his story. It's amazing that he VOD reviewed, he set goals, and that's not only what like helps him like continue climbing from that already strong start. It also helps him maintain it as everyone else concurrently gets as good at the game as we are. You started on plat at PS4? Oh. Expecting him to bounce off the pillar. I also thought he would bounce off the pillar. I was really, really disappointed to see him totally stopped there. Because I'll throw him in a straight line of wall and he'll run along and jump off the map. Yeah, we were talking, me and Rarest were yamping at each other. It was an absolute blast. And we were talking earlier about how Doomfist, we were talking about the boops, yeets, slides, bounces, boops, and just how bugged some of the mobility in this game is. But Oh my god, I actually really like the physics engine of Overwatch. Okay. All right, hey, take a page out of your own book, use the mobility, get somewhere, because you can get somewhere and you can be there. Ooh, oh, I hate it. I hate it so much when people use my words against me, and I just got to use yours against you. But yeah, go somewhere, because I don't want you getting punched. I want you on the high ground. I want somewhere you can be, like, really powerful. And, I also absolutely, and this is so very little, teeny tiny, but maybe I'll just do a maybe int and run it down. Wait, Ant, that is so funny. Do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, exactly. No, that's actually the story of my life. I'm like a career platinum player. Gold on, like, my absolute most normal days, my average days. So yeah, please do as I say, and don't take examples from me. But I also absolutely am going to tell you, I'm going to say here, to do the right click, shift, right click. You want him dead. If you give Yuki the chance to restore his cooldown cycle, he's already got the punch, and all he needs to do is punch to get the other cooldowns back, right? And so you really want to disrupt that. If you have the chance to all in on that, then like all in, because you're going to get those resources back, and you're going to get those resources back in a much faster time than it takes him to respawn. I feel that upper platform feels too exposed. Yes. Yeah. That's why we talk about how the two core principles of Overwatch are not just map control, right? Which is what this position would give you. There's another core principle, the second one. Someone might have already typed it and hit enter, and it's just waiting. Although we don't have a delay on today, so it's actually just I have a zero engagement chat. What do I even keep you guys around for? Timing. Timing is the second principle, the second core principle of Overwatch, right? So you're right. This position is giga exposed, right? At the very first instances of the round here, right? As time goes on, pressure gets applied, picks get secured, cooldowns get used, ults get built and forced and used. The safety of those positions will change. So be ready. Be ready to adapt according to the timing of Overwatch. If you have... if you're thinking about, and oh my god, I'm not going to get into it, but when we talk about timing and map control, we really are talking about, like, overall everything, right? Like the Doomfist cooldown cycle, right? How he had his punch. It's only a couple of seconds until he gets that back, right? The timing of, like, the time bank, literally 332 in the bank to capture all three objectives, right? Or to get as far as they did, right? The timing of the cooldowns, the timing of our ults, the timing that we go 3, 2, 1, and then push around a corner, stuff like that. Yeah, I know, actually. I remember, you can see the BAP sphere of healing is what we had said. And yeah, it is actually really cool. I remember, in fact, being a much younger Overwatch player when BAP first released, and I remember getting so mad at one point because I thought that it was to everyone in his AoE, or in his line of sight, and it wasn't an AoE sphere. And so I remember hitting my shift one time for a target that was like 80 meters away and getting so mad that it didn't heal a target that was 80 meters away. Well, this is not an 80 meter sphere. Hey, great damage instances. I think... Careful about the jumping, for one. Just be careful about jumping. Just in general, I'm really wary about jumping. It raises your center of mass, makes your movement, like, heckin' predictable, and also messes up your crosshair placement. And you've already mentioned that there's a relationship between Freya, her mobility, and her crosshair discipline, and the challenges that you kind of have to overcome as a player. So already jumping, in addition to the complexity of that relationship as part of her kit, I think it makes it overcomplicated. So I like the feet flat on the ground kind of approach. If you got to jump to dodge, or, jump to, like, throw off someone's aim, or to traverse, like, whatever, and bullet time makes me want to jump. Oh yeah, oh my god, having my spacebar installed on my keyboard makes me want to jump. So I get it. Nice shots. I absolutely love it. I love the angle that you're working here. I think you could be getting more aggro here unless you're moving the objective. Hey, it's just worth mentioning, since you're on DPS and I'm a DPS player, former support player with very strong opinions about supports on the objective, I do not believe in this. I do not believe in putting our supports on the objective. So actually, especially since you have your ult and our Ana doesn't and our Kiri doesn't, I'm not having them move the cart. I'm having them move up so that they can build ult, they can contribute pressure and point presence or presence here on this high ground, and use their utilities to slow down and things. You can do a lot in a forward position as Freya, but you can only do a lot on the as a support. You can only do a lot to support your team as Freya at a certain point in the fight, right? And so right here, when you have just, like, absolutely pardon mon français, but when you have absolutely fuck all to do, right? I just have you running off to move the card. Okay, if it was a team match, okay, perfect, yeah, okay, but it's a solo queue ranked, absolutely, I'm moving up and I'm getting damage. I'm making it to where everyone knows my scoreboard at the end of this game. Yeah, I love it. Okay, you're so based. You can probably play wide here. Especially since okay, yeah, because you don't actually need to shift here. So I'm looking to set up. Okay, oh, this is really interesting. There's probably even more to talk about here, because you know that Anna's going to play cart anyways. Yeah, oh man, digital, especially in these lobbies, it actually it frustrates me actually as a DPS player, and I'm sure that you experience this, where I'm like, I want to be on cart. I believe that I need to be on cart, so let me be on cart. But I see my support's moving point, and I'm like, oh, like please don't be there. Like you guys can be up, go play the video game, have fun. Setting up for the fight to use these cooldowns. So I don't mind this engage. I don't mind the scouting that you're doing here. I also kind of like this. This is very much in line with what you had said, where you're like, you can get in a lot of really cool places and you can stay there. Considering timing, right? Understand that it's probably just the first shift that's most justified to use here. The second one after that is going to end up cutting into the timing that you need that second shift for when the fight actually breaks out, right? So you just want to be really sensitive to the timing of the game, right? That is the amount of time that it takes the Roadhog to walk up here, related to the amount of time that it takes for your cooldowns to regenerate, related to the amount of time that it takes for you to reverse to a section of the map where you can counteract his timing with which he had walked up these stairs with your timings, right? This is some really ambiguous and nuanced stuff. There's a lot to dig into when it comes to the principles of map control and timing. And the only reasons I have such strong opinions on it is because I have 5 years of experience teaching those principles. But I hope that you kind of get the essence of what I'm saying. I'm also support man and will abandon cart fast in the tracer. Yep, that's so based. Yeah. So again, I have you wide. That way you have a little bit of cover. You have some a really nice angle, a potential duel, a potential like actual 1v1 that you could take and force, which you absolutely want to be forcing, especially against Echo, who has well, actually she doesn't have her ult, so maybe there's a different target that is more valuable to force into a 1v1. But if the Echo is going to be the one that presents itself to you, then it is one that is justified to take. It's interesting how you end up coming to the conclusion that we end up reaching together here, but just a little bit later. I love it. I love it when no duel is just a win if I hit ult. Yeah. I love reaching I love it when players kind of do in game what I'm saying in VOD. It's like you guys are listening to me while you're playing back in time. And yes, absolutely. An alternative is that you just stay cart, hit the E up, and use the ult, right? Make things easy, right? I want you, Juno, mirror, Juno. Yeah, absolutely. And oh man, I love that you mentioned that as well, because I'm all about making it complicated, taking an off angle, confronting the Echo, forcing out her cooldowns, and then traversing a little space while pressuring out the Roadhog and setting up for an ultimate, the 360 slam spin dunk into the boxes, right? With the Freya ult, the move that has become most popular, I think at least. But like, you can also be simple. You can also just ult the cart. Ult the Juno. Come here. Okay. You're chasing the Juno. Come here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you deserved that, but she did too. I type, I go nice when that happens. Nice TM. Got her. Coach is a KD player? Yeah, I am. Might be. Might be. And yeah, I am appearing online. It's fun. I like appearing online. I realize. Let me see. Okay, hopping over. Ooh, do we not have a shift to get... I honestly am not opposed to like you being inside that little room as opposed to up over here on the roof. I think I really like the flashy. I think it's so worth it to go for that. It just makes your life a little bit more complicated. Like we just talked about making shit easy for yourself. So you can probably just like honestly stand completely still and just land shots that you know are going to hit that help you build confidence, especially on this new character. Ah, I love that. Look at how you're ready. I mean, absolutely. Oh, that is absolutely exactly what I'm looking for. Like you were so ready for that cast to round that corner on that timing, right? Stagger, no big deal. I'll give you a second freebie because the gameplay's been, like, so spectacular so far. The buff makes it so she gets it, so I stay on roof now. Oh, interesting. Okay, gotcha. Oh, okay. That's very interesting. Gutsy stuff. I don't mind the disengage. Actually, I do. Yeah, just stay engaged. You're already in. You're already committed. And you want to make sure that you catch the wave. You're lucky, I think, that you do catch the wave here because it's not really an intentional wave catch. But I would love to see a little bit of intention behind that wave catch. Especially since you are going to commit, right? Like we could talk about how like the problem is that like how you set up for the commitment and how you commit there, right? But like that's not necessarily your team loses that fight, right? So like in the context of a fight where your team has a better shot or it actually does get to win, right? Then like you can we could absolutely talk about the dash, but like your team loses, you die anyways. We really just want to make sure that you are on the same page as your team because that's the only way to ever win a game of Overwatch is to be on the same page as at least most of our teammates at most times, or at least more of a same page than the enemy team is. So I don't mind you dying a lot earlier there, and on the objective as well. Okay, yep. A little cast spam. You take cover. Ooh, very nice. Oh my goodness. You actually might be like the honestly I think switching Nash with a better play here. I'm at 3 minutes out, but I want to force Freya, see if I could do it. Yeah, I get that. I also that is something I absolutely do pretty regularly as well. Probably just like a little bit of execution here that you can refine, where you're looking to use the E, right-click, hit the cast, and then shift in with another cast right-click. You can burst him down and get to the spot that you want to be in, and if that's not something that you're prepared to do, then I just don't have you challenging him like this, right? So this is actually really interesting. I think that this is the conclusion that I'm going to reach. If you want to do Freya things, you have to do the Freya things, right? You have to do the Freya things the way that Freya wants them done. And oh my God, we've seen it, right? From her trailer. I think there was a comic that was released as well. I haven't gotten to read it yet, but Overwatch has actually been killing it with their narrative design lately. She wants things done a specific way. Oh man, she seems like a very specific kind of bounty hunter, right? So if you do things the Freya way, do them the way that she would see them done, right? However, if you don't want to do them that way, Freya's the kind of character I feel that you could actually play like the Cass, like the Ashe, like the Widow, right? Take the ranges and walk up the stairs, or walk over here in the same way that I would coach gun on the Ashe to land the dynamite on the Cass. I'm Eing in here so that I hit the head, or so that I bonk my head on the ceiling, and I don't have to worry about overshooting, right? So you want to make things easy on yourself by abiding to the rules of this character's kit. Really nice movement, actually. Hold on, I'm gonna watch that back. I think you're thinking more about movement than aim here, and I really like that. Because you take shot, stop moving to dodge the next bullet. Okay. Okay. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely marvelous. I love it. Hey, like, just a step back. Just one step back, and boom, you're able to LS. So understand how those fights are going to go, right? And kind of have an idea. If only I had a story mode to really invest that time in the story. Yeah. You always practice that, the movement. Yeah, I love doing that. In fact, we have something called on the team called anti-JCV stealth movement, which is where you actually just move into the wall, into the wall, into the wall, into the wall, and because they expect you to move to strafe, they shoot where they think you're going to strafe, but you're just colliding with the wall, and it's very funny to see it work. It works against me, actually. If you ever encounter me on a ranked ladder, use the anti-JCV stealth movement against me. I was seeing the end, but I always want to see if I can waste their whole clip, and I do know they would be so mad. Yeah. Well, especially if if they're streaming to their buddies or something, I mean, that all of their friends are chirping up like, oh my God, Scorpion hit a shot. Okay, I don't mind the E into, I think I do actually. Hold on. I think that I do mind it. Freya's abilities are really good by themselves, but they're also very good together, right? And so, so using the E by itself is fine here. But, like, you're not... The instance where I think I would be inclined to advise you to use the E and the 2 shifts here is where you can one-shot the cast, right? So I just want you confident. I want you ready to do that, right? But you end up using the E, you don't land it, and after that, I think you don't need to use the shifts, right? If you drop back to the ground. So this is funny. This is another one of those like intention, decision, action things, not quite lining up, right? We go for the E, but this isn't a character that one-shots. We can get pretty damn near close, but we can't one-shot entirely, right? So we can kind of one-shot. We get this, we get the E. We don't hit the cast. If we're not going to hit the cast, and we're going to say, okay, we can't, didn't hit the cast with the first shot, so we're going to give up on the, the burst combo, right? Then it makes sense to feet flat on the ground and then walk up the stairs, and then maybe, once you're up here, to dash from there, right? Dash in his line of sight or, whatever. But then instead you're using the 2 dashes to get up, right? Cross that 2/3 of the distance, as that E, but you're not actually then using the second shift to get the second shot, right? You're just you're using the first shift to get altitude and the second shift to get altitude and that second shot. All of which, again, still doesn't contribute to the burst that you actually need to secure that elimination. So I just have you really, attentive to how your abilities are being used for each other. Or in this case, I think that you actually kind of shut out the options that your shifts give you by not using your abilities all towards this burst combo. If you're going to go for the burst combo, sink the burst combo. Every resource. And if you don't land it and you don't kill him, that's a-okay. You still did the right thing, right? By sinking it. You made a plan, you had an intention, you made a decision, and you did an action. If the execution doesn't work, who cares? I don't. I'm going to get to watch so much more of your gameplay, whether you hit that burst combo or not, right? But if you're not going to hit the burst combo, then don't decide halfway through that you're not going to hit it and then re-decide that you're going to hit it. Very, very important principle. Follow through with our good ideas. You have good ideas. I just want to see what it looks like when you don't double back on any of them. Or double back on maybe like one less of them. Nice shots, nice shots. You have Shift and E to use. It at least gives you a shot. It means that you don't have to reload and might give you the shot to do that burst damage. So like absolutely use one of the shifts here if it's just straight up, if it's to leap out, if you want to ult to start and then lead into the right clicky, which is actually probably what the strat is to ult here and then right clicky the echo. I think that you have a much better shot of killing her there. So just like a little bit of order of operations thing, you just want to understand what gives you the best possible setup, and then after she gets out there, you just want to run. Hey, Chunky Chicken. I'm gonna make you mod, by the way, Chunky, if that's okay. I probably should just open with ult. Yeah, that's okay. Look, digital. Like when I'm on Freya, like later this week, I promise I'm also not ulting first. And you know what I'm thinking about afterwards? I'm like, oh my god, Digital taught me that I should have ulted first. There. I'm never not ulting first again. I don't think at this point I knew her ult hindered. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, fair enough. Like the cast voice line when he throws his E, he's like, haha, you're hindered. Also like his when he hinders you, he'll sometimes go stop moving. That one's fun. I like all of the new voice lines that they add. Hinder prevents all movement. Yeah. Kiriko can't TP. Tracy can't blink. Yep. You're hindered. Get hindered. What a snipe! That's incredible. That's really, really nice. I hate the way that you set this whole thing up. I think that you're making things so much more complicated for yourself. Keep doing that, by the way. Like, don't stop doing this because, like, this character is brand new. Absolutely, it's your job as one of her pioneers, right, to figure out what she can and can't get away with. So please don't stop limit testing, right? I'm actually giving you bad advice by sitting here and saying you're making this way too difficult on yourself, right? But make it hard on yourself so that you can learn over time how to make it easy, right? So you're making this way too difficult on yourself, but holy, that's awesome. What a read. Think timing was the big issue with this one? Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, because you're in and your team isn't, like, your team hasn't been able to like get in yet. Okay, you're also in, but you're like, there's a way for you to alleviate the pressure, right? And that is like force Doom to, instead of shoot you, block because you hit him with a right click, right? With that shift. So again, you're only using, and this is something we've talked about a little bit today with some other people, is like a lot of things in Overwatch don't only do one thing, right? So you want to not only be using your shift for mobility, but you also want to be able to use it to force Doomfist to block or alleviate pressure off of yourself, right? You use the E and you use that to get the blow up on the bat, the read on the window, and that's awesome. So I love it. Embrace the simultaneity of some of these abilities, some of these decisions, some of these options that you have as a player. And holy smokes, I guess I get rolled or something. I don't know. Can I sit in the easy coaching chair and be like, you have to play that differently? No, I think you just die there, Lamau. The dude hates you. Yeah, I can tell. Yuki is a digital source hater. Yeah, 100%. Okay, good. You ready for the matchup? Coach gun off the high ground. Just like a little too much listing. This is so funny because like it's actually so minute and it's not your fault. Like this is like not something I should be picking on you about. But like okay, off the high ground, your team is engaging. You need to not be moving towards your side of the map, right? If there's a fight that you want to participate in, right? Which I presume that there is because your team is about to engage. You just don't want to be taking this step out here. As soon as you're off that high ground, like as soon as the coach comes out and you're not in the spot you're in, you're like, oh my God, I gotta get back to the next good spot. So guy could have gone for on up and has to go for me. Yeah, SMH my head. Because that's toxic. I'll be reported, Yuki, after this match. They seem like a bad human being for coming after you on the Doom. Be careful about the window. Making me nervous. That's okay, you're in front of it now, but you're still not like an off angle. You're still kind of like in a straight, well, not in a straight line with your team, but you're like very proximate to the core of your team. And honestly, like when they're all clumped back here and I've got this straight line to shoot in that my team is playing in, like consider like look at the formation here through the ceiling and like imagine how much easier this whole fight is to handle for your team to push, for them to back up, for cart progress to be attained if you're just over here, right? So just making sure that you know where you want to be for some of these fights. That's the only dynamite that we just haven't really cared for, but that's okay. I needed that dynamite. Nice connections. That's interesting. I can't believe you lose that game. That's so close. And it's not because you forced Freya, by the way. It's not because you forced Freya, and it's not because you didn't embrace simultaneity, and it's not because your teammates threw either. But really, really interesting to understand that you lost that match because I personally don't think that you deserved to. Oh, the ad is in effect. That's okay. I can't slow down because the VOD continues after the ad, so you guys might have to tell me how it works at some point. We're so cooked. Retract the follows. Take the follows away. Retract the subs. Yeah, no, crazy for me to understand that you end up losing this game. I don't think that you deserve to lose this game. I think that it's possible that there's a lot of things that your teammates do a lot differently to help you win this game. For you, continue limit testing on Freya. Establish your off angles. Make sure that you know how you want to take these fights. I think that that's one of the big things. And that's one of the big things that you actually have a really good concept of on Ashe, but it's one of the things that if you develop a really strong concept of on Freya, you're actually going to emerge as one of her actual pioneers as far as like how she plays. So so I would continue limit testing and also continue to understand what kinds of fights you want to be taking as Freya. Interesting. Normally, I think I end up with some more concrete takeaways. But here, it actually does just end up being a lot more like, try playing Freya the way that you play all the rest of the characters. Try playing Freya the way that you play Ashe. Don't play Freya differently. and then from there, establish a baseline for what the differences between Freya's gameplay looks like with the rest of the characters. Oh my goodness. Oh, Chunky Chicken, thank you for the sub. I told you not to do it. Chat, use your no, don't use the subs. Go give those to, like, Emong or something. Digital, do you have any questions about any of the stuff that we covered, or my ultimate insight that I come to, which is, or my conclusion that I arrive at, which is try playing her like the rest of the cast. I'm really interested to see what you playing Freya like Ashe looks like, and not exactly like Ashe, but hopefully you get what I'm saying, where I'm going. Alrighty, guys. Well, that's really unfortunate. I'd snoozed that ad too, because I knew that we were going a little bit long, and then I just completely forgot to re-snooze the ad. And so I think that I'll just keep going until the next one, and then we'll take our break here in about an hour. Digital, thank you for the codes. I'm actually really excited to cover more of your gameplay, and especially more of this Freya, because it appears as if you have already learned a lot more than you had in these lobbies. And I think that if we put me in a position where I can watch some more of your gameplay, I can come to some more prominent conclusions. We still walk away with just enough today for you to have a sense of what kind of limit testing you can be doing next. As far as how to rank up, we'll figure that out. Not today, but as we get more Freya codes, as you generate more confidence, and as I generate a greater understanding of how Freya fits into the context of Overwatch as a whole, I think that, oh my gosh, you are going to be insane. And wow, what joy I got to experience today watching your gameplay. Think it will be a good push forward. Think it's mostly playing with her abilities with more intent. Yeah, absolutely. Intention, decision, action, they all have to line up. They don't often, and that's A-okay. That is A-okay. No, thank you, Digital. I wish that we could look at another code or two of yours. It's just I have a few other codes to look at, including one that I much promised to a certain Roomt Beer, who has, by the way, been who is not one of our Prime subs. Let's get a big ol' shame in the chat. No, please don't. Actually, I'm kidding. But Root Beers have been like hanging out with us last stream, for this whole stream, and new get to. Oh yeah. No, thank you, Digital. I really appreciate the opportunity, and I'm really excited to continue watching VODs. We'll be live again on Thursday, and I'll probably be able to take a look at more replays for you then. Subs are only 15. No, it's not, Michael. So anyways, Root Beer has been hanging out with us the entire day. He's been engaged. He's been chirping and champing, and so yeah, and most importantly, Root Beer is one of my favorite Mercy players. Mainly for the fact that I know that like this is a Mercy player that like I can just like absolutely rely on to like, hey, I want to play ranked. I'm gonna play Sojourn. I want to pocket. Root Beer. Root Beer is such an interesting case. It's my personal opinion that Root Beer actually could like really reasonably compete in like super competently in like mid to high masters as Mercy. It's not just related to, and that's not just related to how Mercy is an easy character, guys. But yeah, actually, if Root Beer's flat, yeah, they can absolutely pocket you. And Root Beer is, like I said, Root Beer is a genuinely really talented, attentive Mercy player. I hope that we get some really prominent insights into the way that they see the game, their game view, because you guys will see a lot more than just Mercy in it, okay? She's easy if you pocket my Ashe. I actually believe that. I can tell you, Mercy's a lot easier if you pocket Digital's Ashe over mine. I think that we see just from the one VOD review compared to... Ashe is one of my favorite characters, too. I think across all modes... How much time do I have on her? I have 79, 80 hours on that character. Ugh, don't look at the win rate. Anyways, we're looking at Mercy gameplay. So anyways, yeah, absolutely. I think I slapped my mic. Anything is easier than Mercy. Right now, Mercy is so hard. Unironically, Mercy is actually so incredibly challenging. I wish that I understand it because I went through a phase myself where I also hated Mercy. But I also wish people understood like how this guy VOD reviews and literally can't even win on Ash. Ain't no way, man. Ain't no way. Yeah, I know that is the way it goes. Okay. I don't mind the splittedness, and I'm gonna have to get in Mercy VOD reviewing mode from DPS player mode. Holy. Your team is just all in one spot, Root Beer. Don't go for that revive. And I don't mind the damage amping, but I think I put you with the Ash here instead. So, okay, so here's the thing, Root Beer, for me, is you're in a spot like that doesn't grant you any mobility in a composition which is not itself entirely... Actually, no, the composition is itself mobile. So why are we all up here? I almost hit the power button on my PC. That would have been so embarrassing. So yeah, it's interesting to see our team not opting for the mobility that we could be going for to alleviate some of the pressure on us, but I also wonder who you could be on that would reduce some of the pressure here. You lose the you lose the Freya, your Kiri Suzu's, and so especially since your Kiri doesn't have the Suzu, like this is just not where you want to be. So I would be looking to get out. I'd be looking to get with the Ash, or I would be whipping the Glock out to like shoot some people since my team apparently isn't doing it well enough. We end up getting out, but you see how like by the time we get out, it's like already way too late. So yeah, that's really unfortunate. I don't think that you save your team there, but you definitely like tethering to your Ash sooner definitely gives you a lot more options for like how you escape, how you live, stuff like that. 207 hours on Ash? Yo, Digital, I think actually you're the one who's going to have to be VOD reviewing me sometime soon. 424 on Ana. Oh my god, yeah, you can actually take a look at my Ana codes. And then 497 on Tracer on your main. 500 hours on Tracer. Holy respect. I'm going to end up having for you. I don't like Tracer. I don't like Tracer players. I think they're entitled, and I think Tracer is an easy character. I maintain that opinion most strongly when I'm playing Overwatch, by the way. But she's genuinely a very challenging hero. You just will only ever hear me say that when I'm not playing against her. Okay, so relish it while you can. The respect for having 500 hours on a genuinely insanely challenging character. And she is only, I mean, she started insanely difficult and only gets harder with time because not only does Tracer kind of fit less and less into the context of a game that's adding more and more of a roster that was originally kind of balanced around her, but people are also learning always about how to play around Tracer, and because the whole game kind of started around Tracer balancing, and she's still a very prominent part of that, people are always going to be developing ways to play Tracer. She is so hard. Yeah. I'm glad that you said it best, Digital, between the two of us just now. She is so hard. I love pulling out the Glock Root Beer. Look at him go. Oh my god. I don't mind the damage boost. I also think that you could probably shoot your pistol. Okay, you're in. Do you want to be on that other high ground? I almost put you on that other high ground. Okay, I know why you're not on that other high ground, and that's because your team is, like, out. Oh, my God. You Valk here. Like, Valk now and connect to your queen, right? Yep. Okay, beautiful. I love it. LOS the damage. Okay, but, like, could you be in here? Do you need to be in here? No, you don't. Okay, so, yeah. No, you're doing the right thing. Well, right and wrong. I don't know. I wouldn't be doing any different if I was Mercy, besides not untethering from my queen. You're really high up as well. I think that's the other problem, is like you were doing really, really well, like using the natural cover. You can still stay tethered to your queen. Honestly, you have a really good angle here to, like, if you wanted to whip out your Glock, like in the time that you didn't, that you were untethered from your queen, you might have even been able to fire a few shots. So like, I think that you've got options here, and because you feel committed to the queen here, you end up positioning high, not moving on the soldier, not helping your team needs to get somewhere. Oh my god, this is appalling to see, by the way. The Cole was aggressive, so I was trying to stay out of her line of sight. Yeah, okay, wait, Root Beer, Root Beer, this is not out of line of sight, Freakazoidian. Go back to Planet Freakazoidia. So yeah, no. I really liked what you were doing here, and I really would have loved for you to actually, like, stay here so that you could, like, zoop on the soldier or, like, you know, do some... you're also less disconnected from the queen and your team if you're right here, right? You still end up having to sever connections for one or the other, but at least all the way up here, you contribute to a division, and it's not your fault. It doesn't change anything. Off-screen counts, but yeah. Off screen. Yeah, I think it does count. I think you're right. So you're not like making anything worse, but you're also not contributing to a lesser division here. If your queen dies, I'm flaming you. Was this a good revive? I'm gonna pause and let you tell me. I think it was a good revive. Yeah, you know if it was a good revive. It seems good. Seems like you got stabilized. It gave us a reason to Kitsune. Yeah, good revive, Root Beer. Oh my god, that's... Is it toxic of me to say that was refreshing? That's a refreshing revive to see. Interesting. Yo, you don't like try to hover over the top and then like drop down behind them as they push in? I tried to do that. Oh, that's why. Well, that's boring. That's boring. Yeah, okay, yeah, you didn't have revive for 2 seconds, Root Beer. It was on a 2-second cooldown, which is attained by gliding down here. But also, you die gliding down there because your Ash was landing at a bob to help clear space. I'm surprised you don't use the revive to bring the queen back with the bob. You didn't even try. Oh my god. The amount of effort you put into your revives on me, and you don't revive. Root Beer. Yeah, go duo with digital. Oh my gosh. Friendship ended with Root Beer. Now JCV Stealth is my new duo. Oh, I don't want to do that, actually. I do not want to duo JCV Stealth. Observable. Oh, don't do that. I have to time you out for that, please. Don't reduce me to the tyrant. Don't make me the villain by posting dangerous links in the chat. Ah. Ooh. I like the damage boost. A little alleviation of pressure. Oh, nice. Really intentional. I really like that, actually. Get the revive on the Kiriko. Man, I wish that the rest of your team wasn't playing so horrendously, Root Beer. Because I think that it would give you... I think it would show you how... Or show us how many options you actually have on the Mercy. So I appreciate how much you're doing with how little you actually have to work with. And maybe that's actually just the life of a Mercy player. I don't know what the game view of Mercy looks like. I've been so disconnected from her playstyle for so very long. But... This was your best team yesterday? Oh my god, that's saying something. You have Valk for so long. And they've already cold. Okay. This is really little. This is really little. I just want to highlight, like, do you guys see the problem with this? Do you guys see the problem with this formation? I'm not playing until I see yeses. I'm not playing until I see, like, 12 yeses in the chat. Like, look at this. Look at this. If you're a hit scan player, right, and you ever play a game where this is where you are positioned in relation to this, okay, you deserve to D-rank. You should be in gold where these games are happening. If this is where you are comfortable being as one of the DPS in the context of this fight in a lobby that is rated this lowly, right? Which, by the way, credit to our Platinum 1 players. Platinum 1 is actually a difficult rank to attain, especially if you're unfamiliar with the fundamentals of FPSs or Overwatch or whatever. So I just want to mention that that we do not rank shame here. We do, however, shame people who play like this and then when their team dies, flame their teams. You should not be here. Ever. Ever! The high ground. The turret. Forward. Pressure, 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 pressure. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. Absolutely beyond reproach. Or absolutely below reproach. This is utterly reproachable is, in fact, the term. I'm tired. I'm tired of watching your team play like that, Root Beer. And it's making me mad because I want to, like, give you some authentically good advice on this character that you've played for so long that, honestly, you have a much better idea of how to play than I do. But I can't give you anything because your teammates are playing like fucking bots. Get on the high ground. If you play hit scan, be somewhere that you do damage where you're not behind your Mercy player. Holy. Or go back to gold, please. So that my actually genuinely talented Mercy players who don't deserve as much hate as they collectively get can actually rank up. Please. Oh my lord. Root beer. If this was the best team you had yesterday, this is embarrassing state for Platinum 1 to be in. Okay, that's also like not the GA to be going for, but like you also don't have a choice. Your teammates are playing like bots. Why are we so afraid? All right, that's fine. That's fine. Hopefully our teammates get some spines and take some angles. Oh my gosh. And now I realize how lucky we were to get to watch Digital's DPS gameplay just to come in and end up watching Roku and Tinkle just like absolutely lack confidence entirely. Oh man. Yo, Roku and Tinkle, if you guys ever get to see this, like, I'm sorry. I just wanted you guys on the high ground. I want you guys in positions where, like, I don't know, your Mercy can actually do something for you. We are pocketing our tank on Mercy. How embarrassing is that? Is that really what you want, Root Beer? Is that really what you want to be doing? And pocketing your tank and reviving your soldier who is not even on your side of the map, right? This is your side of the map. This is your spawn, okay? So, yeah, no, absolutely agrees. Root Beer, your teammates are ass. I understand the healing. I don't damage boost there either. I also don't hang out in the middle of the open, Root Beer. I absolutely just jump up to the high ground. I get someplace. I think we have to watch Star Wars so we can see what happens to you when you're on the low ground. Yeah, absolutely. It's over, Anakin! What is that freeze? What? That's the perk? No. Ooh, that's so long. That's so long. That's so long. Who approved that? Alec Dawson and Aaron Keller. I need you guys on the line now. What? Yo, tank players. Oh my god, I am so sorry. Tank players, I am so sorry. Oh my lord, tank players. Oh, are you kidding me? It's the Suzu that brings him out, too. What is happening? What is this game? It takes so long to do. I don't care. Do you see how long the queen doesn't get to do anything? That's insane. Freeze, 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 freeze. Okay, so it's not the Suzu that brings us out. It is actually the duration of the freeze. It takes so long to do that. I don't care. It takes so long to break out of it. Oh my god. Oh my lord. What a disaster. Part of the benefit, part of the big good decision that was made heading into Overwatch 2 was the reduction of CC from characters who don't deserve to have CC in their kits. Guys, if there's a character that doesn't deserve to have CC outside of her ultimate, it's the Mei, right? This is crazy. Oh my god. Lord the Angry? Yeah, we're putting on Lord the Mage. Ugh. That makes me so mad. That tilted me. Oh, man. Still a really nice fight. Do I hate the Valk? Let's see. Rupert, I think I hate the Valk. I think this is like a really rare instance of me saying, don't ult here just because you have it. I understand why you Valk. But the Valk is a compromise. I think it's a compromise of the principles that you actually maintain, too. It's just absolutely forced out of you. And we see with the benefit of hindsight in the replay viewer and without the lens of panic that we're watching this game through, playing it live, we understand that you don't need to Valk there. The reason that you don't need to Valk there is because the shield has already been placed. Hold on, let's take a look. The shield already got placed, so you don't actually have to worry about like moving your team past it because it's going to go down here soon anyways, and once it goes down anyways, there's going to be a new one that gets put up, right? It's going to be put up either back where they are or forward where you are, and you don't need Valk to get to either position, right? Your queen also gets the Suzu. She's also getting healing. She's frozen. She's going to draw a lot of attention from both teams, and Tinkle is already wide. Oh my god, your DPS are actually, for the first time this game, like actually in a position where I would have them be. And so, So I like this. You just don't need the Valk, and the reasons for it are with again replay view in hindsight are apparent. Played tag 2 as well. Okay, yeah, let's go digital. That's awesome. Feel free to DM me the code. I've got a spreadsheet that I'm adding stuff to, and so I will. I'll do my best to stay organized, guys, with all the replays, and you guys can also, because I'm trying to stay organized with the replays, that gives you guys the agency to send me replays. You guys just can't get mad at me if I don't get to them before they get wiped by patches. You guys just have to, I would just ask for you guys to understand that I am an old mushroom who is very forgetful. And so you guys would just have to understand that, like, oh, okay, I sent a code, wasn't able to get to it, it expired, and this old shroom will tackle it next patch. I like where you are, Reaper. I probably have you stick with the soldier there. Especially if you're me. Or especially if I'm the soldier. Because you look at, like, oh, well, I mean, you end up thinking about opting into the same spot. I don't think you're playing, like, badly. I think you're in a good spot. You are where you need to be. You're on the targets that you need to be. I'm just curious about, like, what the min-max really looks like here. The amount of time spent tethered onto the queen is really, really challenging. Is it because our deeps are still behind us? Oh, man. What a compromise. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. You know, again, I think that if our deeps aren't playing in the spineless, cowardly spots, right? I think that you actually don't have to make a Valk or a GA that is so compromising. But also, you know, okay. Here's the thing, Ripper. If your soldier is playing all that far back and your Kiri is already like basically perma-tethered onto your queen because that's the only target that's playing in front of your Kiri, right? Because it's also the only target playing in front of you is your queen. Then at that point, honestly, you may just have to end up sitting back with your soldier and sitting back with your Ashe, your cowardly, spineless DPS players here. You may just end up having to hang out with them where they want to play. I don't personally think that I have seen payoffs in the kill feed or in the context of some of these fights that indicate to me that your DPS are actually doing like really meaningfully good things beyond like the spare, like I'm visoring at a decent timing from the position, which isn't the worst possible position, right? So Ashe was like 8 and 16 or something. Yeah, I know. I was not having the game of my life this game. And so I was, yeah. I mean, she doesn't seem to have been having the game of her life. It's there. I don't have an account on Tingle. That's tough. Do you stay on the soldier then? Do you end up going back? For one, like being out this far is like really, really scary. You Valk. If I'm Valking, I'm like hanging out right here. I'm probably gliding right here. Because I want to help the people who are in the terror search. I actually like the way that you path here. This is really, really excellent. This is where I stopped liking it. And I think that you go there because you realize you have to touch the objective. Yeah. And you do. But see how it's... Okay. Oh, man. And you do stop it. And you have to... Oh, my gosh. Yeah, Root Beer, I hate to say it, you're doing a lot of things right now. You're doing a lot of things right, and I really want to say that you're doing some wrong things so that we actually have some like important takeaways to get, but the important takeaways is actually the right things that you're doing. The timing on the Valk, the way that you path around the ultimates that they're committing, the fact that you touch the point because you're the one who has the mobility and doesn't have the freeze ticks to do it, the fact that you're playing the natural cover against the soldier and then eventually opting out over here to glide back over to your soldier and heal him and then eventually end up over here where the point is taking place. Rupert, this is some like really genuinely spectacular Mercy gameplay. I really hope that any Mercy players that we've got in the chat are taking notes, because this is actually some really good stuff. And this is the kind of gameplay that makes me understand that like you are not really authentically a hard stuck Platinum 1 Mercy player, right? Absolutely inconceivable the way that your DPS are playing right now. And I understand that you're having to make compromises based on the way that they're playing. The way that they're playing also affords you not many opportunities to damage boost. And so, like, if Mercy isn't going to be getting damage boosts, right, then I just don't understand why you would stay Mercy beyond I like playing her, right? And if the idea is to just play Mercy because I like playing her, right, then at that point, why not just whip the Glock out, right? Why not just say, I'm gonna DPS if my deeps won't do it. And then when they start moaning and crying in chat about how we're not healing them, right? We can say, well, play in front of me. Get in front of me, behind our queen, and fix our formation so that I'm not the one who has to do the damage. I think that that's an interesting scenario. Probably one where you actually get, like, hard-flamed and bullied. Mainly because, yeah, like... I would absolutely hard flame you if I was the Ashe. I just... Zam, no way that's the first thing you've typed in like 8 hours. I also think that, you know, if you're playing, you know, Mercy and you're having fun, like, go have fun. Go do something, Root Beer. God damn it, you're... God damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor. And actually, no, that's actually how you sound. Like, Jim, I'm a doctor, not the DPS unit, right? And so, like, I don't know. But sometimes you might just have to not be a doctor. Sorry, Bones. That's someone for DPS, always complaining anyways. Yeah, especially when you're playing with me. God, I do nothing but complain. Jesse! Jesse, we need to position behind our queen, or else Tuco's going to kill my family! Yeah, good stuff. Typical Mercy gameplay. I don't have a... We need to move the objective. Yeah, good stuff. I don't like the fact that you got slept there. Like, closer walls, covers, corners. Like, you're on Mercy. Like, ain't no reason that you should be getting slept in this spot. Like, bro... look at your DPS and tell me what your coordinates are, and then and that actually answers the question of whether or not this is an acceptable place to get slept in. So, little thing, just but like there's an Ana on the field. There's been an Ana in this whole game, right? And so I think that how did they miss Ram there? Let me see. Huh? They didn't. They were aiming for you. That's, I don't want to say their name, but like that's Ana, you know, that's like the Ana player, TM. Like, of course they were aiming for you, Root Beer. Not your fault. Are you kidding me? That is absolutely your fault. Quit moving like a bot so that Ana can't sleep you. Can we like go a year without being freaks in Overwatch, guys? Holy God. Root Beer, this is so scary. Can you please just, like, be willing to body the damage that you're already taking to move over here? Oh, no need anymore. You guys pressured them out, but, like, you could go there earlier. I don't like that Valk. That's just a little too early for me. I understand pushing your team in, ult because you have it. But you end up kind of sending us on a timeline that it's really easy for them to do stuff, and you end up on the bot with it anyways. Oh no. Oh no, that's... Read Beer, this upsets me, to be honest. It's Prior Lord the Posh. I don't like it, Read Beer, I don't like it. Get back in the wardrobe, Lord the Posh. Oh, get out of here. Okay, alright, he's gone. He's not gonna bother any of us anytime soon. But yeah, I really don't like you ending up on the objective with Valk. I understand that no one's... I can hear your voice in my head, Root Beer. Stop. I'm serious. Root Beer, shut up. Stop. No one's on the point. I've got to... Yeah, someone's got to move it. I'm not going to help my ROM out there. Okay, good point, Root Beer. Fair enough. Bro, yo, Rainy, do not call me on. I am, this is an old mushroom. I am an old man. I got lost there. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. No big deal. Jumping up to the soldier, staying on the pocket. I actually like this. This is exactly what what we were talking about Root Beer, and I think that this is kind of like the adaptation that that you're kind of thinking about, or you know. The soldier takes a hit, gets launched back. That's all right. You have places to be. Yo, did she just juke? Yeah, she just juked you out. That's your Kiri, who's critical, by the way. She has two very cool abilities. One of them TPs her and gives her iframes not only on the start, but also at the end of the TP. And then the other one gives her absolute invulnerability for a very short period of time. You don't have to stick your neck out for her, but like you feel like you do because you're also like, oh my god, you're yellow beaming a full HP soldier while standing completely still on a railing on Blizzard World's second point, by the way, which is like the objective, which one of the objectives in the game that you have to be the absolute most industrious kind of player, right? To meet the criteria of fulfillment here, right? So, I don't like. Oh God, you're gonna bring out Lord the Posh again, and I'm trying to keep him in the wardrobe of Wither's wardrobe of wandering friends, but I don't like the compromise here. I'm not a big fan, especially considering that she breaks your ankles and ends up in a spot that you were in anyways because she understands that she can anchor to you, right? So when we're thinking about the 3 matchups by which we abide or 3 rule sets by which we abide while playing Overwatch competitive, the composition in which we're playing and the fact that she can just TP to us to get healing is one of the rules that we have to abide by. Look at how in danger she is. Look at how in danger you are. What a compromise. What a compromise, Root Beer. You know what is right. Disappointing. I'm so glad. That was such a nasty thing of me to say. As opposed to like doing the old, what is it? Disappointing. But no, yeah, absolutely disappointing, Root Beer. Because you just don't play like that. You don't play like that when you know you shouldn't be. The pink and purple is sick. Yeah. Oh my god, the staff actually looks so good. The mythic weapon, a lot better than the jade weapon. Oh my god, Ripper, you were repping the jade. It was bad. Every time I saw it, I was like, nice revive. I like you playing the Kitsune. Although I don't really care for like the openness. I'm not opposed to you being close to cover or like in positions where like, you know, honestly, if the soldier's gonna shoot you, like I don't mind if you're in Valk, like coming at him from this angle to shoot him back. He's already half HP. Man. I think this is terrible. So when I first started coaching, I had a Mercy player ask me, they were like, you know, I'm a simple man. I see crit, I go to help crit. Yeah. I'm a simple man. When I see someone critical, I'll ride over and I'll help them out like a good Samaritan. No, don't be a good Samaritan. You're an Overwatch player. And you know what Overwatch players aren't? They aren't kind or caring. They aren't thoughtful or considerate. And they absolutely make endless compromises that makes these games very difficult to play. Don't be one of them. Don't be a Samaritan. You couldn't possibly be a good Samaritan because you're an Overwatch player. I'm so sorry that this is how you find out that dream of yours to be a good person is not actually attainable. But you are as good as damned, Root Beer. So anyways, I had a Mercy player ask me when I first started coaching, they're like, hey, when should I whip the Glock out? And I was like, probably never, because you have DPS to pocket, I say, as a burgeoning Soldier 76 player. And you come back and miss a Root Beer or Mercy gameplay. Oh, no, you didn't miss much. You did miss the entire attacking phase. We're down to 4 minutes left, Ant. I'm so sorry. And also, you missed the most egregious part, so actually, it's only uphill from here, Ant. No worries. Oh my god, Shadow Dragon. No, Shadow Dragon, dude, don't be here. Don't you have a Cardi stream to catch? What's up, dude? Oh my god. You cracked me up, buddy. Thanks for swinging by, Shadow Dragon. That makes my entire night, seeing you pop up in the chat. This Mercy play asked me, when should I whip the Glock out? And I was like, probably never. There's DPS to pocket. There's healing to do, right? Oh, how naive, how dumb I had to have been as a coach to say, take this part of your character's kit that that Jeff Kaplan so benevolently bequeathed unto you and don't use it. What? Coach, are you a schizophrenic person who doesn't take his medication? Haha, yes, I am. I think you can whip out the Glock a lot more, Root Beer. I think, and man, I get so mad at you in our games when you do it because it's not damage that's being contributed towards my scoreboard. So, like, whenever you and I are playing, like, don't do it. Do not Glock. I tell you, I will drop you as a duo. But like, you really could be whipping out the Glock a lot more. And I know I hear your voice in my head. Shut up, Root Beer. Shut up. Dude, let me talk. Where you're like, oh, but my aim isn't very good. Oh, but I don't hit the shots. No. I've seen you play some of the more mechanically intensive heroes, Root Beer, and like, I think I am finally tired and over the I don't have the mechanical skill set. Okay, yeah, there you go. I'm gonna strangle you, Root Beer. Just spam it. Mercy has planets for boards. Okay, look, that's really ungenerous towards Mercy players who don't land their shots, but they are quite large projectiles. That is true. And I'm over it, Root Beer. You know what? It's 8 years at this point. You played the game longer than I have. You started earlier than I have. And at this point, if you don't have the mechanics to, like, justify whipping out the Glock, as I beg and plead you to do when we're not duoed, and as I beg and plead you not to do when we are, stop playing Overwatch, right? But, like, don't stop playing Overwatch, Root Beer. You're better than me at Valorant, right? But then you're telling me that you can't aim. It doesn't make sense, right? So I'm over it, Root Beer. Whip out the Glock. Spend a couple of quick play games just shooting the pistol and not healing. Tell your team I'm Battle Mercy, pick Ana, or like queue up with Knackman or something. And I think everyone has better aim than they let on. It's also just some panic shoot versus just shooting. Yeah. No, Hottie actually told us, make those shots. Even a gold player lands those shots, is what he said. And it's the idea that, like, if we set ourselves up to land shots easily, they are easier to hit than shots that we don't set up to land as easily. Really hyper-intuitive stuff, right? You hear me say that and you're like, oh, well, no shit, shirtlick. But it's true. It's true. It's very important. So yeah. Oh, whoa. What is Kiri staring at us with sultry bedroom eyes for? Whip out the Glock, Root Beer, or else I'm gonna lose it with you. Lord the Freak, don't. No, we are not gonna end up with the Lord the Freak him up. Did you win this game, Root Beer? Oh, geez, Smoocher. I wish I could. Did you win this game, Root Beer? And don't question mark that. Spoilers? Oh, I hate you. I'll just scrub to the end. I'll let the replay viewer request a client disconnect. Okay, all right. We got, okay. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to fight the freak accusations already. Like, day 2 of being Mr. Big Overwatch content creator streamer man. And I'm already, it's only fair, actually, so fair to suspect that our coach is cooked because he coaches Overwatch. Watch out for the visor. Yeah, that's tough. They're just, like, out in the middle of the open. Out in the middle of the open, like, no regard for how things are going. On the soldier, stay on the soldier. He's running. Oh my god, he's running from the duel. You see him over there. Whip out your Glock. Whip out the Glock. Your soldier isn't fighting him. Oh, and then you get brought over here. Yeah, and he has the better visor. I'm not going to break down, like, where to be differently. Don't type suspect in quotations. Anything sounds bad if you type it like that. Yeah, Root Beer, I'm not going to get into, like, where else you could be. You just, like, we both know that you just can't be there. So, I think that's another compromise, though, Root Beer. I think that that's another instance of, like, you knowing that you just should not be doing what you are doing. And, like, honestly, oh my god, Root Beer, how many games have we played, like, literally this year, right? In 2025, where, like, I do the same thing their soldier does, and then their soldier goes for the visor, and I flame you, right? Even though I'm the one that was, like, playing like a bot that ran from the duel that I could have won because you were tethered to me, right? So, like, either whip out the Glock and win that on your soldier's behalf because he doesn't have the balls to do so, or don't be with him in the first place, and don't be willing to be with him because of how willing he is to not be with you for some of those duels that you empower him for. It's making me mad, and you have the audacity to revive him. That is the nail in this coffin. Root Beer, I am putting you in the ground. Flying out in the middle of the open, you are tethered to an Ash on the high ground instead of your Ramatra to embolden him to move forward. Now you're tethered up to the soldier and your Ram, even though they're walking on the Ash. You're not in Valk, still out in the middle of the open, still not proximate to walls, covers, corners, and your Kiri is standing virtually still on the middle of the objective. You do get some nice damage boost ticks in there. I'll accept that. The clock! Yes! Yes! I'm no longer cooking you, Rupert. We're no longer putting you under the jail. Ah, yes! Yes, Rupert, way to rip out the clock and take matters into your own hands. I like it. I like seeing players who ordinarily are on characters that people would associate as low, like with low agency in your games. I love seeing these kinds of players take matters into their own hands. This is exactly the kind of stuff you guys want to be doing. Yeah, well, beautiful, Rupert. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done being antagonistic. The high ground and the stand were cover there. I disagree. Freakazoid. And I'm going to say that I would go back and look, but the replay viewer is broken. That's a lie. But the replay viewer is broken, so I can't go back and look. So we're just going to say that I'm right because I'm Mr. Streamer Man. Plus, I have fast regen and Valk. I don't care! I don't like that you're on card. I just like, I have you connected closer to this side of the map if this is the side that we're going to be manipulating. I don't know necessarily if I want to break down into like how to read that out of your team here. Beyond just that we Kitsune down there and you don't want to be on cart, you just did a literal double take to see if your Kiri was in cart when like really you can just look up towards, okay, well I'm trying to look up, but okay, it's at the top of the screen is what I mean. The indication that there's one on the objective as it moves with 1 minute left in the bank. And so like not only do you have that indication, you also have the indication, like the actual visual indicator from when you did the first of the two two takes. So yeah, I just have you like set up to be on the side. And I know that I said I wasn't going to get into something and then proceed to like dive into some of the variables, but like I'm not going to get into it. All right. I like it. Oh, I really like it, Ripper. Yeah. Good Valk charge. Now you guys can send in. I hope you win. I hope you win this game, Ripper. Your DPS don't deserve to, but I would prefer that you win so that you don't have to play with DPS who play like this, right? Oh my god, Ripper, you have to be a lot more direct. That killed me to watch, dude. I do not want you flying out in the middle of the open like that for that long. This is WD pressing instead of just W, right? Like right across. It makes me nervous, and maybe it's not the worst possible movement that you could conjure up in this instance, but I hate it. Oh man. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's too out in the open. It's too whimsical. It's too listless for me. I've used that word. I've used list today. And I know everyone's like, oh, like the kind I make for the grocery store. No, I mean like a ship, like listing off to one side, like you're meandering, wandering, like you don't know what you actually like, where you actually want to be for this fight. But like, Rupert, you have like 8 years of playing this. I wish people understood how actually fun this character was to play, right? This absolutely incredible character, right? And so, like, you know how you want to take these fights. So get there. Get to your next good spot. Get to your next good Mercy spot. I don't like the meandering, especially on a Mercy as, like, a Mercy as mobile as character. Especially as a character, on a character as mobile as Mercy. Can we string words together in a coherent sentence, please? Oh, nice jump. I love that adaptation, Rootbeer. That's a really... Oh, God. Okay. Wait. Did you win or lose? What? Hold on. No. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. Oh no! That's so upsetting. That's the most upsetting thing I've ever seen. Chat, we're gonna send off for a short break, and when we come back, we'll watch some gameplay that makes us happy. See you guys soon. We're back. We're back, guys, and we're a little less sad now than we were before about the C9. Oh, we're not any less sad, actually. We're still very upset. Lego's also kind of mad. You can hear him in the background. He's going, yeah, C9. How dare they? How dare they, C9? Why are DPS playing by No Mercy? Why are they playing so over me? You know, you can hear him. At least for those of us who speak Lego. Now, speaking of Lego, I'm really excited. We'll get channel emotes at some point of Lego, and those will be fun. Alright, next VOD. Oh my goodness. This one is going to be an absolute blast. Okay, so there's a little bit of backstory for this one. Okay. So this was a comment that got left on one of my advertisements that I posted. And they said to check one of the posts that they had made. And this is what they say on this post. This is a person called Veggie, or at least I call them Veggie. They're also called Alexis, I believe, in Overwatch is what we'll be watching. Hi, I don't really play comp, but I've been lately because I've been grinding for galactic weapons. LOL. Same. So I'm still fairly new to comp, and last season I went from D4 to D1. The range of both these matches were high diamond. Another thing to note is that I don't typically play Kiri Juno all too much. However, Ana was banned in both these matches, and I feel as if Brig Mercy most likely wouldn't have worked with my team comps. But maybe I'm wrong, and if so, please tell me what better picks would have been. We get the replay code for Numbani and Saravasa. They mention that they play Kiri on Numbani and Juno and Kiri on Saravasa. I actually really love Flashpoint, so we'll probably tackle the Sura game. It is a D1 to D2 ranked match, and it is on PC. They say, I'll take any advice I can get. Like I said, I'm not a comp player, and honestly, I'm wondering if I'm boosted, / how I could play better to help my team win. I know for the Numbani match, I did a few dumb TPs and got out of position. I tried to not TP to an ally when they're probably in a less ideal situation, but sometimes I make dumb mistakes and do so anyways. Like I said, I don't play Kiri that much. Pointing out the mistakes I make and how I could have played it better, how I could have better played would be very helpful. And as for the Saravasa match, I ulted on Juno because I felt I was struggling a bit to keep my team alive, so I swapped to Kiri. I'm aware that the Juno ult was a bad ult. It was sort of a last-ditch attempt to keep my cast alive, and I wanted to swap also for the Saravasa match at the end of the game. I went to do a bit of off-angle damage since my Ram was full and Moira was behind him, and he instantly just fell over. Even if I wasn't shooting at the enemy team and just pumped heals into him, would he have lived? Did I throw the game? Thank you for any and all advice. I honestly always just played Overwatch for fun, but recently I've been wanting to improve and hit Masters if possible. Is it possible for me? What do I need to work on? Plus, what did I do right? Okay, so that was a little bit of a mouthful, and I appreciate you guys sticking with me through that. And wow, what fantastic information that we've been given. They were absolutely kind enough to acquiesce to being on stream, so I am so excited to examine what this player has to offer. So let's not waste any time. We're going to take a look at, I believe this is the Saravasa match. Let's hope it is. Yeah, okay. This is one of the ones that we kind of had questions about as well. This player knows what they want from VODs most than from... yeah, actually, no. That's actually so true, Nakman. That is actually so based. You're right. So as this player is asking, like, oh, hey, can I get to Masters? Is that even possible for me? Am I boosted? Like, no. Because you know what you're wanting to do. Right? So yeah, I do know GM players who don't know what they want. And it's appalling. We're gonna go Lord Thief and Calm for this one. Actually, we'll just do Lord Thief and Yap. And because there's gonna be a bit of yapping. We're probably gonna cover some pretty important stuff. We are trying to push from the cusp of Diamond into low Masters. I have good news and bad news. That is not a hard push. That is actually, unironically, one of the easiest pushes you can make on the ladder. Pushing from bronze to silver is incredibly challenging. Getting from silver to gold is just as hard. The threshold for platinum is a choke point. It is an hourglass that filters in only the tiniest grains of sand. But Masters, from Diamond to Masters, oh boy, that's doable. So yes, the bad news, it is very easy to get booted from Masters. So the question is not necessarily what do we have to do to get us there, what do we have to do to compete at Masters, right? So we're thinking like a Masters player, okay? This is actually the first VOD review that we've done on stream between the 2 days that we've been streaming. I don't know why I say we, it's me. So, for 2 days that me been streaming, we haven't gotten to talk about mindset, ranked mindset, right? If I want to be in Diamond, what do I have to, what kind of Diamond player isms do I have to maintain, right? A lot of people say that you actually have to play a rank above where you want to be, right? So if I want to play in Masters, I need to actually play a little more like a high Masters or a low GM player than I would a Diamond player looking to get into Masters. What does that look like? Oh, it looks like a lot. So let's dig into it. All right, so you said you don't normally pick Kyrie and Juno. That's fine. One of the things to understand about Juno, one of the principles that we worked on the team that I coached is on the team that I coach. I'm not done with them. Is Juno encompasses a principle that we identified as simultaneity. That is, she is very good at doing a lot of things all at once. I think to some extent you do have to play your rank or else you won't be engaging in team play. That's an excellent point, yeah. And that's why I didn't want to dig into that too deep because I don't entirely agree with the idea that you have to play like a different rank to compete towards a certain rank. I'm a very kind of see the world as it is kind of guy. And what is that Arataki Ito voice line? I'm gonna see it as it is, say what it means, mean what I say kind of guy. Anyways, and so I also kind of disagree with that. And so I appreciate that viewpoint that you've raised. Yes, absolutely. I think that to some extent, if you try to play above your rank, you're outpacing your teammates. You can't play around them and they can't play around you. Who have I told that before? I've told that either to a player, or I might have told that to JCV Stealth before playing with him, where I'm like, James, we can't keep up with you. You need to slow down, right? And like, JCV Stealth should never have to slow down, right? But like, for the sake of his shitlow Masters team, like, yeah, we probably need to slow down a little bit. Okay, so let's see if you have to play like your rank or if you have to play differently. Careful about walking in fire strikes. That's just no big deal. Okay, yeah. You are tunneled in on the restoration of the cast here, and I don't think that making sure that your cast is okay is a bad thing, but see how it doesn't let you do other things, right? So you do a little bit of healing here, and that's fine. But also consider if they are worried about dying here, right? If these are the kinds of players that are going to flame you, if they die here, they should just not take damage, right? Now, I'm not telling you not to heal these people. You absolutely should heal your teammates here, right? But see how your Winston is in? Your Winston is in. Let's see. Okay, so your Winston is in. Okay, he's doing a lot wrong here, by the way. Just saying. Small emote. Oh god, we need better. We need better emotes. Don't worry, those are coming. Probably Thursday, Friday. That's true. I tend to lose games on the rank up when I try playing fights faster and die before my team is ready for a setup. It's been rough to learn how to play at the speed my team wants to play at. Yeah, and the tough part is that it changes from game to game. Masters is honestly too kind of a phrasing for me. At times it's too kind for me too. And at times it's a little too kind to some people. So your Winston is not really supposed to be where he is right now, but he is in, right? And so you could also kind of be synced up with him, right? It feels like you're competing on a back foot here, where you aren't entering through this tiny space when he is, right? When your Winston is, right? Your Winston is taking damage that is being restored and then goes in and takes damage that can't be restored while you're trying to restore damage onto a person that isn't as engaged as the Winston, therefore isn't as in need of support as the Winston. This engage here is a really not great one, in my opinion, for our Winston hero, but one thing that makes this a better engage is your right-clicking, right? You already have the speed ring up, which gives you the speed boost that you need to get in here, do your right click, ramp up the damage, and then possibly LOS, or even use the right clicky to cross the distance so that you're right next to the cast that you need to heal so that you aren't healing less because you're away from him. That is one of the parts of Juno's kit, is she heals less the further away she is from her target with her primary fire. That's what what makes her secondary fire. That's what makes her torpedoes so strong, is the fact that those heal no matter what the distance is. If you're doing less healing at greater distances, then you're also using more ammunition in your clip. It's tough it's really tough to, give me one sec. All the way at the beginning. This is something we said a lot yesterday, and something that you'll hear probably a lot this stream. Overwatch is a cumulative game. The decisions that we make right here are going to affect the last fight, okay? So it's very important for us to understand that your team takes fire strike damage and gets slowed down, and now you do not, oh my god, you are not walking through this choke with 180 bullets. In fact, you aren't even walking through this choke at all, because of your Zen taking fire strike damage and has to be healed, right? I think that if you don't want to trouble yourself with the choke, that's a-okay. As Juno, as a support, I don't really want to be here anyways. I've kind of grown distant from this particular angle to play. It's not a bad one to play, but I tend to feel more agency if I'm figuring out if I want to be left or right here from this position. This also gives me like decent scouting info as opposed to this. This is a tough. Oh, this is kind of a tough angle to do scouting on that isn't as they are walking out to, right? Or even coming over here, right? So that I can play close to my deeps. My Zen has shield HP. He can probably restore himself. For you, I think I have you moving because yeah, it is tough to be down to 96 bullets in your magazine here. And it's also tough to not be able to do as much healing as you want because you're healing from the range here. I don't think you're doing like much less healing, but definitely not as much as you want. And it also keeps you off sync, right? Again, you're looking at the cast instead of the Winston, right? But the Winston is the one who may need more resources. Your cast is the one who has the cover. Your Zen needs to stop walking the fire strikes, by the way. Holy shatter. He's actually already 50% to his ultimate. Oh my god, so is our cast. So maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe the cast is worth our pocket. But I also wonder where the spots are that it's easier to pocket him from. Your tracer dies. That's no big deal. It's not bad that you're as far away from your team as you are because they kind of ran away from you. But at this point, I'm probably looking to do one of a couple of things. If I really think I can save him, I'm looking to like not run directly at him. And if I don't think I can save him, then I'm looking to set up on a position where I can get like a nice right-click EC about trading for a pick. I like you doing your double looking around, seeing if you can save him. And if I'm not doing any of that, and I'm glad that you ended up making this series of decisions, is because I can say the last thing I'm doing is dying on the point. I'm very against the KDA playing, where it's like, oh, not a death on my stat list, where actually walking out, see how walking out actually put you in greater danger than just dying on point and respawning with your team? We've talked a little bit about staggers today, and for you to be a stagger would be like an absolutely tragic, unfortunate instance that you actually, everyone has gotten a freebie pass today for it, by the way, so you would absolutely get a freebie pass. But it's not safer to run away from someone who's shooting you. In Overwatch, you do want to get to a health pack, you do want to get to a corner, but sometimes it's actually better to just say, I'm going to die on the point with the rest of my team so that we generate 22% progress instead of 19, and they have to start at 0 instead of 6 by the time my team is ready to reconvene. I over-exaggerate, by the way, the boons of not better, but different decisions there. It's much more slight, but the principle is the same. You want to contest point progress. You want to be in positions where you can help your team not so far away from your tracer, a little bit closer, using some of the natural cover that you've got. If you want to heal her. If you don't want to heal her, just keep moving with your ROM. Your tracer should not be dying to a cast that she was more than happy to duel out in the open, right, around a corner. Like, that's, at that point, it's not really your problem. It's not your fault that she dies, but you can help her not die as easily by being a little bit closer to her, right? And I think that being a little bit closer to her is a little bit hard because you got pushed back here, right? So we're beginning to see the accumulation, right? The decisions kind of stacking on to each other and the consequences of those decisions establishing or imposing advantages or disadvantages. So our ROM just gets absolutely melted. I like the speed ring. Oh my god, he did not do anything. Didn't pull out his arms, didn't slow, didn't shield. Holy smokes. And again, I think be very careful about the not a death on my stat list playstyle, just because it's not always best to not die. In fact, it's almost always better to die with your team if you're going to die losing fights. I err generally towards the willingness to die, and that's not really great either. It's those are the two extremes, right? I'm more than happy to throw myself into a fight where I think I should be dying, and I've got plenty of players who are on my team. By the way, this is why I don't like KDA, is because it's from my personal experience coaching KDA players who actively sabotage our matches by playing their KDA, right? But that's also the opposite end of the extreme, right? Is I don't want us feeling like we should only ever play our lives, because only ever playing our lives eliminates the payoff from risks that involve us dying. Does that make sense? Play a little closer. On the Juno, you can play a little bit closer. I think you're playing Ana positions here on the Juno, but you have mobility, a double jump, a glide, and a speed ring that helps you engage, disengage, make or create distance. You also want to be closer to these fights because it helps you line up right clickies while your tank is aggro. While your tank is aggro means that your tank can actually body the damage that is actually being done to you here. So actually being closer, a little bit closer to your Ramatra here, helps to, it would help to give you the space to right-clicking. Let's see, hold on. Yeah. If you were in the position like right-clicking right now, I feel like, oh my god, yeah, look at the other Juno right-clicking. So this is actually not an inappropriate timing for you to have not disconnected from your Ramatra. Instead, stay on him. Look, he's played like a bit of a bot. He looks like me, honestly, playing out here. But he's doing something. And there's this whole stretch that he's only got a Zen Orb. And in fact, he shouldn't be the one with the Zen Orb. It should be our Tracer or our Cass who's off-angling with the Zen Orb, right? And so for you, I just have you, if your Ramatra is doing something, if your tank is trying to do something, you want to try and enable that. You want to try and support that. It's tough that you and your Zen are on the same angle. I don't think your Zen should be here. I think your Zen should be elsewhere. Oh my god, he took another Fire Strike. Speedrun on the Zen is a little bit less pertinent than speedrunning onto your Rom. I think that's who you want to be enabling with the movement there, especially since he ends up moving away from you. You want to entice him to move towards you with the speedring, right? If he sees the speedring and he knows that it came from your direction, then like you can Bucks lost. You can come back to the second one. I'm sorry, Jay. I think that you can I lost my mind. The dementia. The dementia. Oh, how it addles me. But. Oh my goodness, wait, that's actually such a cute voice line. I didn't know that I forgot that they changed the alt lines. Okay, yeah, no big deal. So there's a policy that we also have on my roster. It is do not play for first flashpoint. I don't believe that this point is actually a valuable objective in this mode. So for teams that don't often have a way to win this objective, you can be comfortable saving your ult, especially since we had already committed to. I think that if we don't commit the Cass or the Zenyatta ultimates, I think actually your Ray ends up being A-okay. Because honestly, if you Ray and that forces them to go for the Bob, go for a Shatter, drop the beat, right, or a counter Ray, right, those are all good for you. Those make the consecutive objectives, which, by the way, are considerably more important since they are what ramp you up closer and closer to the score that you need to win, right? It helps you be prepared for those other objectives. So I understand what you say in your post about like the Juno ult being kind of a throw. I disagree. I think that the nature of the ultimate was fine. I think that in the context of this particular fight and in our particular policies that I've gotten on our team is that's where it looks more like a mistake in this context. For you, be comfortable not ulting if your teammates have ulted for that first flashpoint. If you guys are winning that first flashpoint, it's worth fighting for. Absolutely, you fight for that. But I generally don't like playing for first flashpoint. I load into flashpoint and I walk out and I play Overwatch. I play the video game. And I was talking to Rarest OW today, and we were talking about thinking and having the brain turned on and how much agency you get from having the brain turned on. Nope, not for this one. Not for this flashpoint. This map is trash. I hate these objectives. They are so bad. They're so frustrating to navigate and so difficult to play around. So, like, don't play for first flashpoint. You don't have to worry about it. It's all of the other objectives that are really, really important. Holy smokes. A lead is nice, but getting 3 points wins you the game, right? Or doing the Lord Thief and propaganda, yeah, with the don't play for first flashpoint. Careful about moving towards fire strikes. You have cover over here that you could play, and so you could just sit here and heal Tracer. You just want to make things easy on yourself. I'm pointing out like really, really teeny tiny like nitpick things that is essentially like glorified bullying of you. But it's actually just like it's the little things that make the game easier for us to play, so that we can think about how to make the hard things easier and make the easy things not something we have to think about at all, right? So playing your closer walls, covers, corners. You do a really great job of dodging these fire strikes, which cannot be said of my hero YXZ12138. But I don't think that you have to exhibit the skill to dodge the fire strikes if you're just like a little bit closer to walls. And like you're playing against a Reinhardt. So like if Reinhardt isn't in front of your face, where is he? He's at range. And if he's at range, what is he using to contest you at range? Fire strikes, right? So understanding that you can kind of anticipate that because he's Rein, he will fire strike. And because you are a squishy, he will fire strike in your direction. That kind of helps you understand which corners to be playing around at which times, right? That is, if I don't see Rein, I should probably be, I can probably be out. If I do see Rein, I want to be closer to a corner, right? Although at times, honestly, being closer to a corner against Reinhardt hurts me because then I peek at the time when the fire strike passes by, and I still get hit. So, look, whatever gets you to Masters, okay? Whatever gets you to Masters, Veggie. Do whatever it takes. Whether it's following your heart, trying out what I said, don't follow my advice. I'm still diamond on, like all of my rolls. Try something different. Try something different and see how it goes from there. And then after that, try the other alternative, and then the other alternative. And Overwatch is all about making options. It's not about doing the right or wrong things. Oh my God, in a game as nuanced as Overwatch, you actually want to boil things down to right and wrong? That's crazy and stupid. But you can always be making options for yourself. And you can always have better or worse options. 10 more carry skins, please. We're coming right up. Season 17 on the horizon. We will be bringing you guys from the cosmetics department of Team 4 under Activision Blizzard. Microsoft Blizzard now. We will be bringing you guys 12 new carry skins. Avenger Cosmetics? What? No, none of those. None of those. We do love options. I like the TP up. I actually really, really like the TP up. I would not mind if you stayed up there. Your Moira is up there, so I actually also don't mind you being up here. But I like the off angling. I am a firm believer in that, like, if there's nothing to do, go find some damage to do. Go find an angle to control. Because, like, imagine if their DPS want to come up and use this space, right, like they end up doing, but as they round the corner, they go crit from running your kunais. Okay, well now, if I'm a DPS player, I have to ask myself if I should turn around and go all the way back to my supports, if I should sit here and wait for my health passive regen to kick in, or if I should push this angle and limit test to dueling a full HP Kiri who has landed a crit tap on me, right? So if you want to win games against players who are better than you, which is the way to get to Masters, by the way, be the rat. Be the rat. Be one step ahead of them. They want to come up here, right? So be ready to meet them. Monitor your angle. Don't play in front of the Rhine. Don't play in front of the Rhine. Don't play where your Rom is. Don't play where your Moira is, just because those are the comfortable positions to be, because that's where the conventional Kiri players who wrote the Kiri guidebook of Kiri playing in 2021 or 22 when Overwatch 2 was released, right? Don't do any of that. Go do your own thing. I think you know what it is you want to be doing. Honestly, if you played support for fun for this long and you've just started playing comp and you're Diamond 1, you should be able to do whatever you want. I mean, that's actually awesome. That's insane. To be competing in Diamond after like playing the game for fun and then coming into comp because you want Galaxy guns. That's impressive. Those are some really serious skill sets, and I would love to see what those skill sets, when used with a particularly aggressive mindset and play style and setup style, such as setting up in the off angle, this rat position. And I illustrate this one because this has happened to me so many times where I'm coming up here as Sojourn and I just get decked by Kiri, and I'm like, are you kidding me? And then I type, and then I type support here, BTW. Because I'm the moron there, right? I mean, you've turned me into the moron. So I like that. And instead, Instead, you end up taking damage from casts. You're on the low ground. You're not shooting anyone. You're not doing damage. You're also too far away to heal anybody, so you can't really generate any of your Kitsune rush. You're taking crit taps from casts. You have your Suzu forced out, right? How much of this is averted if you just have a good setup spot that nobody but the target you want to be fighting can fight you? And, by the way, that nobody but the target that you want to be fighting can fight you only in the position that you want to be fighting them from, right? This isn't the spot that you want to take the cast, right? This is such a good spot for cast. I love if I get to shoot a carry from here, right? So instead, you want to be seeking to kind of take some of these fights on your terms. Just a little bit closer to walls, covers, corners. I know that you're compromising for the Ramatra there. Just trying to keep him up as best you can. You probably just don't have that luxury, especially after taking this damage, especially after Suzuing. Probably what you should be thinking about is running in, grabbing health pack, and then seeing how little damage you can take, so that how long you can live on this objective, so that you can see how much contest, how much progress you can stall or attain yourself. Yeah, no big deal, elusive fight. No big deal to die crossing distance either, but that's just not really that's just not really the way that you want to die. Like, obviously, let me finish. Hold on. That's not really the way that you want to be dying on Kiriko in particular, right? Is you want to, if you're crossing distance, it's got to be with that TP, right? If you're taking damage, it's got to be mended by the Suzu, right? And so you want to be able to meet these other criteria, these other objectives. Okay, good picks, good picks. I like what we're doing on the off angles, and I think that since you have the TP, and also really, really nice duel, I kind of glossed over that, but like, this is really excellent. This is absolutely spectacular, and this is exactly the kind of playstyle that wins you from Diamond to Masters. In fact, that's the kind of thing that gets you from Masters to GM as well, by the way. So don't worry. It keeps building on itself for you, so that you can continue winning. I don't like the TP back because I think that you've demonstrated a really good aggressive potential, and I think that you can, like, absolutely keep that up. So I would just have you TP to the cast next time, or TP to, I don't know where your Lucio was, but your Lucio also got a pick, and I assumed that he was, like, elsewhere, but you guys will, like, TP into your Moira there. So as opposed to, let's see, you get a pick on the Ash here, and you don't even, like, take any damage. You get Coach gone off the ground, and you get confronted by the Rhine, you back off here. But again, this is the point where, like, I'm probably putting you on the cast. Yeah, sorry, I went back, but I'm putting you on the cast. I'm saying you don't want to shoot the Rhine, your Moira's already here, your Ramatra is ready to push the front line, and you want to help open up an angle. So I'm putting you with the cast. I'm TPing you over there, as opposed to where you TP'd. That's a nice Suzu. That's a really nice Suzu cast. In fact, I've been telling our Kiri player, who may still be in our chat, that like, I've been wanting them to go for some more Suzus. So if they are still here and they're watching, then hey, patient. This is a really good longer range Suzu cast that we could possibly emulate. That was a really nice bounce of the wall, and that's a really nice TP. But you see how, like, it's compensatory, right? You hadn't TP'd over here, but, like, this ended up kind of definitively being the right thing to do, the right place to be, right? So it's very, very fun to see us come to the conclusions that help us win these games just a little bit too late, right? And no harm, no foul, right? Well, a little bit of harm dealt to our poor Stay Fresh, but it's not so much harm that it keeps us from winning this point. Mori goes for Coalescence. If you have it, use it. I'm a big fan of that, and so I'm not opposed to the Coalescence there. It's a little aggressive, but we managed to get a pick. Yeah, you mentioned this. You mentioned, like, TPing occasionally to targets that are in tough positions. We already talked about this on a previous VOD where we were looking at Root Beer's Mercy gameplay, and I was burying him. In fact, talking about how, like, you don't want to compromise for your solo queue ranked teammates, because those are the people that you can trust that aren't going to be able to, like, take your compromises and do something good with it, right? I rely on regular teammates, my friends, the people that I play with on a daily basis to compromise for, right? Because they know what those compromises look like. They know when I'm making those compromises because they know how I want to normally play. So for your solo queue ranked pub teammates, I think, yeah, you're right. You already commented on this in your post. You don't need to cross the distance there, or you don't need to TP there. But you could also, you lost faith a while ago. So long ago, is when everyone should have lost faith. You could just Kitsune Rush. Your Moira already ulted, push them back. They're in spawn. Their Lucio's respawning. They don't have ults yet. And honestly, if there's going to be an ult exchange, I love if an ult exchange happens here and I Kitsune Rush and it makes them Bob and Shatter and Deadeye and Ray and Beat, as opposed to them being able to use anything that they want here. This is a position where ultimates are so incredibly powerful. They're very, very good. This is a position where ultimates can be spared to keep the good ultimates from making us lose this point, right? So I Kitsune Rush here. Helps your Ramattra stay in. It gives you the healing boost that you need. It justifies this position, which you want to justify this position because you know where they aren't. The point. They aren't achieving objective progress. So yeah, I Kitsune Rush. Oh, I like that jump. I really like that. That's a little thing, very, very important for our carry players to realize that, like, when in trouble, jump, climb, climb. It's such a nice little layer of mobility, and not a lot of people use it. And not as intuitively as we could, in fact. Nice Suzu. Oh, that's fortuitous. Did you time that? Oh, okay. I think he missed the Shatter, but I still really like that Suzu cast. I think I like the Suzu cast because it happens on a timeline where it's pretty close to the Shatter, but it's also to, like, actually help people. Like, you know, you're preventing more disadvantages from being imposed on you. And so I think I really, really like that Suzu. Even if it does end up being kind of like fortuitous that he misses the Shatter, it kind of looked like it was the Suzu that saved them. I really like that TP as well, like a really quick get out of danger kind of style. I think that it's possible you could be on the roof a little bit earlier, because you actually take damage trying to get to the health pack, and you don't end up even taking the health pack, right? At least I don't think that you did. Let me double check. Yeah, so you don't even take the health pack. You get a little bit of healing, but then your Moira goes down, and you take damage anyway. So the damage here that you take, prompting you to TP there, is actually a really, really, like, nice, fast, fluid response. I'm actually amazed to see that kind of reaction time coming out from someone. But Lord the Encyclopedia, and I did lose my mind so long ago. Yeah, absolutely true. Oh my goodness, you're still holding on to Kitsune Rush too. If you haven't used it, that's my policy, and that is also something that can push you to at least, like, mid high masters, is just being willing to, like, use your ult to say, all right guys, we're playing slower. Oh, all right guys, we're playing faster. Oh, all right guys, we're playing how I want us to be playing this fight right now, right? So the amount of agency and license that an ult gives you over these fights, I definitely have you using that Kitsune Rush, like, pretty much as soon as you get it. It's why I really liked your Moira's Coalescence as well, especially since it helped keep them in spawn. And again, if they're in spawn, you know where they are. No point. I'm just not a big fan of fighting in streets, generally. So I advise against what your team is doing, but I also really love that since your team is doing it, you're participating as well. That's a nice TP. Way to get out of trouble. And actually, I don't mind playing the KDA there. I'm not actually going to flame you for doing the KDA thing, because you were helping, and then you had an option to escape, right? Kitsune to be in, it gets disrupted by Bob, and again, ultimates are very powerful on the point and can be made less powerful off the objective. So you just want to be really, really intentional about which ultimates you're casting for the objective. So there's a difference between casting an ultimate for an objective or on an objective. If you're casting an ult for an objective, you're using the ult so that ultimately when the fight concludes, you will be able to have control over the point. You will be able to generate objective progress, as opposed to ulting on the objective, which is, I mean, literally what it sounds like. And they're two different things. It seems here that you're kind of ulting for the objective, but ulting here for the objective doesn't really make it easier. They're able to respond with the Bob, and they're already in control of the objective. And so this ult isn't coming out in a stage where we can be confident that an ult cast here is in service of objective progress. I hope that I'm making sense. The gist is that using your ult to cross the distance to the point here is not a bad way to use your ult. They have ways to respond to it. If they Bob and Ray back at you, that is a huge payoff. That is so incredibly good for your team, because you guys can split up, kite that, go play cover, and not be susceptible to the bob and the ray. That's exactly what you get. You force the bob, you guys dodge the bob, you guys are doing your own thing, your Cassidy goes for Deadeye, and unfortunately ends up going down. The Kitsune Rush doesn't get used, though, right? Is it possible that we could get 2 ultimates for 1 by casting it on the point? Now they think they have to cast their ultimates for the objective, on the objective, right? Because yours is on the objective. So understanding which ults to cast on or off the objective, for the objective, or for a certain phase of the fight before we get the objective, it is actually an important balance to strike. And honestly, I wish that I wish that we didn't have to talk about something so mundane in order for us to have a better understanding of what the scenarios you win on your way to Masters look like. I can sit here and very simply say you just should be ulting on point with an ult as powerful towards objective control and progress as Kitsune Rush is. But I want us to understand why that is, right? And that is the Kitsune Rush helps us get to the point, but once we get on the point with that Kitsune Rush, there's nothing left to do. So it's not really a service. It's not really in service of the objective, which means we can't play the objective there, and we don't, except for our casts, and then you get dragged into a fight there. Nothing truly wrong happens. We just don't really know how we really want to play this fight. Our team didn't know if we wanted to use the Kitsune. We didn't use the Kitsune to burn the Bob. We end up splitting afterwards. Our cast goes for Deadeye by himself instead of trusting that we'll link up with him and set him up to Deadeye, right? So that we can heal him while he's Deadeyeing instead of TP to him after he started Deadeyeing and while he's half HP, right? So there's a lot of things that go a lot differently for you there. I think that if you want to have more agency over that fight for you personally, I think you just want to save that ult for really you. It's important to use our ultimates in ways that our teammates can meaningfully follow up and that they can do something with. But ultimately it's your ult at the end of the day. You're the one who's going to be able to know how to use it best. And I also love the idea of getting more than just the Bob out with that Kitsune. And I think a more threatening Kitsune possibly does just that. Go for the Ray. Nice picks on the Rhine. You're just a little bit in the open. I would stay closer to walls, covers corners here. Appreciate. Oh, nice playing this little wall here. You mark the cast, read the cast, peeking out to do the healing, and perfect. All right, excellent stuff. Oh, I absolutely love the way you took that entire fight, and it's absolutely perfect as well, because it's that longer fight, right? You're playing several different stages of the fight, so even if you have that Kitsune Rush that doesn't get much, right, that only gets that one ultimate out that your cast doesn't follow up with properly, right? I think that the way the decisions that you make off of that Kitsune Rush and how things go are really spectacular. There's a little bit of cleanup, right? A little bit less damage to be done onto you, a little closer walls, covers corners, right? And absolutely a different way to think about the Kitsune Rush cast in general, as well as the way that we're playing this objective, since we do have to play for the objective. They're going to win if we don't. Your mantra goes so low. Yeah, I'm just doing a little. I'm just making sure that you don't want to tunnel onto the healing or damage, right? Since you want to do pressure and healing as they approach, especially since they have the sound barrier. So just make sure that you're doing a little bit of both and not just one or the other. I do it all the time on Baptiste, where I'm only doing damage or I'm only doing healing, and I have to regularly remind myself with 100 something, 200 hours on Baptiste. By the way, I have to regularly remind myself that that I have to do several things all at once. That's another difference. I like that Suzu. Suzu might have actually been even able to come out a little bit earlier, especially since they walked on him before you had the chance to even realize that you need to throw pamphlets in his direction. So this was a conversation that I had with this actually carry player who's on my roster is you can use the Suzu to prevent disadvantages like that, right? You want to use it to cleanse, you want to use it to give someone mobility if you got the perk on it, right? But at the end of the day, if your Ramatra is going to back up because they are pushing him, and the thing that would keep him from backing up on an objective that you guys absolutely don't want to forfeit in the slightest is a Suzu. I think it's worth it to sacrifice the Suzu, prevent the disadvantage of having a half HP ROM who is pulling arms out on a timing that he doesn't want to, which honestly, he should have had the arms out a long time ago anyways. I don't know why we're pressing the S key here. It's really dangerous to do that in Overwatch. And holy smokes, you built another Kitsune Rush? Holy God. Okay, good stuff. And it's an excellent Kitsune Rush as well. If you have it, use it. This objective, absolutely. I think it's you and Stay Fresh that helps us win that. I don't mind you moving backwards with the ROM behind him, but it's just really hard because I don't believe in moving. I don't believe in the S keying as a player. And so if my ROM is moving back, like, dude, you're gonna die and you deserve it. Because I have to be up. I have to be getting damage in so that I build my ult. I have to be doing healing on my Sojourn and my cast who are off-angling. I like that you mentioned off-angling and how you like to do a little bit of it in your post. Excellent. Keep it up. That also separates you from the high to the highest levels of players. Being industrious in these games, in these lobbies as a player. So I really like this off-angling. I really like that Suzu. I like doing both healing and damage, right? So if you make sure that you're on top of the healing, you might not have to TP in here. I think this is what you were asking about. Your Mantra makes like a whole slew of mistakes here. I don't think that anything you do saves him. Aside from like a later Suzu, but a later Suzu here isn't a better Suzu. Your cast also pulls the trigger, I think, because he didn't want to die. Bob comes out. Nice pick on the Rhine. Oh man, is it over from here? Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, this one's kind of a roll, and that's really difficult because I think that I think that there's a lot more to notice from your Kiri and Juno gameplay that we don't really get to because your team isn't on the same page. So it's going to be really interesting to get a couple more replay codes from you. We can get to see a little bit more about how you see the game and how you have to play with your team to do it. This one occurs to me, honestly, I'm going to chalk this one up to a couple of different things. Number one, oh my goodness, we are Lord the Tired right now. And so the insight is going to start deteriorating. But beyond that, I also think that this one is just an absolute scrub match, if I'm going to keep it a stack. That's so entitled to me to be like, you gave me a bad replay code. And you didn't give me a bad replay code. I didn't take as much as I could have out of it. And that's why I definitely want a couple of more codes. But there's a couple of things that we can do a little bit differently. Ult first. Ult as soon as you have it, in fact, because that will help you regulate the pace of the game. If you're regulating the pace of the match, then you don't fall behind. And it's when you fall behind that you're making these compromises and these difficult decisions and having to do things that you were like, I don't really think I should be doing this, but it's what I'm going to do, right? And it's also, you know, kind of these scenarios that lead to the questions, which is like, am I boosted? Am I throwing? Or did my ROM just end up making the absolute right series of mistakes to die that quickly? He did, by the way. I don't think you're boosted. I don't think you're throwing. I don't think you threw this match either. I think your ROM. I think our whole team was like really weird, to be honest. So I don't want to like just say that it's like one player on your team like the ROM or something like that. But I think that a game where you are able to be a little bit more connected to your tank, I think, is a game where you can understand a little bit more what the split of your attention can look like on certain characters, right? Like on Kiri, how much off-angling can I do compared to how much healing in my tank do I have to do? On Juno, how close do I have to be to my tank? How far can I afford to be from my deeps, right? Especially since I have a Zen who can keep them up, right? And so on and so forth. I think that there are a lot of interesting relationships and questions that you can ask and examine, investigate as part of your journey, playing what is actually a really nuanced role in a highly competitive rank. Ultimately, I'm going to be really glad to hear that you have climbed to Masters because you absolutely have the fundamentals in place. There's just a couple of things to stay on top of. Those are mostly pacing things. Those are mostly don't fall out of pace with games that are happening pretty quickly, right? Where your Ramatra is taking a ton of damage, right? While you're throwing just 2 kunais too many, and make sure that you're contributing towards the pace by saying, I have my ult, I can throw it here, I am going to throw it here, and doing exactly that. Okay, yeah, Veggie, thank you so much for the replay code. I'll end up having to tackle the other one on Thursday or Friday. There's actually a number of codes that we didn't get to today that I'm really excited to tackle on Thursday. In fact, some of them belonged to Digital Source, who we already established had some really thrilling Ashe gameplay. We got to take a look at Daydream and their Sojourn. Obviously, Castrature kind of wowed us at the start of the day with their Ana, and we got to have some really fruitful discussions with Rarest Overwatch as well. With Alexis's VOD review all wrapped up, I believe I'm actually going to call it. We will be back on Thursday. It's going to be Thursday afternoon, so around 3:30 or so. Same time as usual. We'll be going until about 9:30, 10 p.m. kind of like we did today. On Thursday, we'll be doing some more VOD reviewing. So this is probably going to be my little shtick here for a little while. Is just doing the coaching, VOD reviewing, sharing knowledge, and seeing. Seeing how many people there are to recognize. For those of you guys who were here, lighting up the channel or lighting up the Twitch chat, who were watching, who gifted subs, really thank you guys so very much. Very cool to see. Very cool to see all my friends supporting me. Very cool to see even the strangers who have emerged from the depths of the Overwatch player base to come and get some insight. I really appreciate you guys. So I'm looking forward to seeing you guys again on Thursday. Thank you guys so much for watching. Be good to each other. Have a wonderful rest of the night, and I will see you guys again here in a couple of days. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys soon.